Chapter 71. The manager was so angry. Yes, they had set up a teleportation array. But it was not at the auction, but at the warehouse. The main purpose was to wait until the auction was over and teleport all the auction items and fundraising items to the abandoned warehouse to cover up. Who would be so stupid as to teleport directly during the auction? Doesn't this prove that their wizards are cheating and making money? Someone is definitely plotting against her. The manager glanced at the chaotic wizards in the audience with a sinister look. Shut up. Be quiet. She couldn't bear it anymore. Her ferocious look actually made the wizards quiet down. The wizards in the box were waiting for the manager to explain. And most of the wizards in the audience didn't dare to speak up and challenge the authority. Vera wanted to fan the flames. But Chris shook his head solemnly at her, asking Vera to be quiet for now and not to be the first to speak out. If the manager really got angry, they could only tear up the scroll and run away, which would directly expose their abilities. They couldn't do that. The manager was silent for a few seconds and found that no one was making noise. He was a little surprised. Why did Vera also keep silent? But it doesn't matter. She calmed down and explained to the wizards, "Don't be nervous. Our Wizard Association promised that as long as something happens on the Wizard Association's territory, we will be fully responsible. Right? Maybe something went wrong. I hope everyone can give the Wizard Association some time." Speaking of this, she snorted coldly. Maybe the wizards without invitation letters are deliberately making trouble? We can't guarantee that the wizards are united. Right? She pointed the finger directly at Vera, who had come in disguise as a wizard. Vera snorted and didn't refute, which made the management more suspicious. Vera was very high profile before, but now she is suddenly quiet. Could it be that this matter is really related to her? Just when the management was a little suspicious, the old wizard who had scolded Winifred before said unhappily, "You mean? Maybe I am making trouble?" The manager's face changed drastically. "Sir, I didn't mean that. You'd better not mean that." The old wizard had a good temper and was invited to support the event. Unexpectedly, the manager listed her as the most suspicious person. She was the strongest among the people present. The old wizard was old, but she didn't see the twists and turns of the conflict between the manager and Vera because of the red clothes. As the most powerful wizard, she naturally put the person that the manager was afraid of on herself, worried that the wizard who was not invited by invitation. Who else could be the one to do the evil? Besides himself? The old wizard asked Winifred directly, "Winifred, if I didn't owe you a favor, I wouldn't come to such a dirty auction casually. I am really disappointed that your Wizard Association has an accident and has focused the conflict on a guest who participated in the auction." Winifred's face also darkened by the manager's sarcastic words. "I'm sorry, sir. I was immersed in witchcraft and forgot to manage too much of the affairs of the Wizard Association." The old wizard snorted coldly. "You'd better hurry up and check if there is a traitor. I dare to guarantee to the wizards in the venue that with the forbidden magic field, even I can't use the power beyond the advanced magic." When she said this, the manager's face turned ugly. Doesn't this directly mean that this is the fault of their auction house? How did Winifred invite the security guard to slap them in the face like this? But the manager didn't dare to continue to blame others. The incident had already happened. She had to give everyone an explanation immediately, and even check whether other auction items in the warehouse had been moved away. Yes, the manager was more inclined to believe that her people did not calculate the time well and move the auction items ahead of time. If that was the case, she had to hurry up and have them sent them back. The higher the cost, the more important thing was to give them an explanation. Damn it. Fortunately, there was an Iron Rose to take the blame, so they would not lose too much money. I hope the Iron Rose people have left. The manager thought about it and took the responsibility sincerely. "I was nervous and said the wrong thing. I am always worried that there will be problems with our auction." "Don't worry. All wizards, please give me some time. I will find the reason right away, and I will not let you down." She clapped her hands and asked people to serve tea and snacks to the wizards to appease them, and then hurriedly prepared to leave the stage. The manager was trying hard to think about how to recover the loss, and a waiter suddenly ran onto the stage in a panic and blocked her way. The waiter ignored her gloomy face and trembled and said, "Master Manager. Captain Amos is here?" "What? He hasn't left yet?" As soon as the manager's voice came out, she realized that something was wrong and subconsciously stopped talking. She looked around, and when no one noticed anything unusual, she took a deep breath and pretended to be puzzled. "It's already very chaotic now. Why did Captain Amos come? It's very messy. I want to ask this question too. Bennett pushed open the door from the backstage with a cold face. He came directly from the warehouse path, and did not appear on the stage abruptly. Bennett did not want to exchange too much pleasantries, and went straight to the point. Wizards will manage it. You have a good plan. He threw the waiter, who had been persuading him to leave early, to the ground and threw a photo stone with one hand. I want to ask the Wizards Association. Are they sincere in asking us? Iron rose. To deliver the collection? When it comes to the collection items, Winifred can't sit still anymore. She stood up and asked Bennett sternly, What do you mean by sincerity? Bennett sneered. Since your auction started, people from your Wizard Association kept asking me to leave immediately. I was worried that something was wrong. So I asked my brothers to check the list one by one. This one is wrong. Bennett stretched his tone, and saw that the manager didn't change his expression, and didn't keep him in suspense. So he said directly, The large amount of collection items was transferred right under my nose. Winifred and the manager's faces changed. The former was anxious about the collection items, and the latter was full of disbelief. The auction items here can be said to be delayed for a while, because the time is not strictly controlled. The collection items can only be activated after Bennett leaves the wizard meeting. And it is only an exchange formation, not a transfer formation. How could it disappear? The manager trembled and did not believe it. Captain Amos, we trust you to hand over the commission to you. We Iron Rose are the most trustworthy. And there are photo stones from beginning to end. If you don't believe it, you can see it yourself. Bennett was fearless. Even rogue. Do you really trust us? If I hadn't been careful, we would have left the Wizarding Association now. And the items would have been moved. Aren't we the main responsible persons? He vowed, among them. Only people from your Wizarding Association have touched the items. We can only count them before we leave. In short, if it's not a problem of your management, it's a problem of the wizards in your Wizarding Association. In the end, it still becomes a management problem. What should the manager do? It is absolutely impossible to shift the conflict to the wizards. Her foundation is not stable now. If she rushes into it, she will definitely fail miserably. But if she takes it upon herself, the manager still doesn't believe it. She picks up the photo stone and wants to take a closer look. But Winifred, who appears quickly, gets there first. Winifred looks cold and stares at the image in the photo without blinking. Her face becomes more and more ugly. What is going on? She asked the manager harshly. This poor performance makes it hard for her to believe that the manager didn't interfere. The manager is now in a dilemma. Looking at the scene in the photo stone, his face is also ugly. Impossible. Impossible. She didn't make such an arrangement. Who is behind her? Who is it? The manager's mind is spinning rapidly, sorting out his original plan. According to their plan, this time, they can let the Amos family take the blame. The plan started 3 years ago. Every time they asked the 3 major mercenary groups to help escort the collection items, deceiving them that all wizards were allowed in after the invitation letters were checked. And they were absolutely safe. In fact, it was to guide the mercenaries to come in and make trouble by forging invitations. Look how lax our guards are. How perfunctory our inspections are. We trust you very much. There are so many good things. Why don't you come? Of course, it's okay for the mercenaries not to be tempted. They will naturally send people. And even in this operation, they bribed the magician who had cooperated with Iron Rose for 10 years to cooperate. Just imagine, when the truth comes out, will everyone believe that their wizards are involved with this magician? Or do you think that Iron Rose is trying to survive by cutting off its tail? The next plan is even simpler. After Iron Rose delivers the auction items out of the wizard meeting, they will directly replace them with the help of the magician. After the secret auction is over, they will find a reason to argue with Iron Rose and unpack the items for inspection. The reason is also ready. There are only 12 wizards who came to check the goods. 1 wizard was missing and did not come. The other party was found and knocked unconscious in the dungeon. But Iron Rose told them that there were 13 wizards in total. In this way, they can use the excuse that someone sneaked in with the aura of a wizard as an excuse to temporarily lift the ban and let powerful wizards help find the items, and then naturally move the auction items away, creating a scene of being calculated. The auction was in chaos, and she was indeed to blame as a manager. But she had all the evidence ready, and she could definitely beat Iron Rose to death and make Iron Rose responsible for all the losses of their wizard association. At the same time, she could also refute a group of wizards who were unwilling to reveal their true identities. The necessity of this invitation system would make it easier for her to control these wizards whose identities were mastered in the future. Of course, if everything goes well, she can also find out the wizards who are making trouble and kill them as a warning to others. In the future, the Wizard Association will be hers. Having money, power, and fame is simply the best and most wonderful result. She even persuaded Winifred to invite the most authoritative wizard in the wizarding world to take charge. But all this was suddenly destroyed. The manager clenched her fists, and her long nails pinched her palms to bleed. But she could not feel the pain. She just wanted to end all the farce safely. Okay. I don't care about your Wizard Association's affairs. Vera lazily added fuel to the fire. Can you hurry up? I'm anxious to go home and spend a wonderful night with my little cuties. Her voice made all the wizards watching the show react suddenly. Yes, their Wizard Association and Iron Rose's losses should be negotiated by themselves. The most important thing is not to waste their time and return their auction items or coins to them, thinking that they were in the right. The wizards didn't care about their gloomy faces and kept clamoring to find a solution for them. We accept this auction system because we trust the Wizards Association. If your Wizards Association had no ulterior motives, why would you hold this kind of auction? That's right. I still used an invitation letter to get in. As Lady Vera said, invitation letters are very unsafe. I don't know who came up with this idea. The upper-level wizards don't need invitation letters. Only we need them. Now that they have taken advantage of us, they might even push the blame on those wizards. I didn't buy anything. Can you let me go first? The bang 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 sound just now was so scary. Don't be nervous. The management is not nervous. Maybe they are just acting. Oh my god. Someone sneaked into the Wizard Guild. This is not the responsibility of our Wizard Guild. We are not responsible for compensation. No way. Isn't there a forbidden magic area? This is too perfunctory. The wizards relied on their numbers and talked back and forth, directly throwing the Wizard Guild's face on the ground. It's not that they are talking after the fact. It's just that it's too bizarre. It's clear that only wizards are qualified to use space magic. What little tricks do they have? Do we need to guess? Amelia suddenly said, I sent the auction item. It's a one-time deal. But the money hasn't been received yet. The auction item can't be taken out. And the money can't be taken out? The manager gritted his teeth and replied, Of course it can be taken out. The little episode tonight was indeed not done well by our Wizard Association. How about this? The Wizard Association will return the auction money paid by everyone first. And when the auction item is recovered, we will pay the money and the goods at the same time. How about it? So our time deserves to be wasted like this? Villa said faintly. F***K. The manager cursed in his heart. Vera didn't shoot anything. What was she doing here? But there was no way. Under the watchful eyes, she could only smile and promise, of course not. In order to make up for everyone's loss of time, our Wizard Association decided to give everyone a 20% discount. Wow! 20% discount? Many people were silenced by this display of wealth and power. Auctions are all in gold coins, and the minimum is in the tens of thousands. This 20% discount is not a small amount. Vera stopped talking. She couldn't anger the management now. They couldn't leave in a high-profile manner. The manager took a deep breath and looked at the other person who asked him for an explanation. Captain Amos. Please follow me. Let's discuss this commission. It's okay. Then it was very easy to talk to. Just give us the delay compensation. After all, it's your Wizard Association's family affairs. We Iron Rose won't interfere. Manager, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. She was so angry. How Vera and the others finished the show. Bori and the others had no idea. After Julian stepped down, they teleported themselves away one by one, leaving Bori alone to watch the whole scene, waiting for the right time to teleport the elves and himself away. Oh! Julian and Natha spent a lot of time to eat as many auction items as possible. Fortunately, Vera and the others bought enough time for Julian and the others to eat most of the unmarked auction items. After Julian and Natha left, Borei also estimated the time and contacted Sieshichin to activate the teleportation scroll, teleporting the elves away in one fell swoop. For the rest of the time, he believed that his teammates would deal with it perfectly. Borei left the mess to his classmates with peace of mind. But speaking of it, Borei still didn't understand why he was making trouble this time. Their original plan was to move the auction items and the collection items at the end of the auction, and finally make the people in the auction hall chaotic, which was considered a success. As for the loud explosions, Bori was a little puzzled. He couldn't help but worry whether there were other people who were also destroying the auction. Don't get me wrong. He was not afraid. They had already got the things. So what else could they be afraid of? He was just a little worried that because of the help of this outsider, Screech would deduct their points, not give them the opportunity to complete the task, or even accuse them of cheating. This was not alarmist. He believed that Screech could definitely do it. Well, it's useless to think too much. It's better to pay more attention to the position that Screech gave him. Bori opened his eyes again, looked around, and subconsciously fell silent. Natha? Julian? He called softly, but didn't see his dear classmates around. Bori had to hesitate, lower his head, and look at the little black cat in his arms. Good news. He didn't get lost with Chloe. Bad news. He got lost with Natha Julian. The ultimate bad news. So where is this place? All kinds of strange answers flashed through Bori's mind. Finally, he had to look at Chloe sincerely. Hey, man, what do you think we should do now? Socially phobic Chloe did not answer but asked, didn't you say you would help me locate the location? Bori recalled his deal with Screech. He said that as long as I gave him a signal, he would send me to the designated location. When I saw the elf, I told him that the location should be near the Church of Light, and he agreed. Bori looked around the overgrown grass uncertainly, and guessed, could this also be near the Church of Light? Where's the elf? Will it be alone? First, he didn't agree to let you stay in one place, Chloe analyzed calmly. Second, he's not that kind. So, he thought it was unlikely that this was near the Church of Light. Roar! Suddenly, a very majestic roar came from a distance, and the pressure made Bori and the others feel the terror even from such a distance. Bori's face suddenly changed, and he ran in the opposite direction with Chloe in his pocket, shouting in despair as he ran. But didn't he also say that he would make our teleportation location safe? What do you call safe? Chloe was in his pocket, and no emotion could be seen on her dark face. But she must have been very speechless. Finally, he hesitantly said, Screech. Should he be reliable? Reliable as hell. Bori ran away, feeling that he had never escaped so miserably in his life. He really has no contribution points left, so it is impossible for him to teleport a second time. Ah, Screech, I am so lucky to have you. Bori shed tears of regret. Here is your auction money. Please keep it. The waiter handed the auction money to Vera and Amelia very politely and respectfully. Vera rarely made trouble, and after receiving the auction money, he gave the waiter a good look. Be more serious in the future. Not everyone is as easy to talk to as me, Vera asked casually. By the way, can we use magic here? She glanced at Chris and saw him nod imperceptibly. She looked at the waiter with confidence, as if waiting for the waiter's answer with interest. The waiter smiled unchanged, and seemed to be a confidant of the management. With a strong heart, there is no forbidden magic area here. The wizard should be able to sense it. Right? Aren't you worried that your management will say that I'm absconding for fear of crime? Vera shrugged and spread her hands. Ask first, lest she throws dirty water on me after I leave. I will be angry. The waiter's mouth twitched, and he calmed down. Of course not. But except for this room, you may have to wait until you leave the wizard meeting to use magic. Of course, Vera, who had angered their master, had to be qualified to go out. It's fine as long as it can be used. Vera waved her hand and walked away as if she didn't hear the waiter's implication. Oris, who had always been invisible, took a step forward very calmly, pretended to raise his scepter, and chanted a string of spells. Oh! Thanks to Fanny. She used all kinds of means to force them. Although they can't use more advanced magic now, they are already very proficient in magic spells. And they are even more familiar with some magic spells that they can't use for the time being but are very useful and can show off. Oris activated his mental power to summon the gate, and what he said was basically an effective output. Unfortunately, the waiter himself was not a magician, and could not see it at all. In his opinion, as soon as Oris moved, the alchemical items in the room that detected magic made a chirping sound, and at the same time, a looming door appeared, and white light instantly enveloped the people present. The waiter's face changed drastically. If Vera was allowed to leave like this, Wouldn't the return of the manager make them live a life worse than death? Come here. His shouting was not as fast as Oris's chanting. Almost as soon as he finished speaking, the air around him suddenly twisted, and Vera and others quickly and unobtrusively tore through the teleportation array and disappeared in the room in an instant. When the guards at the door rushed in, they saw a stunned waiter. What's wrong? The waiter grabbed the guard in panic and said in a dry voice, there are space magicians among them. The guard's heart tightened. There are quite a few space magicians coming, but it is impossible for them to break through the ban. Yes, I know. But, the waiter stuttered, finding hope. If we don't say this, the manager will definitely punish us. If the supervision is not effective and the management can't find the culprit, they, the subordinates, will definitely suffer. If they report things exaggeratedly, even if the management knows clearly that this is impossible, people are not rational. Once they have an outlet to vent, they will naturally come out of blaming themselves. They will also reduce the risk of being punished. The guard and the waiter looked at each other and nodded silently. It was just a matter of taking the blame. And I believe that the famous Lord Vera would be willing to do it. Accio. Vera, who was forced to become famous in a place where he should not be famous, sneezed loudly and unladylike after landing. She rubbed her nose and said softly and coquettishly as usual, "It must be that woman in red, who is jealous that I look prettier than her. Really, she always targets me." As she said this, she subconsciously raised her hand to Chris, but found that Chris was no longer around. Vera felt something was wrong and tried to ask, "Chris?" It was quiet around. No one was there. Her expression changed slightly, and she couldn't laugh anymore. No way. No way. They were not really scattered. Were they? Is Screech really that bad? She tried to calm herself down and observe the surroundings calmly, trying to find where they were. According to the previous test, they should land in the dark jungle, the place Screech had chosen for them. It wasn't dark here at all, and she had read the natural history book, so she knew that this was not the dark jungle. So, where is this place? Villa carefully took out her small wooden sword, changed into a Loki outfit, wrapped herself tightly, and looked for a feasible path. At least she had to find someone to ask for directions, or an obvious sign. Hey, it was just a small trick on Screech. So why did she cheat them like this? Villa pouted and muttered quietly, "I don't know if the elf has been sent to the vicinity of the Church of Light. The dark spell can only be resolved by the Church of Light. The elf is already in great pain, and she hopes to be treated well. Don't worry. Screech isn't that cold-blooded," Wawa said faintly, and it sounded like some big-name wolf was in charge. "Not far from where I'm sending you is the territory where your good classmates are stationed. Other students don't get such good treatment." Vera immediately changed her expression and spoke sweetly to Wawa. "Screech, I miss you so much." "Oh, really?" Wawa's shrill voice made Vera hear a hint of sarcasm. "I miss you too. Don't worry. As a fair principal, I keep a record of every one of your transactions." Vera choked and said softly, "Brother Xie." Brother Xie was ruthless. It's no use to act like a spoiled child. Think of a way to earn contribution points and do more study tour commissions. I'm very expensive. Vera, damn it. Scritch, the heartless one. Ah, I miss Chris so much. Julian is fine too. Her little skirt and daily necessities are all on them. Vera felt very wronged. However, the two little classmates she missed were not in such a good situation. Oris and Chris were teleported together. The two silent boys were even more lonely together. They began to find their way in silence. No matter what, they had to find familiar things and people first, and then try to see if they could get together again. If they couldn't be in one group, they had to find another group. It was too difficult to get a high score with just two people. They had a clear goal and kept an eye on whether there was anything around that could cause the stone to heat up. It was not until this time that they realized the sinister intention of Screech to give them this friendly sensor bracelet. Maybe they had planned this from the beginning? They were so frustrated, and it was their own fault. Chris and the others were in such a mess. How should I put it? There are many kinds of embarrassment for a person, such as having no money and having to wander around, having no clothes to change and having to be a beggar, or getting lost in a remote place with no room for development. They took all of them. Money? Contribution points from Vera? Clothes from Vera? All belonged to Vera and Arabelle. Vera had no clothes to change because she was worried about getting lost with Julian. The storage items on Oris and Chris were all filled with the two ladies' things. They didn't even load any raw materials for them to make money by alchemy on the mainland. Very embarrassed. And now, even more arduous difficulties lie before them. This rocky mountain corner is indeed in line with Screech's assurance to them. Safe enough, leaving them enough time to react. However, it is safe, but the problems are also very obvious. They don't even have the nerve to find someone to communicate with, to exchange some food or clothes. After searching for a while and finding nothing, Oris stopped being silent and asked Chris, "What should we do?" He was really at a loss. Chris was silent for a moment, and asked Oris with his blue eyes very sincerely, "Can we eat the creatures you summoned? If they don't eat something, they will probably die in this hellhole." Oris said. He also asked Chris very seriously, "I will discuss with them. I will provide spiritual power. Can they let us eat a few bites?" Chris was silent too. What a shitty dilemma. Of course, Julian and Nathaniel were more desperate than them. Nathaniel held Julian and looked around vigilantly. "And Sue?" A trace of confusion filled his eyes. "Didn't you say we were going to the dark jungle? Where is this?" Julian had not recovered from his sluggish state, and was not even in the mood to answer Nathaniel's questions. In order to maintain his state, he swallowed too many bitter pills that he shouldn't have swallowed, and also swallowed a large number of secretly filmed items that he shouldn't have swallowed. Now he has entered the salted fish time. Nathaniel didn't force an answer. He explored around and became more confused. "Why does it feel like Screech here? We're back? What?" Julian jumped up suddenly, and the little slime was shocked and his face turned green. "My body is still in the dark jungle. If I'm back, how can I get there in 3 days? Shouldn't we go to the dark jungle?" Nathaniel also looked around in confusion. "Yeah. Where are Bori and Amelia? How come there are only him and Julian from another team left in one team?" Julian closed his eyes and tried to sense his body, becoming even more desperate. "My body is in the dark jungle. This is not the dark jungle. Ah, Screech, do you have a heart? Why do you treat him like this? What about the promised positioning teleportation?" I don't know if his despair is too obvious. A voice with a smile answered his inner complaints. "It's positioning teleportation. Isn't it teleporting you to the teacher?" Sieshichin folded his hands, leaned against a big tree, and explained calmly, "Look, I didn't lie to you. Did I? Is it safe? And is it directly located?" Julian and Nathaniel, Shit. Why is it Screech? They turned around slowly and stiffly, and greeted Sieshichin with an awkward smile. "Teacher. Hello. Long time no see." "Ha ha ha. Not long. Just over a week." Sieshichin's eyes were full of smiles, but his words were not sincere at all. "Villa also said that she missed me so much. What about you? Are you surprised?" Nathaniel and Julian, Surprised? Such a surprise. How could such a surprise happen? Will there be more surprising places? There really is. Sieshichin kindly told them where this was. "This is the Merim Magic Academy. The teacher came here for course exchanges. I thought it would be inconvenient for you to bring so many things that are not easy to show. So I just sent you here to share the burden with you." Succinct version: the secret filming is left. You can go away. Speaking of which, you are really lucky to meet the teacher. A kind passerby. Who told you where this is at the first time? Sieshichin sighed a little. It's still a little difficult for other students to know where they landed. That's a test that should be taken. Succinct version: your bodies being separated in 2 places is just a small test. You should feel lucky. Julian has turned into a poison purple slime. How can this be considered a small test? The things are handed over to Screeky. What can they use to exchange for the money to open the teleportation array? How can they get from Merim College to the dark jungle at the westernmost end of the continent within 3 days? Julian is going crazy. Does he really have to endure the broken limbs all the way to the end of the training, and then go back to slowly grow them back? This is too painful. Nathaniel stammered for a long time, and then tried to speak. Then, can we be lucky enough to get the help of the map? Of course. Sieshichin was very generous. But I only have the map of Merim. Do you need it? Nathaniel: yes. Take it. It's better than nothing? Under the supervision of Sieshichin's kind smile, the 2 brothers vomited out everything they got, and then left Merim in a depressed state. Before leaving, they heard Sieshichin assure them, "This is a big operation. Don't worry. The teacher will not be greedy for your achievements. He will just keep the things in a safer place. Believe me, I have firmly recorded every stroke and every action of yours in my notebook. When we return to Screech, it will be time for you to be commended. For some reason, Nathaniel always felt that Screech's commendation was full of threats and irony. I hope it's just his illusion. Nathaniel frowned. Amelia. Ocido. He missed everyone. Far to the west. Amelia, who was being talked about, calmly looked around her. The very recognizable building made her immediately clench the palm-sized scepter in her hand. Then she cursed secretly. Screech was crazy. Why did he move her? A necromancer. To the door of the Church of Light? And where is the elf? Has it been taken away by the people of the Church of Light? Before Amelia could think, the Knight of Light guarding the church at the door pointed his huge sword at Amelia and said in a serious tone, "Evil wizard, what is your purpose?" Evil wizard Amelia. Fuck. What should she do? Does Screech want her to die? Is this still safe? Is this also safe? Help. Help. What should she do? Amelia's mind was working fast. And seeing that the Knight of Light was about to take action, she subconsciously blurted out, "I am Lucius's man. I'm here to find Lucius." The pupils of the Knight of Light trembled. Is their Son of God so fickle? But most people shouldn't know the name of the Son of God, right? Not to mention that he is an evil wizard. The Knight of Light was a little unsure. Relatively speaking, the Ocido who left early were much happier. After waiting for a long time, he touched his chest and asked his teammates with some worry, "It's been so long. Why haven't they come yet?" Arabe was silent for a while and shook his head. "Wait a little longer. If we miss it, it will be even harder for Julian to come to us. That's why I have a bad feeling." Chapter 72. The little guys who made trouble together may not be able to reunite in the short term, but the things they made are still fermenting. The wizards' gathering ended in such an anticlimactic way, but the subsequent impact did not end there. The management took out most of the wizards' assets and finally compensated the losses of the wizards who came here. But this does not mean that everything has ended successfully. Their losses have not been calculated yet. The auction items are gone. The forbidden magic field exploded. The collection items disappeared without a trace. And I lost face in front of the great wizard. Winifie questioned the manager word by word. "Is this the plan you agreed on?" The manager clenched the wine glass expressionlessly. And when he glanced at Winifie, he suddenly chuckled. "Winifie, you question me? What qualifications do you have to question me? You agreed to all this, didn't you?" Winifie retorted excitedly, "But you clearly told me at the time." "Winifie." The manager's face fell. And he said coldly, "There is no free lunch in this world. Your face is too ugly." What? They were partners when nothing happened. But when something went wrong, it was her mismanagement. How could it be so good? She lowered her eyes and looked at the bright red wine in her hand. And her tone slowed down. "Don't worry. There are other plans later. What we need to do most now is to reduce the losses and find the people who caused us losses." "Right?" Winifie frowned tightly. And her tone became sarcastic. "If you can find it, why would you still be here to complain to me?" The manager slammed his glass on the table, obviously angry. "What do you mean?" Winifie didn't dodge, and directly put forward her request. "The reputation of the Wizard Association cannot be ruined. You declare that you are mismanaged and take all the responsibility. Change your identity and come in. We can discuss other things." Okay. So this is Winifie's idea." The manager's face twisted for a moment, and soon laughed angrily. "Okay. My dear Winifie, you have given such a good solution. If I don't agree, doesn't it prove that you and I are not of the same mind?" Winifie's expression eased a little. "I won't treat you unfairly. When you come back with a new identity, you will still be the manager of the Wizard Association. It just requires her to make up for the losses of the Wizard Association in her personal capacity. Right? How can the manager not understand what Winifie, the old witch, means? It's really interesting." Her nails gradually turned black. But Winifie, who was talking to herself, didn't notice it. The Wizard Association has been operating for so many years, and we do have a lot of systems that need to be revised. It's just the right opportunity to gain the trust of the wizards again. We must. She looked down in disbelief. There was a slender hand inserted in her chest, with claw-like fingers, closely fitting her heart, as if it could take her heart at any time. Winnie could even feel the loss of her vitality. But she couldn't gather any strength or magic at all. What happened? The manager laughed, licked her lips, and deliberately pressed against Winnie. So close that even the breath she exhaled could be seamlessly transmitted into Winnie's ears. My dear sister, do you know? I have been jealous of you since I was a child, said the manager in the softest voice, saying the most vicious words. Why can you become a wizard when you are not as talented as me? I really can't accept it. Winifie's eyes widened. You. The manager stroked Winifie's heart gently with his fingers, like comforting a baby, causing waves of pain. Winifie was so painful that she couldn't even speak. The manager continued, but it doesn't matter. Sister, your plan is very good. And I think it's very good. So, we are all sisters. You can die for me. Right? After she finished speaking, she clenched her fingers and crushed Winifred's last chance of life. The manager quietly watched the shadow that had been with him since childhood fall to the ground. Unable to say any disgusting words, his expression gradually disappeared, and he lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. What a pity. The manager took out a bottle of corpse-dissolving potion that he carried with him and dripped a drop on Winifred. Soon, transparent blood bubbles gradually appeared on Winifred's body and disappeared within a quarter of an hour. Except for a pool of blood on the entire ground, there was no trace of Winifred's existence. The manager sat on the sofa as usual, picked up the red wine glass, crossed his legs, and shook the bell in the room nonchalantly. Ding ding dong dong. A beautiful maid bowed her head and walked in silently to pay her respects. As if she didn't notice anything, she lowered her head and carefully cleaned the stains in the room. Tell them that the manager has fled for fear of crime. Winifie, am not good at management. I can only take some extraordinary measures in the future. I hope those wizards will not be too angry. Winifie. After the cold voice finished speaking, the maid paused, responded, and asked respectfully, Are there any other measures that I need to notify you of? Winifie knocked on the wall of the cup. Looking farsighted, spread the news that the Mercenary Association captured elves and found someone to cast a dark spell, and focus on taking care of the elves. The maid cleaned up the last bit of stain and quietly left the room. Winifie was left alone, drinking red wine quietly and looking at the evidence she had sorted out. The entire plan was completed well in the early stage, and the only unexpected things were 2 points. One was the sudden appearance of the rising stars Vera and Amy, who were like an open target, and it was hard for her not to be suspicious. The other was the mysterious wizard who could use magic fluently in the forbidden magic area. According to the confession she got, the gatekeeper said that the wizard entered by relying on the wizard's breath. The gatekeeper lied, worried that he would be accused of poor supervision. But the breath was very mixed. But it was very familiar, and they couldn't recognize it. Then, this wizard is very likely to be one of the core wizards of the 13 Wizards Association. Any wizard is possible, even if they may have interests involved with her. And the so-called explosion. She also personally checked. The original conversion array was tampered with. The person behind the tampering was very clever. Not only did not destroy the internal conversion array, but also just added a few more strokes, and changed the array into a forbidden spell destruction array. Coincidentally, by mistake, in order to make their plan go smoothly, they left a lot of high-level magic stones there, meeting one of the conditions for activating the forbidden spell array, because someone activated the teleportation magic in advance. This forbidden magic area was distorted for a moment. After being captured by the forbidden spell array, the conditions were met by accident, and finally a big explosion occurred. Are there really so many accidents? Winifie. I don't believe it. The culprit who caused all these chain reactions should be the mysterious wizard. It is even possible that Vera and Amy are also the wizard's subordinates. The purpose is to let them attract her attention, so that she can perform delicate operations behind the scenes. Many people know that she likes red, but not many can take advantage of her jealousy. Winifie, thinking about all the suspicious candidates, adhering to the idea of killing the wrong person rather than letting him go. She thought that she still needed to clean up the Wizard Association. It's okay. It's okay. Winifie, this is just a necessary cleanup. A temporary hibernation will bring a stronger future. Winifie lowered her voice, talked to herself, and suddenly clinked glasses with herself, and smiled and passed the wine to her mouth. Anyway, the Wizard Association is going to change. So let's make a big fuss and let her see how many people will follow suit. Even if the people from the Wizard Association don't make a big fuss. Xie Shichen can foresee how much involvement this matter will have in the future. It is impossible to keep a low profile. At most, he can cover up the identity of the students well before they are able to be exposed. Of course, Xie Shichen can't take on this kind of hard work alone. He contacted Fanny without hesitation and asked Fanny to send a cooing pigeon over as soon as possible. He had something urgent to talk to Fanny about. Fanny was confused. What kind of things can't be done with school easy pass, but need to be done with Cuckoo Pigeon? But she still hurried to deliver it, because Screech had written a perfect summary report for her before, saving her a lot of work. It took a little time for the Cuckoo Pigeon to fly over. When Fanny used the Cuckoo Pigeon to speak, Xie Shichen was slowly trimming the flowers and plants in the garden. Screech, are you in a hurry or not? Xie Shichen thought for a while, not very anxious. But it's still faster to communicate with words. Fanny was speechless. Okay. Hurry up and tell me. I'm very busy here. What's the hurry? Xie Shichen put down his tools, found a clean flower bed, and sat down, thinking about how to start. After a while, Xie Shichen considered his words. Your student seems to have caused a big trouble. Fanny was silent for 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, and made a quick decision. It's your student. Xie Shichen, Fanny spoke quickly. Screech, you said you were the leader of the team. Don't think about asking me to help you clean up the mess. I absolutely can't take on this. Xie Shichen interrupted. It's good news. Fanny changed the subject. Go on. I'm listening. She didn't mention that she was about to cut off the connection with the cooing pigeons. Xie Shichen pulled the corners of his mouth speechlessly. He still resigned himself to his fate, and continued to explain to Fanny the trouble the little guys had caused. The good news now is that the identity of the little guys has not been exposed. But there are still some hidden dangers. You can pay attention to the latest news. If there is any news, I hope I can help guide the wind direction, Xie Shichen said, smiling. For you, this is also big news, isn't it? Yes. But Fanny thought of the newspaper under her name and hesitated. You know, our newspaper doesn't have a suitable one to publish this news. Put it in the student newspaper? Wouldn't that imply that this matter is related to students? The Stern Magic Journal is even worse. This newspaper has to take the path of authority. Basically, even if it is a little relaxed, it must carry academic knowledge. Xie Shichen didn't think so. Fanny, an entertainment student newspaper doesn't just report on student affairs. That would narrow the channels of choice, wouldn't it? Xie Shichen paused when he said this. He turned his head slightly to glance behind him, and then came back to continue his suggestion as if nothing had happened. It would be best to have a newspaper that entertains students, such as providing them with more news, like when the school starts, analyzing the pros and cons of each magic school and its enrollment needs, or any major changes in the magic world. Not focusing on the private lives of magicians, but focusing on current affairs. Isn't that better and more comprehensive? Xie Shichen added casually. You can also charge advertising fees. Those magic schools that want better students will have to rely on you to help brag. Fanny, shock. What should I do? I'm so excited. Scritch is right. If it's just to make students famous, there won't be such a large customer base. You know, not all students have such a legendary identity. Will she only do business with aristocratic students in the future? But once it is positioned as a student-based newspaper, it is estimated that this student newspaper will not be widely circulated in the future. Now everything is going well. Also because Xie Shichen has come up with an auditor system, and has also dragged many powerful trainers into it. Her student newspaper has benefited from the exclusive coverage of the event, which naturally attracted a lot of attention. But what about later? She always has to arrange more and wider content. Fanny has also been troubled by this matter recently. But it is still early, so she is not so anxious. Now Xie Shichen has provided her with a new idea. Since her original intention is for students, she should not be limited to students in the newspaper, but should expand the scope. The news that students need to read, helping students expand their audience, and students' experience and deeds, are all what she can do. Ah, Screech, you really make my heart beat every time. I just love you to death. Fanny stood up excitedly, eager to report the matter now. Xie Shichen felt a chill on his back after being praised by this series of rainbow farts. Excuse me. Fanny, your heartbeat is really cheap. Fanny snorted, That's because you don't understand romance. Screech. For a young and beautiful magician like me, a heartbeat can attract many men. Fortunately, I don't understand romance, Shichen complained. I don't want to charge into battle for others. Fanny choked. Forget it. What's there to say to Screech? He's just a wooden man who doesn't understand romance. She got back to the point. I find someone to keep watching over there. If there's any movement from the Wizarding Society, I put it in the entertainment newspaper at any time. Don't worry. I'm very good at manipulating public opinion. At this point, Fanny seemed to remember something. By the way, in this way, the elimination of your auditors won't occupy the best section. The first round of eliminations, which lasted for 2 weeks, was about to begin. She felt a little guilty about suddenly moving the pages of the auditors to a corner. Shichen sneered. You've already planned this, haven't you? Fanny chuckled. You still understand me, Anshin. Oh my god. I don't know what I would do without you. Yes. She was getting tired of the weak operations of the auditors, and the comparisons with Meow Meow. Anyway, up to now, they have been attacking at a lower level. The recent entertainment newspapers have been unsaleable. It seems that everyone is also tired of the aesthetics. After that, they will broadcast it regularly. The foundation of trust has been established before, and there is no need to worry about students biting back in the future. They also have the necessary evidence. Fanny feels that the time is right, and it is time to move on to the next step. Unfortunately, the auditors have not been eliminated yet, and there is no follow-up result. It is still a bit inappropriate for her to move on to the next step. The news Shichen sent her is simply a surprise. Well, I have to trouble you to take care of the college. I have to follow these mischievous little guys to prevent them from making big mistakes. Fanny was extremely envious when she heard this. I wish I could follow you. Shichen smiled slightly. You can hang up now. Demolish the bridge after crossing it. Throw it away after use. Fanny gritted her teeth and hung up the chat with the cooing pigeon. Forget it. For the sake of the good news, she won't bother with Screech. After the cooing pigeon cut off the magic, it cooed and flew back. Shichen watched the pigeon go away, slowly looked behind him, and said calmly, since Master Gore has heard it, come out. He joked with a fake smile. It's not a gentlemanly behavior to eavesdrop like this. What do you think? Behind a big tree not far behind Shichen, Gore Joe stepped out in a panic, and his first reaction was to apologize. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I just... Gore Joe stammered for a long time to explain, and finally said in annoyance, I'm a fan of the Stern Journal. Shichen opened his eyes slightly, and seemed a little surprised. You like the Stern Journal to the point of eavesdropping on the conversation of the editor-in-chief of Stern? Gore Joe knew that this reason was untenable and fell silent. Shichen waited for Gore Joe's explanation, but he didn't get an answer for a long time. He didn't care and emphasized to Gore Joe, Master Gore, although you are very good at magic, I think people should be more polite. What do you think? Gore Joe kept saying sorry. Shichen had no choice but to bend over to pick up the tools and continue to trim the flowers and plants. He obviously didn't have the interest to continue chatting. But what was strange was that, even though Shichen had shown such indifference, Gore Joe still approached with a thick skin, as if he couldn't read people's faces. Shichen's face turned cold. Sir Gore Joe, please don't disturb me while I'm working. Thank you. No matter how strange Gore Joe was, for Shichen, this kind of behavior of not speaking and always asking him to guess, and forcing him to come over when he didn't guess, was very damaging to his good impression. He wasn't his student. Why would he guess? Gore Joe also knew that he was annoying, but he had no choice. He wanted to know the relationship between Fanny and Screech too much. He hesitated for a long time and asked carefully, I didn't eavesdrop on her on purpose. I just heard her call you Screech. So, are you the principal of Screech School of Magic? Shichen didn't answer, but just looked up and looked at Gore Joe leisurely. Gore Joe was a little embarrassed to respond because of his silence, but he still continued, don't worry. I won't tell the principal of Malum about you. I just wanted to ask. After a pause, he became more cautious. What is your relationship with Fanny Stern? Shichen, ? He hesitated for a while and asked back, what is your relationship with Fanny Stern? Gore Joe was silent for a while, hardened his heart and shook his head. No relationship. I just heard that she is the editor-in-chief of the Stern Journal. Very Very talented. Speaking of this, Gorjo's cheeks were slightly red, with the posture of a young boy in love, which made Xieshichen's face full of indescribable, as if he had eaten shit. You like her? Xieshichen was too lazy to beat around the bush, and directly pointed out the news that was written on some people's faces. Gorjo was shocked. How do you know? Did she even tell you this? Xieshichen was even more silent. This reaction. Is it more than just liking? Reason told Xieshichen that it would be best to stop here. He should not explore his colleagues' affairs behind their backs too much. But emotionally, Xieshichen said with interest, yes. Have you been together? Did they just get upset later? Gorjo looked at Xieshichen blankly. He didn't understand why Xieshichen guessed it right. Or did he already know it, and just wanted to test his reaction? Gorjo suddenly felt sad. She even told you this. What is your relationship? Xieshichen didn't understand. Is this something that is difficult to say? He said, we are colleagues. Fanny likes my students very much and decided to teach at Screech. I also occasionally help her think about the content of the journal. Occasionally. Gorjo thought of the latest issue of the Stern Magic Journal. The special topic summary on it was almost exactly the same as the one Xieshichen handed him. Occasionally, some sentences were polished by Fanny. He could see it. This was like a child conceived by Screech and Fanny. Gorjo was jealous and envious, and even almost went crazy. At that time, he wanted to block the young man who suddenly appeared in front of him. Question their relationship. Ask why he appeared in front of him. And ask why he could make Fanny like him. But in the end, he still backed off. He was no longer qualified to do so. Thinking of this, Gorjo cried even more aggrievedly. How could you be ordinary colleagues? Impossible. Gorjo broke down emotionally. She didn't let me tell anyone that I had a relationship with her. But she could easily tell you about our affairs. How could this be ordinary? Gorjo didn't believe it. Xieshichen choked. Not understanding. Why don't you say it? Could it be that this Gorjo has some unspeakable problem? Fortunately, he has decided not to have this teacher. Otherwise it would be a headache to take him back. Perhaps Gorjo's class was still very good and gave Xieshichen a good impression. He was still patient and talked to Gorjo. Just think of it as a small handle on Fanny. Gorjo was dejected when he heard this. She said that I was boring like a fool who only knew how to read. And I didn't understand romance at all. So she couldn't even keep her heart moving. She hoped that I wouldn't say that I had been with her when I went out. As he spoke, Gorjo's eyes were filled with mist. She said that she was afraid that others would question the type of person she liked. And then it would be difficult to get rid of being single. Xieshichen. Ha. It really could be Fanny who said that. But Xieshichen dared to guarantee that when Fanny said that, she definitely didn't expect that this ex would really take such a complaint seriously and practice it seriously. No wonder when asked before, he always hesitantly said that he was a fan of the Stern Journal. Xieshichen remembered this point like crazy, and must tease Fanny when he has time. Now he tried to suppress his smile, like a close brother, curiously answering, but I really don't have much to do with her. She might even say that she is attracted to her students. Is Professor Gore too sensitive? Gorjo was about to burst into tears. She never said that she is attracted to me. No. Oh. If being attracted to someone's beauty is considered to be attracted to someone, then Gorjo barely had that one time. Xieshichen no longer knew how to move forward. He was a professional teacher who had taken psychology as an elective and obtained a double degree. He was very professional and would not smile under normal circumstances. But that was in a professional setting. Now Xieshichen still couldn't help it. Lowered his head, clenched his fists to cover his mouth, and laughed softly. Gorjo wiped away his tears. And he couldn't stop talking about this topic for 3 days and 3 nights. She always writes the summary of her special topic of the Stern Journal by herself. Before, I wanted to help. But she thought my writing was dull, and didn't want me. But you still despise it. Speaking of this, Gorjo had the kind of resentment of a wild boar that couldn't eat fine bran. Fanny is so good. Fanny gave him so many opportunities. But he was still picky. This opportunity. He couldn't even get it before. Xieshichen was really helpless with the love brain. Never expected that this seemingly reliable mentor was actually a love brain, and had a close relationship with his partner. Hey, office romance is not recommended. Xieshichen barely comforted Gorjo. It's my problem. I took some students out to study, and Fanny was too busy. So I lowered the standard. Although Gorjo was not persuaded. His attitude softened. He knew that Xie Shichen's willingness to explain to him was enough to prove that he and Fanny really had nothing to do with each other. He was just a stranger who had nothing to do with Fanny. At most, they had a little bit of a previous relationship. He shouldn't care about Fanny's affairs. But Gorjo couldn't help it. He was over 50 years old and had only had one love affair. And he fell in love with it. It was Gorjo's honor and misfortune to fall in love with the youngest and most beautiful magician Fanny. He still hasn't gotten over it, and feels that he will only like such a dazzling girl in his life. Unfortunately, Fanny's brilliance is destined to be followed by many magicians, and he is just the most studious and mediocre one among them. Of course. Do you think Gorjo will give up? Impossible, since Fanny is willing to mention him in front of her ordinary colleagues. Then if he gets closer, it won't cause Fanny any great trouble. Right? He swears that he will definitely behave himself. Gorjo whispered to Xie Shichen, "Are you still hiring teachers at Screech?" Xie Shichen said without hesitation, "Yes. Many teachers have left our Screech. Otherwise Fanny wouldn't be so busy." He originally wanted to continue explaining the ghostwriting issue he mentioned before. It's better to have less trouble than more. It's not good to offend a great tutor. Just make it clear if you can. When Xie Shichen saw Gorjo's sparkling expression, he realized that something seemed wrong. Gorjo coughed lightly and cautiously probed, Then can I apply for the job?" Xie Shichen, You guys are really cunning and persistent in love. Just when he was about to refuse, Gorjo had learned his lesson and spoke at a rapid pace. "You can see that I am still very good in class." "Really? But these students have been teasing me about my broken heart before. So I became a little depressed. But, he racked his brains to talk about his advantages. "I am a dual-element magician. I know how to combine dual-element magic. And I also know a lot of knowledge. I have read a lot of books." Xie Shichen couldn't bear to refuse. But he still had to say that he refused office romance. Especially for teachers like Gorjo who were easily influenced by emotions. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gore. You don't quite meet the teacher application standards of our college." Gorjo was anxious. And with tears in his eyes, he stepped forward and held Xie Shichen's hand and refused to let him go, thinking of all his own advantages. I know a lot of mentors like me. I can introduce you. From Merim or other colleges. I can talk to them." The kind and innocent Gorjo was always popular with everyone. Everyone liked to complain to Gorjo when they had some gossip or something went wrong. And then they realized that they were not doing well and tried to make up for it. Over time, Gorjo became a person that everyone in the Magic Academy could talk to. To be honest, Xie Shichen was very tempted. Didn't he come here just to poach people? Now there was someone to recommend him. Principal Xie, whose conscience had not been completely extinguished, still reluctantly refused. "I'm sorry. I still want to follow Fanny's opinion." "I think you do too? Woohoo! Is there no other chance?" "He hasn't seen Fanny for several years," Gorjo said frustratedly. "I know. Fanny has to be willing. She doesn't want to see me at all." Xie Shichen patted Gorjo's shoulder. "You can't say that, buddy. Fanny is so humorous. She may have forgotten you. How could she not want to see you?" Gorjo, he sniffed, not wanting to admit that what Xie Shichen said was very likely, and said, I see you have been following the class these days. There should be a teacher you value. I can help you convince them." Gorjo felt that he had been bragging a bit, and said strictly, "Some teachers. I can only give you some news for the rest." Xie Shichen was also very moved. What kind of top-love brain is this? Knowing that he will probably be forgotten by his ex, he still conscientiously helps the colleague with whom his ex has a good relationship. This corner is simply a golden corner, and Xie Shichen can hardly resist digging. He instantly threw aside his little conscience and hung a carrot for this donkey. "I thought about it. Fanny is so good. How could she say such sarcastic words? Maybe there is some misunderstanding? How about this? You help me say something good to the teachers, and I will help you say something good to Fanny quietly. How about that?" Xie Shichen said with a smile. "If Fanny doesn't mind, I will recruit you. But I hope that Professor Gore can be more professional and not delay the course because of his emotional problems with Fanny. I don't think Fanny wants to see this happen. Just call me Gore." Gorjo straightened up like a chicken blood and said very excitedly, "Don't worry, Principal. I will. I really won't disturb Fanny. I swear. I haven't disturbed Fanny's life for 5 years. I remember everything she said. Xie, what about the students' courses? Gorjo was stuck and hesitant. Can Fanny order me? I can't really guarantee. Xie, Okay. You top love brains still have to listen to the orders of your ex to execute perfectly. Right? This brain zombie wouldn't eat. Right? Xie eyes were very complicated. If he wasn't sure that Gorjo was really sad, he would have thought that it was a young couple feeding him dog food. He felt that his eyes were a little painful now. I may need to contact Fanny. You? Xie politely drove him away. Gorjo was reluctant to leave, but he still walked away looking back every step. There was no way. He had promised Fanny that if Fanny didn't take the initiative, he would never disturb Fanny's life. Don't think Xie was very easy to ask questions. That's because he really knew Fanny. You know, Gorjo heard so many gossips from friends, but no friend knew that Gorjo and Fanny were in love. At most, they knew that Gorjo had someone in his heart that he couldn't get, and he was heartbroken for the other person every day. There was also a perceptive tutor who saw him buying the Stand journal every day, and guessed that the person he liked was a big shot who had been on the journal. No one knows that it was Editor-in-Chief Stern. It's the same now. He should not cause trouble to Screech and Fanny. And Xie? He was full of gossip, using a very serious tool like School Easy Pass to ask Fanny about her ex. Principal Xie, I seem to have run into your ex just now. I swear, Fanny, I didn't know this on purpose. After he knew that I was in contact with you, his attitude was too strange. I tried to test it and found it out. Principal Xie, but he is somewhat to my taste. So, how is your relationship with your ex? Xie didn't mean to be so vague. He had to test Fanny's attitude first. If there was really something unpleasant, he couldn't go against his conscience and let his good friend suffer. Right? No matter how much benefit he got, he could only give Gore a little more compensation. Fanny didn't seem to be too busy. She replied as soon as she saw the message. Would Fanny, oh my god. Anshin, did the iron tree bloom? You actually have someone you like? This makes me look really unattractive. Mushi Fanny, it's okay. Anshin, you can pursue her without worry. Every one of my exes broke up very coolly. Believe me, I have absolutely no dirty or involved relationship with them. Mushi Fanny, by the way, which ex are you talking about? I can give you some help. Principal Xie, Gorjo. I'm not pursuing him. I want to recruit him as a teacher. You know, the college is always short of teachers. Mushi Fanny, okay. I was wondering how Screech, who was so unromantic, suddenly became smart. Would Fanny, don't worry. Don't be nervous. My exes and I are clean enough to be good friends. You can hire us without worry. But, are you sure it's my ex? Why don't I have any impression of him? Xie, He knew it. Xie had to give Fanny a little more information so that Fanny could remember a little bit. Lest this newly recruited top love-minded mentor burst into tears again because of a colleague's unintentional UR. Thanks to Xie, Fanny finally remembered such a person. She was speechless. So she asked the cooing pigeon, which had not yet flown far, to come back and connect the communication, and refuted him immediately. Screech, what kind of ex is he? I didn't even date him for more than 10 days. We were still collaborating on a manuscript for the Stern Journal. And we didn't even hold hands. And we tried it. But we broke up when we were not suitable. How could we have any relationship? Are all you older single men like this? You have been in love with everyone you see? Fanny was very confused and puzzled. But he has so many friends. How can he still remember me? Xie, first of all, I am not yet 30 years old this year. I am still very young. It is not good to question a man's age. Secondly, he told me in person that you were together, and you were his first love. He endured not to disturb you for 5 years. Xie sighed in an aria. What a touching friendship. Fanny, She shouldn't have come back stubbornly. Chapter 73. Fanny is a very thick-skinned and very cool woman. She can joke with Xie, make some harmless bets with Xie, and even tease Xie for being an old virgin. It can be said that she has never been broken. Except that Xie used work to torture her in a despicable way. Basically, they have been back and forth. But this time, Fanny was broken. She really wanted to call him a psychopath. Of course, she was not scolding Xie who teased her. But that Gorjo? Because they had never even held hands. And they were at most on official business in 10 days. Occasionally with a little ambiguity. And it ended before they could even talk. How could he have been thinking about her for 5 years, just because of a short experience of 10 days? And was caught and used by Sieshichin? Don't ask Fanny how she knew she was used. Otherwise, with Screech's personality, would he be so happy? Impossible. Fanny gritted her teeth. And she was so angry that she decided to check the learning progress of the auditors to relieve her stress. After all, Screech said something right. Although it was very annoying when students racked their brains to answer questions and were easily distracted during class. It was more pleasant to see the students' trembling expressions, fearing that it would be their turn next. So, although Fanny didn't have the auditor's classes today, she could still go and listen. The little ones' classes were in the afternoon, and it was unknown how many of them would be able to attend on time. Fanny still felt a little regretful. Auditors were not as fun as the little ones after all. Fanny sighed, and looking at the auditors of varying quality, her head ached again. Eugene was teaching this class in order to give auditors a relatively comprehensive understanding of the college. In addition to the professional course of mental foundation that required assessment, they would also have some interest courses that attracted them. For example, Maksuzi's multiplayer fighting melee, Fanny's forest tracking, and Eugene's alchemy adventure. What interesting names! The core teachers who came up with these names praised their ability to package their courses. Of course, as to whether these courses called interest courses can really attract the interest of auditors, that is a matter of opinion. Anyway, if Miami were present, they probably wouldn't think that this was an interest course. This class is the alchemy adventure. Alchemy, adventure. These two unrelated words, when combined together, exploded with a power comparable to that of a forbidden spell. And the 13 sparse auditors who were left could be said to enjoy the small class treatment of regular students in the academy. Eugene took a glance and could see everyone's movements. As an alchemy course, auditors need to successfully refine a bottle of funny potion under Eugene's guidance. But everyone's funny potion is different. They only have the basics, and Eugene's individual guidance, and there is no other reference method. Oh, yes. I have to add that funny potions are different from ordinary alchemical potions. They are very low threshold and interesting alchemical potions. Some alchemists don't even think they are qualified to be alchemical products. In other words, as long as they are careful, they don't even need mental guidance or overly strict measuring scales. And they have a 70% chance of refining a bottle of potion. But most of these potions are mainly funny. Such as drinking a bottle of potion will make you cry. Drinking it will make you laugh for 10 minutes. And itching all over your body for 10 minutes. The effect is very short, and can be eliminated by magic. Specifically refers to magicians, who have reached the intermediate magician level. Unfortunately, these auditors are not so suitable. So if they are caught, they may have to endure the pain for 10 minutes. After all, these potions must be drunk. But Eugene kindly told them that he had modified the formula of the potion. And the higher the degree of completion, the less pain. But in this case, how can it be considered a great adventure? Oh, thank Fanny, Eugene thought. If it weren't for Fanny's help, he wouldn't have thought of such an interesting course, and couldn't win the hearts of the students. After learning, he felt that he had come up with a lot of good ideas, and he was waiting for Miamu to come back and try them out. He also envied the relationship between Miamu and Screech, which was both a teacher and a friend. I digressed. Anyway, the adventure was to be played before the students made the potion. Eugene also said, if you don't want to taste the effect of the potion yourself, you can also let others taste it in the next adventure. It's a very simple game. In the magic forest built by Fanny, they will randomly throw auditors in. The auditors have a bottle of potion, and a bottle of recovery potion dyed the same color by Eugene. As long as you meet and see other students, you can give a random bottle of potion in your hand to this student until the game ends half an hour later. Students need to drink all the potions in their hands. As for the effect, it depends on luck. So how can you avoid drinking the potion? It's simple. Try to hide well. When you see the other party doesn't see you. So you can avoid getting the potion. Although Fanny's forest maze is small, there are so many twists and turns, and everyone has a chance. Isn't it interesting? Eugene was shocked by this game at that time. And he is still complacently emphasizing to the auditors how interesting it is. When the previous batch of students were here, I was too honest and rigid, And I didn't think of so many novel ideas, which made them regret their studies. Eugene was very emotional. When they come back, I have to compensate them well. Auditors present, So, can't we compensate them directly? Why must they use it? They really don't need it. They don't need it. They don't need it. Even the students who originally wanted to hold on for 3 months and then say goodbye to Screech arrogantly were full of bitterness and wanted to be eliminated immediately. Is this Screech School of Magic really a place for people to stay? Fanny even took the trouble to record the precious images. These are all real materials. I believe that after the appearance of this photo stone, everyone will definitely be more curious about Screech. Oh, it's hard to say whether they are willing to come to Screech to study. Fanny touched her chin and decided to send it out. If she didn't prepare herself mentally, how many students would be eliminated next year? Wouldn't their hard work be in vain? Besides, after sending out this newspaper, her dear students would have the opportunity to meet her from a distance. Fanny believed that they would miss the college very much. Fanny's photo stone was placed at a very tricky angle. She could see every movement of the auditors from 360 degrees, clearly and well capturing details. Eugene is a good teacher. A good teacher without bad taste. He corrects students' mistakes in a strict manner, and points out the shortcomings seriously every time. And then asks, so what do you think you should do at this time? Auditor, He is not an alchemist. How do they know? But they dare not speak out. Because Eugene's eyes are too deep, as if they hide endless darkness. Even the most arrogant auditor. Ah no. It was so funny. The most arrogant auditors were all eliminated. The auditors, like quails, stuttered and answered with an answer that they had racked their brains to come up with. Seeing that Eugene was not very satisfied, some timid auditors even burst into tears. Yes, I'm sorry. Sob. The auditor wiped his tears and tried to steady his hands. I didn't mean it. I really didn't know. I will stay up late and study hard when I go back. Sob. Eugene got it. Although he was helpless and speechless, the good teacher still generously and meticulously explained the principles and methods to the students, and even the means that can be used. He did not directly give a best answer. Alchemy techniques and even various orders are mostly up to the alchemist. There is no best, only the most suitable. They have to explore and experience it themselves. Excellent alchemists can adapt to a variety of methods, and now they don't need to care too much about the method. This is just a funny potion, not so much technical content. Eugene finished teaching one by one. Every student was pale and trembling at best, and couldn't hold back their tears at worst. Fanny was amused and laughed as Eugene walked out of the classroom dejectedly. I didn't expect that you have such a talent as a homeroom teacher, Mr. Eugene. It was just a joke. Who doesn't know that he was saying that Eugene was serious and scary? Eugene was also confused. Shouldn't I be the easiest to get along with among the three? No. For teachers? Why are they so timid? Fanny suppressed her laughter. You are the easiest to get along with. Why do you think so? Eugene said calmly. I never add pressure and burden to students. Eugene is very confident about this, compared to the principal's fake smile. Fanny's two-legged battle royale. And Emoshiuzi's excited a little more. Haven't you eaten yet? The extreme oppression. Eugene is simply a white lotus in Screech. He doesn't make trouble, teaches students conscientiously, and is serious and meticulous. After listening to the class, the students all say that the teaching is good. Fanny couldn't help laughing when listening to Eugene's analysis. Eugene, did you really not notice? Fanny couldn't hold back her laughter. Your laboratory contribution point missions are so expensive, but only Arabella and Fry dare to take them. Why? Eugene guessed. Because cleaning the laboratory is more delicate, and other little guys don't have this confidence. No. Fanny raised her index finger and waved it left and right, saying mysteriously, because if I go to clean it slowly, you may catch me and use it for alchemy. Every time I take your class, I can see that the students are so depressed as if they were sucked by a succubus. Julian even cried with red eyes several times. Didn't you notice anything? Eugene, He really didn't know. He thought he was very kind. But when they come back this time, they should all cry. Fanny touched her chin. Eugene, the scary teacher, has learned more interesting tricks. Wow. I really want to see the rich expressions of the little guys. Eugene said stubbornly. It's impossible to see them. They have learned micro-expressions and the art of language. Screech won't let them go easily. Fanny thought about it, and it was true. The most bullied stage was taken away by Screech, which really made it less interesting. Fanny shrugged and noticed that the time was almost up. She said to Eugene, "It's time to see how the auditors are having fun. I'm going to build a forest. Wow. When I think of that scene, I'm full of energy. Even with this frequent use of magic." Fanny felt that her bottleneck would soon be loosened. Eugene watched Fanny leave with mixed feelings. Still unwilling to believe that he was so unpopular, he decided to find more interesting activities and try them one by one. He didn't believe that students wouldn't get close to him. Fanny's maze was not built very big. It was originally meant to reflect the excitement of being found at any time. Wasn't it? The non-aggressive forest rose from the ground and lasted for about half an hour. Fanny used the flying technique to look down at her forest maze in midair. After confirming that it was complicated but not so complicated that it was easy to hide, she easily stopped. Soon, Eugene also came with 13 auditors. Each of these students held a reagent of a different color. But unfortunately, the 2 bottles of reagent in their hands were the same. And even the smell was exactly the same. Before they got it, Eugene tossed it with his left and right hands several times. And it was impossible to tell which bottle was made by them. There was also an auditor who had not stopped crying since the beginning of this class. And now looking at the dense forest, he almost sat down on the ground. Don't cry out loud. It's easy to be discovered when you hide. Fanny sat on the teaching stick and slowly lowered to a certain height. She was still dressed beautifully, revealing a pair of white long legs, crossed, and looked at the auditors with interest. Dear, please don't be too scared. After all, your first test will be conducted in this maze. Fanny was more like a caring elder sister at this time. Just think of it as a preliminary check, so that you won't be caught off guard later. Right? Is that so? An auditor asked tremblingly. What? When will the assessment start? Fanny hummed and calculated the time. About 3 or 4 days later. Really? The student's eyes lit up, and he was instantly motivated again. Wow. 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 He really doesn't want to stay any longer. He is now waiting for the first elimination to eliminate him severely. Formal. With a good appearance. It doesn't mean he is not motivated. Eugene's face turned black when he saw this useless look. For those who are passive in participating in the assessment, we can help them apply for a week-long review. The auditor, who was already thinking of retreating, do you, Screech, really want them to die? Is that right? Fanny blinked, suppressed her smile, waved her hand, and many vines appeared from nowhere, randomly picking up a student and rushing into the forest, and disappeared in an instant. Eugene snorted, "You are really unmotivated, and my kindness is in vain." Fanny teased, "Do you really need to give them a review period?" Eugene said calmly, "It's just to motivate them. Most students will still do their best. Except for novice. Most of the original 29 auditors, who had bad intentions and no perseverance, had been eliminated for various reasons. Those who stayed, even if they had ulterior motives, were relatively easy to discipline. They could not rule out the possibility that there were truly good talents among them. If they missed out on good talents because of those auditors with ulterior motives, or because the good talents were spineless, wouldn't it be a pity? Anyway, Screech had a way to deal with those who really had bad intentions. As for whether the good seedlings are willing to stay, Screech's school of magic is so good. When the seedlings they carefully cultivated come back and watch more interesting courses, will they not be willing to stay? Eugene is super confident. Fanny opened her mouth, but finally did not discourage her colleagues' enthusiasm. Forget it. When the teachers and reputation come out, there will always be sincere students coming. Fanny also watched the show leisurely. The 13 students were taken to various corners by the vines, and it can be said that there are almost no other people around. But there were many obstacles, and they could not guarantee that there was no one behind the obstacles. There seemed to be some secret magic running in the forest at all times. At least those who knew magic among them felt a blockage. They could not use magic. Perhaps it was just a balance mechanism. Most of them still did not know magic. Hollinger, the only civilian who successfully stayed among the auditors, was a highly talented junior magician recommended by the Magic Association. And he did not look down on other students because of this. Maybe this is just an interest class. But it doesn't mean that Screech's teacher won't make references. He must stay. Hollinger is a commoner, or even a pariah. His parents are servants in a noble manner, and they are slaves without free status. Because of adultery, his father was hanged by the master, and his mother was pitted by the manor owner because she was pregnant. She survived temporarily, but died of dystocia. As the son of a surviving slave, before his talent was awakened, he was the ball and toy of the young master of the manor, who could be abused by the young master of the manor, and even stepped on by other servants. But after his talent awakened, he was sent to the Magic Association by the owner of the manor, because he was worried that he would hate his youngest son and wanted to please the Magic Association. He was asked to sign a slave contract directly with the Magic Association, the kind with magical power. At least before Hollinger became a magician, could only be like a humble dog, begging for the mercy of the president of the Magic Association and obeying his orders. In order to protect the president's son, he was forcibly infused with magic power to the strength of a junior magician before leaving. And he also received a very strict order. He must get the quota of Screech's pre-reader. So, even if the president's son was eliminated and another civilian magician was forced to be eliminated to protect him, he had to stay and endure all kinds of inhuman training until he succeeded in staying. He didn't want to experience the result of not being able to stay. Hollinger looked around for a moment, and immediately chose a place he thought was relatively hidden and hid carefully. Now the rules are unclear. He plans to find a way to send all the potions in his hand, and then show off his skills in hiding until the end. He has been good at hiding since he was a child, and he believes that he can do better this time. Hollinger gradually slowed down his breathing, clenched the potion in his hand, and waited quietly. Rustle, rustle, rustle. There are not only winding trees in the forest, but also many vines and bushes. Fortunately, there are no monsters. Otherwise it would be difficult to hide. As time passed, Hollinger finally waited for the person he was waiting for. It was a fiery red-haired auditor who kept cursing. Next to him, there was a fair-skinned boy who was crying and hiccuping. Or was it a girl? Hollinger couldn't confirm. Stop crying. Are you a girl or am I a girl? The red-haired boy rubbed his head angrily. If you're scared, I give you a drink when we get out. The crying boy shook his head. I didn't mean to. I seemed to be careless and took a sip, and my tears couldn't stop. The red-haired boy was silent, looking at the boy with an indescribable expression. Are you sick? The crying boy choked up. I just wanted to try it. I was afraid I sent it to the wrong person. I didn't know that after taking a sip, it would keep like this. Whoa! The red-haired boy reacted. Then the other one in your hand is the recovery potion. Drink it quickly. The crying boy was even more sad. I'm afraid I will drink too much medicine later. I want to prepare a bottle. Hollinger, He couldn't bear to bully them because they were so stupid. Forget it. Let's give each person a bottle and see if they are lucky. How should he send the potion up? Hollinger was still thinking when his ankle was suddenly pulled. Hollinger's heart tightened. If it weren't for Screech, who was still safe, he would have jumped up immediately. Hollinger resisted his conditioned reflex, slowly lowered his head, and saw the thing that tied his ankle. It was a small dark green vine, very small and cute, with the buds on the top slightly bent, as if waving to Hollinger. Could it be? Hollinger tentatively put 2 bottles of potion in front of the vine. Sure enough, the vine subconsciously circled the 2 bottles of potion. Just when Hollinger breathed a sigh of relief, the vine suddenly appeared very abruptly, and made a mad noise towards the audience not far away. Hollinger, surprise! Red-haired and crying boy, surprise! Fanny spoke leisurely at the right time. Smart Hollinger saw the 2 friends and successfully emptied the potion on his body. Hollinger, F***K. He ran non-stop with his body bent and desperate, and even had to find a good place to stay. Once he was seen by the other side, the potion he sent out would be returned. There must be a bottle of funny potion that makes you cry. Hollinger gritted his teeth. Never before had he felt so strong in his desire to complain. Fanny smiled and shared her experience with Eugene. You see, it's easy to get along well with students this way. Oh, look at Hollinger's little expression. How happy he is. Eugene looked at Fanny meaningfully and nodded in agreement. You're right. Who cares if he's happy or not? Anyway, the distance has shortened, isn't it? The 13 auditors who heard Eugene and Fanny's words all showed expressions like they were eating shit. This is really outrageous. It seems that Fanny's shouting was the first shot of the chaos, and all the auditors were no longer afraid. Even if they were discovered, they had to send out a bottle, and the main point was fairness. Fanny was not tired, and she announced it every time she saw someone sending out the potion. Just like explaining the competition, her vines became more and more outrageous, and even stopped after guiding the students who were sent the potion for more than 10 meters, making the students who had to hide and run while sending the potion as embarrassed as possible. Ah, I won't run anymore. The crying boy was tired. Anyway, I still have a bottle of recovery potion. Drink as much as you want. One of the potions that Hollinger handed to them was a recovery potion. In order to try the effect, he drank the one he got. After drinking it, it felt like eating chili peppers, and his whole body was burning. The red-haired boy had to give him the recovery potion in his hand to drink to relieve the situation. But the crying boy was also a righteous man, so he asked the red-haired man to keep the potion that was definitely a recovery potion, and the red-haired man could choose one of his 2 bottles to give him. It was like saving a bottle of recovery potion for the red-haired guy. Unfortunately, he drank another bottle of funny potion, and then drank the red-haired guy's bottle of recovery potion. Although the effect was not as good as expected, it was already very good. Holding his own recovery potion, the crying boy separated from the red-haired guy and prepared to find a place to hide until the end of the game. Turning around, he met a stupid figure. Swish. Under his trousers, a vine pulled his ankle, as if asking for potion. But, can you not give it to me? Without needing Ivy to answer, Fanny seemed to be able to hear her, and added leisurely, everyone who has met each other must exchange potions. This is a kind of atmosphere of unity. The crying boy, who only had 1 bottle of recovery potion left, turned pale instantly. Ah! Let him die. Let him die. He might as well have drunk it right then. Drank it. Such situations are not uncommon. Most students are very cautious and timid, so there are many scenes where students take advantage of this situation. Fanny was explaining enthusiastically. Oh, Stephen. My dear Stephen is a smart kid. He's successfully cheated a bottle of recovery potion. Now he just needs to give out the funny potion in his hand, and he can leave. Then where is he? Ah. Lucy is also a smart and good kid. She collected 3 bottles of funny potion, and is doing a raid, giving them to whoever she meets. The main theme is sincerity and mutual sinking. Oh my god! It's incredible. Lucy actually met Stephen. Is the tragedy of Macallan going to happen again? Fanny's explanation was like adding fuel to the fire, making the already small crowd even more heated. Even at the end, when the potion in his hand was gone, he still went up to beat the other party to vent his anger. Fanny was amused. This is the adolescence that little guys should have. Eugene opened his mouth and had to admit that he was really boring and had no ideas. Fanny. Fanny turned her head curiously and heard Eugene's reluctant voice. Can you teach me? Fanny slowly raised one eyebrow and smiled wider. Of course. It's my pleasure. At the end of an interesting alchemy class, all the auditors had no potions in their hands. They had already drunk them in class, either by forcing others to drink them or drinking them themselves. Those who were lucky enough not to drink the potion were also in a mess, with bruises everywhere, and they had lost their former pride and elegance. Fanny was satisfied and leisurely untied the magic, and everyone collapsed on the grass in an instant. Really, Screech might be good in every way, but he was too time-consuming for students. Fanny patted Eugene and prepared to leave. She also told the students that there would be a physical training class with teacher Imoshuzi next, and they should not forget to go to class on time. The students seemed to have been drained of their energy, and they replied weakly with okay received. Before leaving, Fanny said, Look, I told you that all students will inevitably feel like they are entangled by a succubus after taking your class. Eugene, okay. He will take the blame for this. Having harvested a lot of materials, Fanny returned to the backstage in a very happy mood. This is a place they opened up for the auditors who are preparing to catch up this year. Unfortunately, there is only 1 novice left now. Now that there are fewer students, 3 teachers are more than enough to supervise. And novice enjoys top-level service. He has never been short of teachers. 1 is normal, 2 is common, and 3 is not uncommon. The most painful time was when he was beaten by Imoshuzi in the body refining medicine, and Eugene took advantage of every opportunity to teach him. And after class, he was directly called on to be beaten on the back. Oh! Sometimes he would be entangled by a few vines in the liquid medicine, and then he would have to fall into the liquid medicine, coughing up a lot of liquid medicine, which was so bitter that he felt like he had vomited stomach acid. Emoshiousy would always look at Fanny with a reproachful face. Fortunately, my liquid medicine can be taken. Otherwise, he would have to drink a lot of bitter medicine to force it out. Fanny chuckled. Young people should suffer more. Right. Novice? Novice, yes. Maybe this is the price of wanting to stay. Every time Novice went back, he would find a few minutes to rest during his rare break time, and wondered vaguely, is it worth it? For Bori. For a connection that he didn't know if it would work. He was tortured like this. Forget it. Bori didn't have any big dreams in his life, so he would just consider it a contribution to friendship. He convinced himself well, and continued to suffer in human education the next day. Until now. Less than 2 weeks. He has been very vigilant. He was so vigilant that when he heard Fanny's brisk footsteps, he subconsciously straightened his back to guard against possible sneak attacks from all directions. Ha ha ha. Be careful. Emoshiozy threw another punch without hesitation. Novice had no room to dodge. He was distracted by Fanny's voice. There was no other way. Novice gritted his teeth and took the punch, then found the right opportunity to weaken the force. Not bad. A good seedling. Emoshiozy's full-blooded praise made Novice's face turn green in an instant. This sentence again. Sure enough. The next moment, Emoshiozy went forward without dodging or avoiding, and his punch became fiercer, and he increased his speed again. Novice felt bitter in his mouth. He gritted his teeth and continued to stand up with Moxuzi attentively. Compared with Moxuzi's hundreds or even thousands of years of experience, Novice was as immature as a chick just out of the cage. But he was different from other students. He became a mercenary at the age of 13 and had 3 years of practical experience so far. He also had many adventures. He just made a fortune quietly, which made him seem so ordinary and easy to be ignored. But Screech would not do that. Screech not only had a high-tech all-round scanning eye like Xiao Xiao, but also had a teacher with a sharp eye like Eugene Moxuzi Fanny. He would never let go of a talent or miss a seedling. Therefore, from the first day, he was sent to Emoshiozy and received the guidance from Fanny to Screech. Practice to death. Practice without worry. As long as you don't die. Emoshiozy showed a little bit of abnormality. It doesn't matter. This child is tough, durable, and has good physical fitness. He is just looking for the limit of the little guy. And the little guy doesn't know what kind of magic talent he has. It seems that his potential is too high, which is completely different from the general time magic talent. There is a faint posture that makes his body unable to bear, and is about to collapse. If he doesn't practice well, he may start to become weak recently. So Emoshiozy is doing this for the little guy's own good. By beating him, he can clear his meridians, speed up the absorption of the medicine, and improve his physical fitness. In this way, in 2 months, he can be beaten openly with other children. Novice simply doesn't know how to complain about this result. In short, Emoshiozy likes to beat Novice the most these days. Seeing the little guy's face twisted in pain due to the effect of the medicine, and busy dodging the punches, he feels a sense of relief that he seems to have really found a direct disciple. This is the genius he wants to teach. I heard he has a good relationship with Bori. Not bad. Not bad. Bring them together. Plus Valentina. We will have 3 apprentices at once. What a profit. When Fanny came in, Emoshiozy was still laughing very ostentatiously. Little guy. Get up quickly. If you can't get up, I will let teacher Fanny do it. Novice, who just climbed down and tried to maintain his balance. Fanny smiled and folded her hands and watched. Don't pull me. I won't do it today. Novice was stunned for a moment. Subconsciously glanced at you and asked you. And then was hit on the head by Fanny's magic wand accurately. He hissed, didn't you say you wouldn't do it? Teacher? Fanny spread her hands innocently. I didn't do it. Novice dared to be angry but didn't dare to say anything. Emoshiozy was simply unbearable to watch. He was not like these magicians, who had so many tricks that they just beat him up. Go on. See how weak you are? What are you in a daze? Novice choked. A little man who had been wandering for 3 years. At this moment, he was really about to cry. Fanny found a corner where it was convenient to watch and sat down, crossing her legs and occasionally helping. Don't worry about Novice. You see how sexy and charming you are when you are soaked in black liquid. When I put the images of you and other little guys on the Stern Entertainment newspaper, there will be a lot of noble girls who will be moved by you. Fanny gave Novice a wink. TSK TSK. If I wasn't old, I would probably be moved by you. Novice smiled stiffly. Thank you. Can you not? It hurts. Teacher. Be gentle. Don't hit me in the face. Don't hit me in the face. Moshiyuzi snorted. We are in class. Why are you distracted? Novice had a hard time. It's not that he wants to be distracted. Is this the kind of suffering that Bori and the others have to endure? Chapter 74. It was a pity that Bori couldn't hear his question. Otherwise Bori would definitely tell him seriously, and in a very shocking way. No. When they were still in school, the teachers were not so relaxed. However, the teacher suddenly changed from being strict to having a changeable style, which might be a trend of Screech. When they come back, they might get a big surprise. But that's for the future. Novice finally survived the inhuman torture, wiped the sweat from his forehead, took out the textbook, and used the intermission time to remember the knowledge points as much as possible. For Novice, who wants to catch up with this class of students, his efforts are not enough. He needs to work harder and be more confident to stay. Now he is worried. Before getting the exact news, he is always unwilling to waste a minute. But compared with him, the teachers who teach him are much more confident. They don't even doubt that Novice can't stay. They are just betting whether Novice can complete the course ahead of time. What's more, Fanny directly treats Novice as her own person, and doesn't shy away from any gossip. For example, now, during the halftime break of Novice, Fanny and Moshiyuzi were chatting quietly. In fact, the voices were not loud, but Novice could hear it as long as he listened carefully. Fanny trusted her people very much. Our Miyami got into trouble, she said to Moshiyuzi with a gloating look. Moshiyuzi was not surprised. He was tossed around like that by Siashichin. And it was different from pure exploitation. Was he going to do something new? If he was that group of brats, he would definitely be even crazier after leaving the academy. Moshiyuzi just asked, injured? Fanny shrugged. No. It's their first time out. How could Screech bear to let his only children suffer? Oh! Moshiyuzi nodded, and immediately became cold and ruthless. It's Siashichin who led the team. It has nothing to do with us if students get into trouble. If there is any accident, we should go directly to the person in charge. Fanny was not surprised at all, and chuckled, ha 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 dear. Your reaction is exactly the same as mine. Moshiyuzi didn't think there was anything wrong with his reaction. He was good at sharing the joy of the little guy getting into trouble so abruptly. But if they had to increase their workload, they shouldn't have been increased. This person in charge still needs to reflect on himself. Fanny suppressed her laughter and explained the general situation. Then concluded, I plan to let the auditors take the test in the next 2 days, and then report the results. I plan to write about the events of this wizard meeting in the entertainment newspaper next week. It doesn't need to be too detailed. Just a general content and results will be fine. Students buy newspapers because they probably want to know more about the outside world. Moshiyuzi nodded. Then I have to be prepared here too. They are too weak, and I don't know what questions to ask. That's right. Fanny asked innocently. Isn't Chris's body weak too? A junior magician, who has been hammering his body with magic for a while, is so thin that he doesn't have a single visible muscle. Fanny couldn't stand it. This, Moshiyuzi really couldn't refute. But he's still pretty good now, with a bit of momentum. But he still needs to practice more. Fanny thought of the part of the video content that Siashichin provided her, and nodded. Although he was still very thin, the little guy was obviously a bit more presentable, standing next to Vera, and could barely pretend to be a guard. Fanny covered her mouth and laughed. Well, he is a little like a little man. And he also sent us a lot of good things? Moxuzi was really curious now. Those little bastards. Can they still remember to send them good things? It's not what you think. Moxuzi. Fanny cleared her throat. It was sent by Screech, who said that the little guys relied on him to cheat too much. And the things confiscated must be divided with him first. And the rest can barely be counted on the little guys. Moshiyuzi was speechless. He knows how to exploit. Fanny rolled her eyes. How kind. If it were me, I would not give any of them, so that the little ones would learn a lesson. They dared to go into any muddy water and make the teachers worry. Moshiyuzi agreed with this point of view. But things had already happened, and he was also very relieved that the little ones were better than he thought. Let's get back to him. What good things did you give me? Fanny had no choice but to describe the C's stolen goods in detail. Scritch said that many of these things were too conspicuous to be used. So let's just see if there are any suitable for us and suitable students, and then go and select them. It seems there are still quite a few magic plants and monster cores, as well as some materials. They chattered about some gossip. Emoshuzi didn't talk much most of the time, but he would occasionally glance at Novice, who was studying, as if he was calculating whether the time was up, which made Novice dare not eavesdrop anymore. He lowered his head and tried to engrave the knowledge points into his head. Fanny suddenly thought of something and looked at Novice teasingly. Dear, when you are selected, I may need to publish your training video in the newspaper. Do you mind showing your face? She smiled and gave Novice a choice. If you are not afraid of embarrassment, I will not blur your face. Novice, Or, you should blur it. If this training is exposed, he can guess how Bori will laugh at him. Of course, Novice just grumbled in his heart, but did not force it. Anyway, he has nothing to worry about, so he can make a fool of himself. Novice also shrugged to show his attitude that he can do whatever he wants. Fanny smiled with relief. Good boy. Don't worry. I will definitely train you well. Novice was silent, and suddenly felt a kind of heartache that his kindness was taken for granted. The training of auditors in Screech's academy was still in full swing. The kids of this age are very flexible and adaptable. In just 2 weeks, they already knew that it was useless to resist the teacher. They could only barely complete the task and then wait to be dismissed. They could not play tricks, because the academy was really just a large learning site. Every day they went home tired enough to fall asleep, and the next day they had to start training with vigor and vitality. As for this vigor and vitality, oh, aren't their body refining liquid and healing potion? They are just diluted, so they are not that painful, but will make people relieve fatigue. Of course, it costs money. If you don't have money, you can buy on credit. If you succeed, you can convert it into contribution points. If you fail, you will be burdened with debts and pay it back slowly. Screeky's School of Magic is a school that cares about students very much. Although many students think that they will leave sooner or later, and there is no need to spend money on this bad school. There is no way. The schoolwork is very heavy, and many of them are used to procrastination, so they can't calm down at all. This is only the most superficial reason. More importantly, they don't want to support it at all, and it's difficult to support it. In order to reduce the pain during the day, they can only buy healing potions and soothing liquids. In this way, they won't be too tired during the day, survive these inhumane studies, and sleep well at night, without using magic to hammer the body to achieve the purpose of reducing sleep. But it didn't cost them too much money. The auditors who left early in 2 weeks just needed to ensure that they lived a relatively easy life every day, and they didn't have such a strong determination for the assessment. In comparison, the one who spent the most money in the academy during his entire auditing career was Hollinger, who had to stay. He not only bought customized liquid medicine, but also bought a lot of healing potions and even teaching supplements. Hollinger knew that the first factor to change his fate was to seize every opportunity, regardless of whether he could stay this time. The money he spent was for the mission expenses. He was so loyal that the Magic Association must reimburse him. It didn't matter if he didn't reimburse. He was just a slave branded as a slave. How could he have his own small treasury? But this knowledge, these benefits, are all given to his body and mind. And these are the most necessary steps for him to become stronger and free. So he is very generous with anything he thinks is beneficial to him. The other one is Novice, who has already taken the customized one. Novice's money comes from the initial deposit, and he doesn't need to pay anything else. But he knows that everything is not given for free. And the most likely thing is that after staying, he will be burdened with a huge amount of debt. Although Screeky promised that if he joined the academy, the liquid medicine and potion would not require contribution points in most cases. But what about the supplementary books? And what about the liquid medicine and potion in some cases? After calculating, it feels like a considerable debt. Of course, when Bori later learned about Novice's behavior of being ungrateful after getting a bargain, he sneered. These old people worked hard, begged their parents and teachers, but in the end, they didn't get a single contribution point for the credit request. Novice can actually buy on credit in advance. This is simply special treatment. Okay, Novice doesn't know what special treatment is. He only knows that he not only has a huge debt, but also has to take the assessment. This, Novice doesn't understand. Didn't you say that I will take all the assessments in 2 months? That's the theory. But dear, Fanny said apologetically, since we have too many subjects, if we take the assessments together in 2 months, You will miss a lot of opportunities. Several of us teachers discussed it, and felt that this would be unfair to you. Novice, ? Fanny blinked. As if she was sincere. Our children have multiple chances to retake the exam. If you are asked to win or lose in one try, it would be really unfair to you. You will need to spend less time and bear more pressure to catch up with them. We are good teachers, and never do things that scare students. So? Novice always had a bad feeling. Could it be that they want me to take the exam in advance? And if I fail, they will give me another chance? If that's the case, it's actually quite humane. That's not the case, Fanny kindly reminded. Dear, the rules for our college's make-up exams are that each time it's harder. And each make-up exam requires 50 contribution points. Navious, Fanny casually said. But our college's exam papers are different from those of other colleges. Maybe trying it in advance will also yield some benefits? I'm not sure. You can think about it. But I have to remind you, Novice, that since Screech is not in the academy, there are no more versions of the test papers. Our test papers cannot be prepared when you want to take the test. So we can only provide assessments every 2 weeks. What else can Novice say? Of course he took the test. It's better to have more debts. Right? Fanny smiled slyly and shattered his luck. Screech said that if you can join the academy, your contribution points will be fluid. Novice was silent. What do you mean? Oh kid. Isn't it obvious? Fanny spread her hands. Helpless. No one can buy on credit with Screech. You are the first one. If you buy on credit, you must pay it back in time. The longer you delay, the more interest you will have. And before you pay it back, you are not allowed to use contribution points in the academy. Ha! CS Shichen is not Xiao Xiao. In order to fulfill the great dream they shared together, Xiao Xiao had to tearfully find a teacher for him to draw the black box for CS Shichen, even though he was already penniless and a deadbeat. Want to buy on credit with CS Shichen? No. Unless you are doomed without this bill. Successfully bought on credit? Okay. You can start paying off your debts. But don't let the interest compound to the point where the speed of paying off the debts can't keep up with the speed of owing the debts. At that time, Fanny was shocked when she heard CS Shichen agree to convert Novice into contribution points. How could he be so easy to talk to because of a talent appreciation when the little guys couldn't get the treatment? Later, I found out that this guy had been calculating the interest compounding. Think about it. After joining Screech, his academic performance has improved qualitatively. And the make-up exam is imminent. If he wants to take the make-up exam, he needs contribution points. If he wants contribution points, he must hurry up to pay off his debts. Novice who pays off his debts can make a lot of contributions to the college and hone his academic and martial arts values. CS Shichen. Never do business at a loss. Novice expected it. He seemed unbelievable. And confirmed with Fanny again whether everyone's make-up exam would require 50 contribution points. Fanny nodded, of course. I have to remind you, kid, the students of the academy have earned a lot of merits when they go out to practice. And they will surely get a lot of contribution points as rewards. If you don't work hard, you will become a poor ghost. The academy does not allow the trading of contribution points with each other. Okay, I understand. Novice wiped his face in embarrassment, and still chose several subjects he had recently learned and signed up for the exam. How about giving the exam a try? Novice left Fanny's office uncertainly. Fanny was in a good mood, outlining the various items to be tested and began to plan her time. Dong dong dong. Fanny paused, put the pen into the pen holder, and then called for someone to come in. A boy with freckles on his face, who looked a little silly and innocent, walked in carefully, and did not forget to close the door quietly. Teacher Fanny. Fanny did not deliberately correct the title, but smiled slightly and asked without revealing any flaws, "What's wrong? Student Ike?" It turned out to be Ike, who had come to see CS Shichen before. Ike was a little unhappy with Fanny's tone of voice. The teachers at Screech School of Magic were simply too arrogant. Although Fanny seemed easy to get along with, she was also very distant. Except for being slightly close to Novice, who chose the special option. She was very businesslike with them. She was very friendly and active in class. But she had a very distant smile after class. So I couldn't get close to her. Fanny is fine. After all, she is a magician and has her own pride. But what about the other two? One is just an ordinary alchemist, and the other is a muddle with no magical talent. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be willing to stay. The price of staying is too high. Seeing that Fanny was not interested, he hesitated and scratched his head, as if he didn't understand why she was so innocent, and asked Fanny curiously, "It's like this. I met the headmaster before I came to Screech." Fanny nodded slightly, motioning him to continue. Ike licked his lips nervously, wiped his palms on his clothes, and hesitated. He said that he likes students like us very much. "I'm just curious. Why haven't I been able to meet him?" He seemed a little annoyed. "Teacher Fanny, I don't mean to say that you are bad. It's just that." He was even more embarrassed. "I miss Teacher Anshin a little." He deliberately pulled the relationship. As for Xie Shichen always calling himself the principal, who cares? Relationships always start with a change of address, don't they? If they weren't close enough now, he would even want to call him Screech directly. Students calling their teachers by their names is a sign of closeness. Fanny leaned back in her chair leisurely. Knowing Ike's reason, she couldn't help but laugh. "Screech? Don't you know? The students of our college are on a midterm study tour, and Screech took them out. Now there are only 3 of us teachers in the college." Ike almost lost his composure. Out? Out? What happened? Doesn't he care about auditors? Isn't he worried about auditors causing trouble? Fanny sighed. After all, it's the first batch of students that Screech brought up personally. It's normal for him to care and be careful. She thought about it and said, maybe he took her to the edge of the monster forest. It's not too dangerous there. The monster forest and the dungeon held by the Wizard Association are located in the south and north. Fanny was careful and covered up the students, even though no one would believe that all this was done by a group of students who had not yet obtained the junior magician certificate. Ike's smile gradually became forced. Then, when will Screech come back? Fanny looked at Ike meaningfully and shrugged. I don't know about that. He didn't say a specific time. But don't worry. When the pre-reading quota is released, as the principal, he will definitely show up. Ike gritted his teeth. What's the point of showing up at that time? He didn't plan to stay. His original plan was to make Screech like him within a month. And if necessary, he could do some tricks, and then send him to the Stern Journal, and get him some good things that were not available outside, and then transfer him to another school quickly. But now, Screech is not here, and the time of his appearance is uncertain. Even if he can find Fanny directly, it is also a channel. But Fanny is not as easy to deal with as Screech. What to do? Ike hesitated. Is he going to give up Malon's admission for a place in the Stern Journal? No, he can't do that. But if he doesn't take anything with him, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Ike struggled a little. Classmate? Classmate? Fanny saw that Ike seemed to be immersed in his own world, and didn't even know how to hide his expression. So she simply called out to wake him up. Ike suddenly came back to his senses. His face was full of regret. He apologized to Fanny with regret, and then hesitantly said goodbye. Fanny crossed her legs, looked at Ike's back, shook her head and snorted. Finally, I'm leaving. Although I know Screech will solve it, I'm still in a good mood to send him off in advance. Fanny was in a good mood, and her hand slipped. The content of the first assessment was slightly more difficult by 10%. It's not a big problem. She believes that everyone can do it. Xie Shichen, who was being thought of, was carrying out his own kidnapping plan with Gore Zhou, a very reliable insider. Xie Shichen's progress in poaching was rapid. He was so happy that he didn't have time to set traps for the little guys anymore, and he was busy sorting out the teacher list all day. Gore Zhou was really useful. Let me give you an example. Xie Shichen looked at the names of all the teachers above the magician level in his notebook and asked casually, how is this teacher? Gore Zhou came over to take a look, hesitating for a long time before saying, he has a good personality, but he doesn't like to talk much. And in class, he rarely talks about things outside the textbook, which may be boring. Xie Shichen tried to translate the good man's words. A teacher who only reads from the textbook and doesn't pay attention? He asked tentatively. Then don't choose it first. My students are more active and can't sit still. They will fall asleep if they just listen to the content in the textbook. Then, Gore Zhou nodded frantically. Xie Shichen understood. He simply started from the first teacher and asked Gore Zhou for his evaluation one by one to conduct a screening. It's not that he trusts Gore Zhou very much, but Xie Shichen didn't have much time, and he couldn't do too much when poaching for the first time. He expected to poach about 10 people. At most, he would wait for the teacher that the system rewarded him to come, and then together they would have 21 teachers. which would facilitate the one-to-one teaching. Therefore, even if there were some teachers missing out because of Gorjo's selfishness, it would not be a big deal, as long as the right teacher was recruited in the end. Gorjo did not have too many tricks, and seemed to be very honest. He would not say bad things about the teacher, but he would not hide the facts. She learned magic very well. Her family was well off, and they bought her a lot of potions to lay the foundation since she was a child. Well, Teacher XX is a good teacher, but students don't seem to like him very much, and think he's a bit fierce. It seems that it's because he's strict, and he likes to pursue perfection. Triple X? I don't know much about him, but Teacher XXXX told me that he likes to surpass himself. For example, if the teaching evaluation doesn't meet the set requirements, he will be very angry. Xieshichan was amused. Are you afraid that I won't understand what you said, and you chose all of them? Ah? Gorjo realized that he was being metaphorical, scratched his head, and whispered, I just think they are all willing to share their thoughts with me, and it's not good for me to say bad things about them. Xieshichan didn't understand. Then why did you tell me? Gorjo's eyes drifted for a moment, and seeing that Xieshichan was looking for the truth, he had to surrender. He whispered, the environment of the college will affect Fanny. How could he let Fanny have a headache because of the teacher he introduced? Fanny is so kind, lively, bold, and confident. She is a very special girl. But these teachers have some flaws that Gorjo doesn't like, which makes Gorjo very worried. They don't get along well with Fanny, which makes Fanny unhappy. Fanny said that keeping a happy mood is the most important factor for a lady to maintain her beauty. He remembered it. It would be even better if the teachers were easy to get along with. Gorjo began to think about which teachers are easy to get along with. Xieshichan was silent for a while, then changed the subject. How about this? You pick out the teachers you know, and draw a 5-pointed star for the ones you think are good. When I have time, I will go to listen to their classes and investigate them. How about that? Gorjo's eyes lit up. I will choose. Xieshichan emphasized, I will go to investigate the Gore. We have just started Screech, and every teacher must be carefully selected. Gorjo nodded. I understand. Principal, I still have their class schedule. Otherwise, you can give me your schedule, and I will help you arrange the classes? He was afraid that Xieshichan would not believe him. So he explained, I am very careful. I will communicate with the teacher who arranges the classes to avoid any mistakes. Xieshichan did not disbelieve him, but his mood became more complicated. Of course, I'm honored. He thought about it and gave Gorjo a relatively loose schedule, explaining, my schedule is more casual. You can arrange it first. If it is not convenient at the last minute, I will find another time to get to know the teacher. What schedule could he have? Now, apart from learning the content of the new round of classes, I just care about the little ones. Gorjo was deeply moved by Xieshichan's trust. He vowed to select the right candidates for Xieshichan, so that these teachers can teach well and show their abilities, so that they can have the opportunity to continue to be his colleagues. Oh, being his colleague is not important. What is important is that the selected people can get along well with each other. Looking at the list, Gorjo even had the urge to use the back door to screen out the teachers who are difficult to get along with. In the end, he gave up the idea in dismay. He couldn't let Fanny have a worse impression of him. He still had to work hard to get his job. Gorjo didn't know that even if he really got in through the back door, Xieshichan wouldn't mind. The teachers he recruited by the academy were too fierce. At this time, it would be good to have a few more soft-hearted teachers like Gorjo, who made students feel that it was a sin to not study seriously. Use both soft and hard tactics. Of course, this is not very important, since Gorjo took over the matter. Xieshichan now has a lot of free time. I was planning to let the little guys go, but this is, unfortunate. Xieshichan sighed in a fake manner, opened the observation device with a righteous tone, and directly selected the perspective of Lucius. I don't know how the elves who were sent over are now. Lucius is going crazy. The incident started 3 days ago, when he and his teammates were training in the nearby dark jungle. They divided the work and cooperated to pick a kind of magic plant that only existed in the dark jungle. Basically, Darren and Anna went to pick carefully, and he and Herbert brother and sister flew kites to various magic beasts to create a harmonious and safe picking environment. The quality of the items was very good, and with Lucius's light magic's restraining effect on monsters, their commissions were completed smoothly. There are about 10 more plants, and we can complete a B-level commission. The commissions in the dark jungle are relatively high. Without the restrained light system, it will be much more difficult to come to the dark jungle. The Church of Light is very arrogant, and it is difficult to find a light attribute mage to go with you. Naturally, the commission mark is getting higher and higher, so this high price is only relative to Lucius and others, and it can be said to be very troublesome for others. Anna carefully put away the pockets in her hands and smiled. It's really fast. It seems that the mission location is right. Isabella nodded, took out a cooing pigeon, and asked, "Is it safe?" "It's safe. Let's take a class and rest. I don't want to waste contribution points to buy classes later." Herbert agreed with this very much. "Isabella, you have become smarter and stingier." "Shut up, Herbert," Isabella retorted unyieldingly. "No matter how stingy I am better than you who are stupid and poor." Herbert groaned. "I'm just not good at saving money and managing my own wealth." Isabella pouted and ignored Herbert's sophistry. Anna watched the brother and sister quarreling quietly and laughed softly. Luckily, her brother asked this pair of interesting elves. Otherwise, in the whole team, she didn't like to talk. Her brother basically didn't talk, and Darren was immersed in his own world, which was really scary. Anna thought of this and looked at the calm and silent Lucius teasingly. When he caught her sight and looked over, she opened her eyes innocently, and her ears blushed with embarrassment. Lucius pulled the corner of his mouth and said helplessly, "Just listen to the class. We can't have a make-up exam in 2 months." "It sounds like we don't need to make up the exam in 2 months." Isabella muttered to herself. "Will Screech let me not take the make-up exam?" "The possibility is too low." Herbert agreed. "Didn't he say he was leading the team? The trip was so smooth that I wondered if there was some conspiracy." Darren suddenly joined the topic. Maybe someone is carrying the burden for us," Herbert asked subconsciously. "Who?" Darren hesitated. "Bori? Chris? Ophelia? Are they all more conspicuous than us?" Herbert thought it made sense, but before he could think about it, Isabella sneered. "Isn't Lucius conspicuous? He has been called to the office by Screech at least twice." Darren had nothing to say. "Well, he is the safest and most transparent person in this team. If I had known." Darren muttered something in a low voice, and Lucius' ears moved slightly, and he heard it clearly. He snorted coldly. "You should have known to team up with others?" "Excuse me, Darren. Of these 4 groups, only our group is the safest." "Ophelia's group?" "Ophelia is a full elemental mage, and there is also a dragon and a siren. It is absolutely impossible for Screech not to cause trouble for her." "Or is it Chris's group?" "I don't think that Chris and Verla will not attract Screech's attention when they are combined." "Bori?" "Needless to say, their group will definitely be the first to be targeted. No one can escape." Anna was shocked by Lucius's string of words. Her eyes widened. "Brother." Lucius turned around. Anna said seriously, "You said a lot today. So impressive." "Lucius, eh?" Hee. Lucius's doll spoke slowly. "Why are you so defensive?" "Lucius? You are so smart. So capable. So calm. You treated my words as fart. Just a verbal betrayal by your teammates. Can it be as important as me? You actually broke down for a little Darren?" Lucius, will severely deduct 1 point from you today." Lucius gritted his teeth and said with a fake smile, "I'm just bored." How could he break down? He won't break down. Lucius's face was extremely cold, but it was obvious that the whole team was very difficult to lead. No one knew how to read faces, and it seemed that they had learned micro-expressions in vain. Isabella thought carefully and retorted uncertainly, "You can't say that. Would Screech not be tempted by our group's huge contribution points?" "I don't think so." Anna opened her mouth, realized that they seemed to be the richest group among the 4 groups, and shut up awkwardly. Maybe they will go after Bori first, so they don't have time to bother us. They had been staying in the dark jungle, so how could they know that Screech could disperse all the students in the 2 groups with just 1 move? As they spoke, they felt lucky. Fortunately, there was a Bori who was attractive enough to stand in front of them. Herbert still had a conscience, and decided to change the subject to save his good brother's reputation. "Listen to the class. Listen to the class. Today is Teacher Eugene's class. If we don't meet face to face, Teacher Eugene's class is still very comfortable." "That's true." All the team members nodded in agreement. As long as they didn't meet Eugene face to face, they would be as comfortable as they wanted in this class. A teacher who doesn't like to do fancy things. Doesn't care about student interaction. Only concentrates on teaching. And teaches well. It's so rare. Several students turned on their cuckoos. And when they heard the familiar voice of Teacher Eugene, they all leaned against the tree and enjoyed it as if they were listening to music. Pay attention here. Bang! Cuckoo! An unknown object suddenly fell from midair and fell directly on the 5 cuckoos, crushing the cuckoos and putting them out of action. The 5 students were startled by the sudden noise, and Lucius even grabbed Anna and took several steps back. They retreated to a safe distance, trying to look at the existence that appeared in the black fog, wondering what it was. How could something break through their vigilance and not be discovered until it fell right in the middle of them? This shouldn't be the case. Lucius is very sure of his vigilance. The dust gradually dispersed. Relying on the eagle eye, Herbert could barely see the figure that suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be an elf? Herbert was surprised. How could it be an elf? Am I seeing it wrong? Lucius frowned, his expression a little ugly. Let's go and have a look first. I seem to feel the breath of darkness. It's very strong. I hope nothing will happen. Chapter 75. Things eventually turned out to be the worst. Lucius looked at the very weak elf covered with black spells, and no longer had any hope. This elf was very weak. Who did this? Herbert saw the elf was on the verge of death, and he could not help but curse. Damn it. A bunch of beasts with no bottom line. He and Isabella hurried forward to help the elf up for a detailed inspection. But Lucius stopped them with his hand, and shook his head silently. Isabella was puzzled. Lucius? Although the huge anger in her heart was eroding her few rationalities, she chose to trust Lucius first because they had been friends for 3 months. The other party must have a reason, and she could wait for a few seconds for this so-called explanation. Lucius said in a deep voice, "It is a dark spell, and the level is probably not low. You are all elves, so it is best not to rush forward. Some dark spells are contagious. As the level of the spell increases, it is easier to spread. But this is limited. Generally speaking, the more similar they are, the better it is not to provoke them when encountering dark spells." Herbert became anxious. Then, what should we do? She doesn't look good. They are both elves, and although they don't know each other's identity or what happened, as children of nature and the mother tree of the elves, he can feel part of each other's situation. It seems that she will return to the embrace of the mother tree at any time. To be precise, she can't even return to the embrace of the mother tree. This place is not close to the mother tree of the elves, and the elves can't let an elf with a dark breath that may be contagious enter. But, does he have to watch this elf die in front of him? Isabella bit her lower lip and looked at Lucius pleadingly. Do you have a solution? Lucius couldn't guarantee it, but he did have a solution. Light restrains darkness. My father is light. Lucius swallowed the rest of the words calmly and said, he is a cardinal, and he has a high level of attainment in light magic. I also have the aura of light in my body. I can take her back and let my father see her. At this time, no one would question whether this was a request for help from outsiders or from their own family. They only wanted to save the elf first and deal with the rest later. After knowing Lucius's idea, Herbert and Isabella both breathed a sigh of relief. Then let's go. Thank you, Lucius. If this elf is saved, our elves will definitely send you the most sincere thanks and blessings. Lucius shook his head, but he didn't care about this. He didn't waste any more time. Stepped forward and tentatively released his breath to induce the breath of the spell to blend. What he didn't say was that although light restrains darkness, light and darkness are also incompatible. It is very likely that this elf covered with dark spells will reject light. But Lucius has both light and dark auras in his body. To use what Screech once said, he is theoretically of dark attribute, but because he is half of the godhood of the god of light, he has become a being with both auras. No matter how he thinks, Lucius believes that dark spells cannot reject him. In fact, he made the right bet. He could approach the elf safely without causing the spell to backfire. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Lucius took out a black hood and covered the elf tightly before picking it up. He quickly assigned tasks to the remaining companions. I will go back alone. You guys finish the tasks first and wait for me to contact Anna. Isabella stepped forward subconsciously, but Anna reached out her hand to stop Isabella and shook her head. Sister, the Church of Light is very exclusive, especially the headquarters. We'd better wait for my brother here. She comforted Isabella. Don't worry. Brother will be very reliable. Isabella nodded uneasily, watching Lucius walk away. Frowning tightly, Herbert patted Isabella. "Trust our captain." Isabella smiled bitterly. "It's not that I don't believe in Lucius. But if we really talk about xenophobia, the elves are definitely the most xenophobic. I'm just worried that this female elf will do something extreme after she wakes up." Herbert was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that it seemed to be the case. Well, he and Isabella didn't have many playmates since they were young because they were weird. Later, they escaped from the elf forest because they both yearned for the outside world. Later, it's like this now. Isabella is careful and knows a little about the temperament of the elves. Herbert didn't even mention it and didn't realize that the elves are xenophobic. "Hey, that's not a problem. Trust Lucius," Herbert said confidently. "I think his face is really good at fooling girls." "Right. Anna?" "Isabella, Anna, Well, although her brother always has a bad face and a very arrogant personality, that face is indeed very good at fighting. If he is willing to smile. It is a very philandering face. Anna can't even find a reason to defend her brother." Isabella coughed lightly. "Okay. If you talk nonsense again and get beaten, I won't protect you." Herbert glared at Isabella. "Isabella, don't talk nonsense." "How could I?" Darren sighed and changed the subject. "Speaking of which, why did Lucius become the captain?" Herbert's goldfish head was quickly diverted. Is there any need to ask this? Who of us dares not listen to him? Everyone, Sometimes, maybe they are a little harsh on Lucius. They should really cherish the captain who can carry the burden forward." Lucius, who carried the burden forward again, hugged the tightly wrapped girl and moved home quickly without changing his expression. He wrapped the elf with his own breath, and then covered it with a layer of light breath, which was very strong. And it also resisted the covetousness of many people. As the son of the Church of Light, Lucius naturally did not need to confirm with the gatekeeper again and again. He was seen by the gatekeeper knight from a distance. The knight gave a very standard salute, and then quietly watched Lucius go to find his father with a clear goal, and did not dare to stop him at all. It was only when Lucius had disappeared that he whispered to the knight beside him, the third one. The knight's mood was even more complicated. "How come? You carried her back? And she was covered so tightly." Their topic stopped here very tacitly, and they felt sorry for their Saint Anastasia. Once, because Anna's light attribute was not strong enough, the Pope blocked her position as a saint. She was very embarrassed in the church, and could only walk as Lucius's fiancée. After a lot of effort, Anna became the saint of the church. But she didn't expect that the son of the saint would also change his heart. Hey! The Knights of Light are so disappointed. Lucius, who was accused of being a scumbag, didn't know that his reputation had become so bad. He didn't even know that Emilia was in his house. The elf, who was holding a life-threatening situation, broke into his father's territory without even notifying him. The cardinal was praying in the prayer room. He immediately sensed Lucius's presence, but he didn't know much about Lucius's arrival. He was used to praying before dealing with this irritable child. It's time to cultivate your mind. It's not easy to worry about. The cardinal lowered his eyes and whispered something that others couldn't understand. Unfortunately, this time, the impatient little guy was very tactless and interrupted his prayer loudly. "Father? Father! Come and help me. She's dying." The cardinal paused, put down his hand helplessly, turned around and looked at the panting Lucius. "Lucius, I told you many times that in the church. That was before. I am the Son of God. Who dares to say that to me?" Lucius raised his chin proudly, and soon became anxious again. "Please do me a favor. My friend's tribe is in trouble. Please help me save them." This righteous look made the cardinal silent again. He tried to think about his previous communication and way with the child, and found that it was indeed very different. Lucius was very respectful before, worshipping him, respecting him, and being close to him, but very polite. Now Lucius seemed to have thrown away that layer of etiquette, becoming very rude and proud more naturally, even to him. Well, the cardinal had to admit that he was very pleased. He slowly stepped forward, took the elf with Lucius and comforted her. "Don't worry. Her vitality and desire to live are very strong. Nothing will happen to her." The cardinal stretched out his index finger and gently tapped her forehead. A yellowish light slowly circled the elf's body from the fingertips and gradually flowed into her brow. The elf, who was originally trembling with pain, seemed to have entered a sweet dream in an instant, and her whole body relaxed. Even her frowning brows loosened. Lucius opened his eyes wide with curiosity. Is that all? Of course not, the cardinal explained slowly. Child, this is a deadly dark spell. Even I can't quickly remove it. Seeing that Lucius looked thoughtful, and even a little doubtful, the cardinal paused and explained further. Her body can't bear it if you remove it immediately. So it's best to suppress it in the body and digest it slowly. As a father and son, he had to admit that he was also a little competitive. Specifically, he didn't want to see his son doubt and distrust him. This is very important to him. The cardinal lifted the elf with magic and put it on the small bed in the room. After everything was done, he looked at Lucius. Would you like to tell your father about your recent situation? The latest news he learned was when Lucius questioned his godhood last time. After that, there was not even a little news. Screech seemed to have kept the news of his students very secret. The cardinal was very sorry. Lucius rarely had such a heart-to-heart with his father. Hearing that the other party suddenly wanted to know about his recent situation, he felt uncomfortable. I protected Anna very well. Don't worry. In the end, he could only say this. Lucius planned to say goodbye, then I leave first. My friends are still waiting for me. Why don't you ask them to come and sit down? The cardinal was puzzled, but he still comforted her very gently. Don't be nervous, Lucius. Father just wants to chat with you. We haven't seen each other for a long time. Right? He made way for a small path. Inside was a small and warm secret room. Anna grew up here when she was very young. As a brother, Lucius often came secretly, in the name of prayer, to visit Anna. This is safe enough for him, and he misses it very much. Lucius hesitated for 2 seconds, but still followed his father in. On the way, he explained, Anna is with them. They can protect Anna, so I didn't let them come. If they come here, Anna might be unhappy. So just come here by yourself. His words surprised the cardinal for a moment. His son, who was full of thorns, would actually have a day to trust others. It was really comforting. The archbishop pushed Lucius to sit down and gently asked him about his college life. Lucius was still a little uncomfortable, looking away, almost answering one sentence at a time. But the archbishop didn't mind. He chatted with him about everything from study to life, and soon got to the point. There are so many girls in the college. Are there any close to you? Lucius didn't think much about it and replied casually, yes. They are very strong, and it's comfortable to work with them. The archbishop paused and looked up curiously. Is there anyone close to you? The most recent one? Anna? Lucius looked at his father in confusion. And suddenly a light flashed, as if he understood something from this expression. He was alert and uncomfortable. What do you want to ask? Screech is not allowed to fall in love. The archbishop was not disappointed when he saw that the child had reacted. At least, he had found out some information. He said earnestly, Child, I know you are very nervous about your sister, but Anna is not everything to you. If you like someone and the other person likes you, you should not miss it. Right? Lucius was furious. I didn't. What happened? Why did his father gossip as soon as he came back? Is he so much like Teacher Fanny? The archbishop understood very well. I know that Screech doesn't allow premature love. But this is not Screech. It's your family. Lucius, I really do. Wait a minute. Lucius felt a sense of déjà vu about this scene. He raised his hand to stop his father from talking, and solemnly pinched the doll on his shoulder, staring at the doll without blinking. Why don't you deduct my points? Wawa was as quiet as a chicken, motionless, as if playing dead. If it was before, Lucius would definitely think that it was because Wawa was afraid of the aura of his father, the god of light. So he didn't say a word. But now? Lucius sneered, Scritch. You are here again? Sieshichin was helpless, dear. This is not my fault. I really just came to see the injured elf. I swear. But I stayed too long by accident, and heard Lucius's father asking Lucius if he liked someone. So I couldn't help but stay. He was really ready to evacuate, but he was worried that he would miss the first opportunity to find out whether his child was in a premature love relationship. So he stayed. He was not the kind of teacher who eavesdropped on the conversation between students and parents. The archbishop was surprised for a moment when he heard his child chatting with the doll with no vital signs. But soon, he listened with interest. The restrictions of the doll were nothing to him, and he could understand how his son got along with the principal of the college. Lucius gritted his teeth and said word by word, Injured elf? You sent it? Sieshichin knew he was speechless, and quickly said innocently, In fact, It was Bo Rui and the others. You know Lucius. Bo Rui and Vera. They always get into trouble. You see? They accidentally saved a creature that was invaded by the dark spell. And asked me for help. I couldn't bear to see a little life disappear in the world. So I thought of the kind-hearted Holy Son. Are you very touched? I am also very touched. This is the first time I make an exception. Lucius, eh? Lucius's face turned green. And Vera? Xieshichan was puzzled. What's wrong? What's wrong? What else could it be? Lucius was actually ranked third. The third one to be bullied. Oh no. This is by group? If it's by number of people, then he would be the 11th. But he couldn't tell others about this. How could he tell it? Should he tell others that he was very unhappy because Screech didn't embarrass him in the first place? He's not a masochist. Lucius held it in for a long time. And finally snorted, Nothing. Since you are here, can you tell my father if I am okay? He always felt that his father seemed to be sure that he was okay. And when he said not to worry about Screech, he was actually looking at him with a look of abandonment. Xieshichan would not go along with Lucius. He was surprised. Tell your father? Me? Dear, I am just a teacher. How can I know if you are okay? He deliberately said, I don't even know if you and Anna have any feelings beyond that. Lucius, eh? F***K. The Archbishop opened his eyes even wider. Beyond that? Lucius. You? No. 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 Lucius was really broken this time. Gritting his teeth and denying. I only focus on my studies. How could I have other feelings? This? The Archbishop frowned. This shouldn't be. The little girl who received him before even told Lucius clearly what mark was on his thigh. He was just worried that he didn't care enough about Lucius. And that Lucius had gone the wrong way. Now it seemed that he had really gone the wrong way. The Archbishop pondered for a moment, thinking about how to point out the matter without hurting the child's self-esteem. But Lucius recovered quickly. And he calmed down in a few seconds and asked a more pointed question. Father, what's going on with the Godhead in my body? While Screech was here, his father should not lie. Or rather, Screech would not lie. And his father had to tell him the truth. The Archbishop came back to his senses from his thoughts. Was stunned for a moment. And his smile faded. Didn't I say it? You will know later. Now is not the right time. There is no right time. I want to know now. Lucius was very tough and did not back down. Screech is here too. I think now is the most appropriate time. If there is really something I can't accept, he and you can persuade me together. If there is really something that cannot be solved, I also believe that you can make me feel at ease. The Archbishop fell silent. Xieshichan wanted to leave, but seeing that the little guy needed him, he simply stayed. He didn't say anything, but the action of staying was enough to explain his attitude. He was on the side of his students. Lucius touched the baby. His heart was slightly relieved. And he continued to persuade his father, if you can't say it, I cannot force you. If it is for my good, and you don't want to say it, I hope you can tell me. Father, I am 15 years old this year, and I will be 16 soon. I have the ability to distinguish right from wrong, and the ability to bear the facts. I have a sister who loves me. You, 19 friends, and teachers who support me. No matter what the result is, I will not collapse easily. In comparison, what made Lucius collapse more was the worst outcome that Screech told him. The new god replaced the old god, and he killed his father with his own hands. Lucius thought that if his father still didn't tell him about this, he could only think of the worst. He would rather give up his dream than try to touch it. He would worry that he would lose the most important relatives inadvertently. The Archbishop looked at Lucius's firm eyes and sighed deeply. He reached out and rubbed Lucius's head, but did not explain it immediately. Instead, he talked to Xieshichan through the doll. Your Excellency has an unusual background. He seemed to want to use this to understand Xieshichan's attitude. Xieshichan did not shy away and said directly, Yes, it is unusual. You can call me Xieshichan or Anshin Screech. I think that after seeing everything in Screech School of Magic, the little guys will not think that I am an ordinary person from the magic continent. Lucius was stunned and subconsciously wanted to see Xieshichan, but he could only see an ugly doll. But he was not calm. Even though they had guessed privately that Screech might have had an adventure, or even that he was not the Screech they imagined. But he was still a little excited to get Xieshichan's personal admission. Maybe Xieshichan did not directly admit that he was not Screech, but his self-introduction, his closer relationship with the name Xieshichan, the various things he provided that he had never seen before, and the teacher emoji from different systems he found, all pointed to a crazy result. Their teacher may not really be that person. Or in other words, not the former Screech. Otherwise, after so many years, why did he only show his specialness now? Lucius thought a lot. But he came back to his senses in time when he heard his father's voice. Lucius, before I tell you what happened next, I want to tell you that I didn't just let it go and want the worst result. The Archbishop paused and explained in a deep voice. Before she died, I asked her to predict it for you and your sister. She told me that your hope is outside the law. The Archbishop said this with self-mockery. I initially thought she meant me and your mother. But later, as the God of Light, the Archbishop cannot descend whenever he wants. Although more and more gods are sleeping and falling in the God realm, it is still relatively peaceful overall, as the God of Light has the largest audience. Even if he falls, he will be the last to fall. Compared with other gods who seek their own way, he is very leisurely. But this was only until 15 years ago. 15 years ago, he sensed that he had a child on the magic continent. Yes, it was amazing that he, a god, had a child, and he himself didn't know it. The God of Light was very curious, and came with one of his clones. He concealed his identity, and wanted to see what the child looked like. He went to a dirty basement, and saw a woman lying on the ground, whose life or death was unknown, and two delicate babies on the altar. Through blood induction, he could feel that the two children were his. One of them was full of dark elements, while the other was almost full of light elements, just like a child made of elements. But they were still different. These two children were too pure, and could easily die. When the God of Light was about to leave with the children, he heard some noises. He subconsciously stopped, hid himself, and waited quietly. He waited for two old men in white robes. The old man said something that he could not understand very well. He had been away from the mainland for too long. If he hadn't prayed with him, it would be difficult for him to understand the other party's language. After waiting for a long time, the God of Light could only hear a few scattered words. What a pity. Limit. Cannot survive. They seemed to give up the two children. The woman in black lying on the ground seemed to be the mother of the children. The God of Light couldn't explain what he was thinking, but he took action by mistake and kidnapped the child and the woman, in order to let both of you survive. I gave you half of the godhood to suppress the uncontrolled dark elements in your body, and you became a half-light and half-dark talent. At this point, the Archbishop paused, a little embarrassed, because the Godhead is in your hands. My body cannot be called a god in theory. In order to protect you, I will let you show your talent for light, and come to the church to be a holy son. Well, this is also helpless. The talent for light born from the Godhead is of course very strong. Lucius was confused and finally figured out the key point. Anna is a child of all light elements. Then what did she do? The Archbishop coughed lightly. This? You have to ask your mother. I am not very clear. He and the other party have only known each other for more than 10 years, and their relationship has not been well cultivated. The Archbishop feels that he cannot do such a thing that is easy to offend the other party. Lucius choked. Why does it feel like his father is unreliable? Sieshichan understood. So that's it. If Lucius must take the path of light, he must use all his godhood to change his physique. After inheriting your godhood, he and you will inevitably fight to the death. The Archbishop lowered his eyes and nodded gently, but he can only take the path of light. He has already obtained my godhood. If he takes other things, his body will immediately backfire. Moreover, in a sense, this half of the Godhead has recognized Lucius, and this may be an inevitable path. Sieshichan touched his chin. I see. Lucius, when you have time, go ask your mother about the situation. You have to understand it clearly. Lucius asked nervously, Teacher, is there a way to solve it? In fact, Sieshichan didn't have one yet. But Sieshichan was shameless. Don't be nervous, kid. There will always be a way, Sieshichan said, giving a crooked idea. At worst, let Teacher Emoshuzi and Teacher Eugene take you to their hometown, and we will go there to become a god. How can we replace them if they are not in the same system? Lucius, the hometown of Mr. Maksuzi Eugene? The Archbishop listened to this unfamiliar name, pondered for a moment, and raised his eyebrows. Isn't he from here? Sieshichan, who was almost out of his horse, also raised his eyebrows. Lucius's father. Right. Come to the college when you have time. Let's talk about Lucius' college life. The Archbishop was surprised. Can you talk more about the emotional aspect? Speaking of which, your college is too harsh. Lucius is already 16. Why is he being controlled even in love? Lucius's forehead was bulging with veins. And he gritted his teeth. Enough. I have no emotional life. The Archbishop said regretfully. Son, your father taught you to be honest, responsible, and loyal. Look at me. Hearing this, Sieshichin felt that something was wrong, and immediately turned off the view here and turned to look at other students. Lucius's head was about to explode. I have been practicing it. Just say it. The Archbishop shut up. Son, your girlfriend came to the church to find you. Oh no. Maybe it should be a lover? She even knows where the birthmark is on your body. Lucius, Huh? He? Partner? How is it possible? Lucius, who thought he was innocent, swallowed the impossible back into his stomach. He pushed his father out with a headache, and then looked at the old classmate who damaged his reputation. His face was very intriguing. Why are you here? The old classmate didn't treat him as an outsider at all. Drank a cup of tea calmly, and asked Lucius, who was standing straight, to sit down and talk. After Lucius sat firmly, Amelia answered concisely, thanks to Toskrich, I got separated from my team. Lucius said expressionlessly, this is not an excuse for you to ruin my reputation. Right? Amelia sighed, you know, I'm a necromancer. Lucius thought it was not good, then. He teleported me to the gate of your church. The very gate. Amelia complained, your church is too exclusive. You fight whenever you want. If I hadn't been smart enough to get involved with you, you would have lost a classmate. Lucius, He touched the doll again silently. Screech? The doll giggled, wow. You finally come to care about me again? Look at you. Lucius. It's been so short. And you've broken so many defenses. Okay. Shut up. I deduct as many points as you want. Lucius' face was dark, and he blocked the doll who was talking dirty without any expression. Good news. Screech is gone. Bad news. He probably ran away when he saw things were not going well. Lucius felt that he was really well-mannered because he hadn't been angry until now. Of course, all this cultivation only stopped after the elf woke up. Almost 3 days later, the spell on the elf was almost gone, and it gradually woke up. Lucius originally planned to take the elf to find his friends after the elf was fine, and take the time to send the elf back to the elf forest. Who knows? This elf is not as cheerful and tough as Isabella, but a very shy and quiet elf. She just woke up, saw Lucius, and after hearing Lucius's explanation, she thanked him in a low voice. Her little face was red, and she was very embarrassed. Next to him, Amelia was pulled over by Lucius, who asked her to be a bridge of communication because they were both girls and could communicate better. Lucius thought it was nothing, and he was honest and open to everyone, except Anna, even when rumors spread in the church that he was cheating on her and felt sorry for Anna. Lucius remained calm, until his father, who was very surprised and eager to try, asked him, Dad, can I submit an article to the entertainment newspaper? I am still very envious of seeing your classmates' parents claiming their articles there. What's wrong with that? Lucius nodded and agreed. He asked, what do you plan to submit? The church is far from the royal city, so it may not be so popular. How could that be? The Archbishop looked at the two girls in front of him without blinking, as if he saw the light of hope. I submitted that you took the girl home. And you can? Lucius' face turned black. No. It's impossible. Don't even think about it. The Archbishop was silent for a moment, and whispered, but recently the Pope seems to have some doubts about your sister. If you are the one at fault, I should take care of your sister more. Right? Lucius, Well, in a sense, the Archbishop is very good at poking at Lucius's weaknesses. He is destined to bear the reputation of being a playboy unwillingly until his sister grows up. Lucius swears that he really didn't break his defense this time. But he lost. Lost miserably. So miserably that he was deducted. Wait. Why didn't he get deducted points this time? Sieshichin, who accidentally watched the good show again, had to defend himself again. I estimated that the elf girl should wake up, so I came to take a look and discuss the subsequent finishing work. Lucius believed in Screech. But why do you appear at the right time every time? Sieshichin thought for a moment and sighed. This is probably the charm of the principal. The principal is always everywhere. Isn't he? Lucius choked. looked at his old father, who was waiting for his nod, then looked at the innocent baby, gritted his teeth, turned around and left the room. Seeing that Lucius acquiesced, the archbishop didn't care about his son's sudden temper. He walked forward happily and prepared to discuss with the two girls about helping. Oh, thank God. Thanks, Screech. If it weren't for his accidental appearance, he wouldn't have thought of such a wonderful and flawless way to cover up his lie. His little guy who was so proud that he looked up at people wouldn't agree to his rude request so easily. Of course, the archbishop didn't know that this was also a rare good news for Sieshichin, because Fanny would report the matter of the wizard meeting elves soon. And then the archbishop would also discuss rescuing an elf in the dark jungle. And the person behind the trouble would become even more confusing. Did the parties lie? Is it what they imagined? When the spell dissipates, no one will think it is solved. They will probably think that the elf is dead, and the Wizard Association will definitely take action. So is it the same elf? Wow. Sieshichin is really looking forward to it. Chapter 76. As expected, the Wizard Association reacted very quickly. Almost the moment they felt the dark spell disappear, they sent a long letter of apology to the elves. At the same time, they made public all the remaining evidence of previous transactions on the pretext of cleaning up the house. In fact, this would not harm the interests of the Wizard Association too much. These were all done by the previous management. At most, they were just poorly supervised. Now the management committed suicide out of fear of crime. And they also killed a lot of bad. The wizards. The reorganized wizards are also working hard to clean up the mess of the bad guys before. And they are united to establish the Wizard Association, completely breaking away from the previous Wizard Association. Wizard Association. No. It should be called Wizard Association now. The president of the Wizard Association, Winifie, is even more resolute. While returning all the debts, she apologized for the secret filming business she once did, made all the darkness public, and deeply condemned the management, as well as herself, who was lazy and didn't care about things, no matter how much she lost. At least there is one thing that no one can deny. The brand new Wizard Association has won everyone's favor. And everyone who has been compensated has also thrown all the previous unhappiness aside. It was not a waste of blood. Of course, there were people and forces who were unwilling to make friends. But for the Wizard Association, which had already successfully whitewashed itself, it was harmless. The biggest enemy had already been blamed on Iron Rose. Right? That's right. Most of the evidence they submitted was blurred in order not to offend the person who traded. And only the image of the trading elf was very clear. There was a reason to ask. They couldn't afford to offend other sellers. But compared to Iron Rose, they couldn't afford to offend the entire race of elves. In order to prevent the Wizard Association from being disturbed, they had to publish this image. If they were to become enemies with Iron Rose, there was nothing they could do about it. They had already sent gifts, and the most sincere apology to the elves. No one knew what the elves' reaction would be. But the nobles of the entire royal city knew all too well what the Iron Rose leader's reaction would be. Amos and his wife hadn't left the house for 5 days. Many people were happy to see the joke. They didn't necessarily believe that Iron Rose had done such a despicable thing. Nor did they necessarily not believe it. But it didn't stop them from waiting to see Iron Rose's reaction and follow-up. If they fail to deal with it properly, they also have a reason to accept the Iron Rose mercenary group. This is the life's work of Amos. If they can take it over directly, it will be of great help to the family. This naturally includes Sheldon Muster and Duke Croft. As a family that almost became in-laws, the two families are still relatively close. But Mrs. Croft looks down on Mrs. Muster's stinginess. And Mrs. Muster also looks down on Mrs. Croft's aggressiveness, which makes the relationship between the two families seem a little cold. In fact, Croft and Muster still have something to talk about. From time to time, they would get together and talk about the current situation. Such a relationship also made Duke Edmund, who had never been able to join in, very angry. Duke Croft's cold face was rarely filled with a smile. The Amos family may be in trouble this time. Sheldon Muster did not reply, still looking at his business seriously, as if he didn't care. Duke Croft snorted and cursed, and then continued, "It's unbelievable. The children of our three families play so well together. And in a blink of an eye, only Chris's father can support him." Duke Croft said this in a sarcastic tone. Does he really care whether the Amos family is in trouble or not? Not necessarily. Anyway, it is useless for him to take the Amos family's property. It is more cost-effective to squeeze Sheldon. Who dared this damn lunatic to tell him that if his daughter didn't like him, he would not like his Chris at all? What a joke. It's as if the Croft family likes Vera. If that naughty kid didn't insist on marriage, would they agree to consider it and delay it until they are adults to get engaged? Duke Croft became angrier and angrier. And Sheldon was no better. He looked at Croft with a half smile. And also acted as a hermaphrodite. Yes. My daughter is capable. She doesn't need my support. She is a duke herself. Croft, you and my daughter have the same title. Don't you feel honored? Sheldon asked seriously. Or that's what he thought. Unfortunately, the highest title is the duke. Otherwise, find a way to get close to the royal family and let his little Vera become a prince? Sheldon started thinking about how to let Vera get more. Duke Croft gritted his teeth, angry to death. But he couldn't find a way to fight back. Isn't it just a title? His Chris. When Chris comes back, he will also apply for a title for Chris. Duke Croft was so angry that he shut himself up. It took him a long time to recover and ask the main business, seriously, do you want to participate? Bori Amos and Chris play well together. I am a little hesitant, worried that it will affect the friendship of the children. He didn't really want to make things difficult for Chris, especially after his wife came back and told him about the child's worries. Croft realized how much he had hurt the child because of the lack of communication and more attention to interests. Duke Croft thought that the Amos family was trustworthy. If they suffered a little for Chris, it would be okay to help say a few words. At this moment, Duke Croft still had a bias in his heart. On the other hand, Sheldon shrugged. I contact Principal Screech and ask Vera. If she agrees, I help. If she doesn't agree, I won't help. Duke Croft frowned. Puzzled, she can't not wait. He slammed the table and gritted his teeth. Okay, Sheldon. You are really insidious. Sheldon nodded. Thank you for the compliment. I just respect my daughter more. Croft, damn it. Do you really think he is a fool? What do you mean by respecting your daughter? Isn't it just to take credit? Isn't it just to hear more words of thanks and love from his daughter? What a joke. Doesn't he know how to do it? He will go back and write a letter. The Duke of Croft had a blank expression on his face. But he was thinking a lot. He couldn't let Sheldon know that he was a smart person. Sheldon was also preparing to write a letter to his little girl. He didn't have time to spend such a private moment with Croft, a man who didn't understand romance. Sheldon was thinking about how to say goodbye to Croft naturally. Unfortunately, two owls stopped them from saying goodbye to each other. It was the owl that must have an echo. Both parents had seen or survived this thing to some extent, and knew that it was a standard feature of Screech. Two owls. Two people. What do they represent? It means their children are looking for them. That must be a big show. For a moment, the two old men were not in a hurry to leave. They took their own owls and planned to read out the contact information in full in front of their opponents. Look, their babies love them so much. Even after getting into trouble, they still let Screech contact them to clean up the mess. Wait. Croft frowned and read carefully. In trouble? With Vera? The Wizards Guild was overturned. Remembered as Vera's witch servant? Croft read it 3 times in confusion and found the key point. Wait. How could he be Vera's witch servant? Is this kid unable to walk independently? He couldn't even leave his name when he got into trouble like this? In contrast, Sheldon on the other side laughed heartily. Ha! She is worthy of being my baby. She is the brightest diamond in the crowd wherever she goes. Sheldon pulled Croft with a stinky face and shamelessly said, Hey man, you should know. Right? My Vera is still a magic apprentice. She is almost a junior magician. I didn't expect that my baby is really the most powerful. She dared to deceive so many great wizards just after entering the door. And also made this evil place suffer a lot. She is really smart. Sheldon sighed and patted Croft on the shoulder. Of course. Your Chris is not bad. But he is still far behind my Vera. My. Croft gritted his teeth. Sheldon, if your daughter didn't have my son, she wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Right? After all, isn't it because my son likes her? Sheldon also frowned. Like? If Vera didn't like Chris, I would have beaten this brat who dared to give my daughter flowers so hard that he couldn't get out of bed. Croft snorted coldly. Do you dare? You couldn't beat me back then. Can you beat me now? Sheldon clenched his fists. You want to try? Croft was not to be outdone. Are you afraid? Cuckoo. There must be a response. Oh, cuckoo. Please reply immediately. Please reply quickly. The owl once again urged the two increasingly angry parents, who were barely called back to reason by the owl, and began to think about the consequences. Since Screech had sent the letter, he naturally hoped that they would help cover it up. Come to think of it, it's good that two little guys who just went out to study can have such an outstanding performance. And it's inevitable that there will be some mistakes. It seems. Sheldon and Croft looked at each other, and saw recognition in each other's eyes. They have to do their part after the Amos family made a decision. At this moment, the Amos family is not calm. They can be sure that there is no mercenary in their group. They are the group they lead. And they know it very well. But the problem now is that the group emblem is real. And the magician standing next to the mercenary, although he tried his best to cover it up, can still be seen that it is the magician who has cooperated with them for 10 years. Bennett blamed himself. If I had discovered something wrong earlier, this situation wouldn't have happened. When he noticed something wrong with the mage at the wizard meeting, he immediately sent him back to the Magic Association. But it had a huge impact later. After their action, the wizard meeting revealed the dirty things done by the mage and the mercenaries beside him. And their action of sending the mage away was like killing the donkey after it had done its work. Now, it is even more difficult for them to clear their suspicion. Xia knew that all this was a conspiracy against them. As long as they were given a little more time, they would definitely be able to solve it. But the biggest problem now was that they had no time. And they had to hurry up. Xia shook her head. Now is not the time to talk about this. Bennett, we need to clarify it immediately, and then make a decision. Bori is still in Screech. We can't let Bori be laughed at by his classmates. Yes, that's right. Bennett wiped the sweat from his head, and became more melancholy. Are we going to refuse to admit it? Will others make random guesses? You have to be honest. If it's not us, then it's not us. Of course, we can give a little more compensation for humanitarian reasons, said Xia, frowning. First check the group and put the action out. The impact must be minimized. Bennett certainly understood. He controlled it immediately. Now the rumors may not be in their favor. And it involves the Magic Association. Bennett always feels that something bad will happen. But now they have no more evidence. So they can only play along. Bear the bad influence first. And then find out the truth. What about the elves? Xia, the elves are very xenophobic. I don't think we can necessarily convey our attitude and message to them. Bennett said the key. As long as the elves are willing to give time. This matter is a small matter. But once the elves publicly express their determination to fight to the death, it will be a major event that destroys the race. Even if they succeed in whitewashing themselves later, they can't escape the stain of trafficking elves. Xia was silent for a while, clenched her fist and said, I will go to His Majesty first. You hurry up and clarify the rumors. Xia was about to walk into the palace. But the people in the palace came faster. When Xia hesitated and was at a loss, she received a dizzying news. The elves actually remained neutral, saying that they would fight to the death with the people behind the scenes after finding out the truth? What is going on? Damn it. What is going on? The president of the Magic Association looked at the Steen Entertainment news handed over by his subordinates. His face was extremely ferocious. Son, the vice president who always bears the president's anger, has to come out to calm down. Otherwise the president will remember that he did not do a good job in the past and make him pay. Sung read the Stern Entertainment news carefully. Frowning tightly, the Stern family is openly standing on the side of the Amos family. It's really short-sighted. Because of Screech, a student of Screech, is helping the Amos family like this. But in the end, it will bring trouble to himself. The president said coldly, now it's not the Stern family's business. The fire has burned us. When the Wizard Association issued a statement, the president was still gloating, and even thinking about how to take over the business of the Amos family. Moreover, that was a magician who had cooperated with the Amos family for 10 years. If there was no trace of the Magic Association, how dare he betray the Amos family so cleanly? The Iron Rose and the Mercenary Association are not easy to mess with. But all this is just hearsay. There is no evidence. Now the Stern family came out as a class representative to sort out this major event for everyone, and pointed the spearhead at their Magic Association. How could the president tolerate this? Sang thought and tried to push away the relationship. President, this is all just our guess, isn't it? There is no evidence to prove that we did it. Besides, our association does not accept dark magicians. No matter what. We can only blame it on the wizards themselves. We are not afraid. Yes, in order to be able to cooperate with the Church of Light. Their magic association can certify the magician qualifications of all magicians except dark and undead magicians, which sound very evil. Theoretically, it is impossible for them to have a dark magician. No matter how much they doubt it, they cannot have one. But the problem now is also very obvious. The president and the elders of the association originally planned to cooperate with the Wizard Association and successfully secretly attracted a large number of wizards. But now if they really want to push the pot, they can only push it to the Wizard Association. And the previous friendly cooperation will also become a bubble. All these years of support and help are in vain. The management of the Wizard Association is not easy to deal with, and will definitely take the opportunity to directly leave their magic association. No, we can't put the blame on the Wizards Association. The president has a scale in his heart. He knows what is important and what is urgent. But we can't take the blame. Find a way to push that magician out. It's just a magician. We can continue to train him if he is gone. But the targeting of the elves and the separation of the Wizards Association are not what the president is willing to face. Singh was a little reluctant. He had finally managed to win over this magician. Was he useless so soon? Could it be that the president knew something? He probed, but in this way, they will still doubt our magic association. Right? Idiot! The president cursed. As long as we perform well. What does it matter if they doubt us? Can they leave our association? Why did the Amos family survive until the appearance of the Stern Entertainment News? Isn't it because they refused to admit it? Their attitude was firm. And they were innocent enough? Now Stern has directly helped them to point the finger at the wizard who cast the spell and the magician who showed his face. Of course, their association can also refuse to admit it, and even show their anger and displeasure. It not only targets the right people, but also makes the public afraid. This is a good move. The president thought about it and gave instructions to Singh. Tell all magic schools that the Magic Association intends to raise the assessment requirements of magic schools. Junior magicians are still too relaxed, which is not conducive to the development of magic. Sung was shocked. Then this way. Let them hate Stern, Amos, and Screech. The president said the most cruel words coldly. As long as the Magic Association exists, no matter how unwilling they are, they can only point their spearheads at these insignificant people and families? Of course, this does not mean that he has suffered this loss. After all, the sudden increase in the assessment requirements will also put a certain amount of pressure and damage on the association. So, although the president said it easily, he had actually cursed Screech no less than 100 times in his heart. Damn it. The Magic Academy that can never be abolished is causing him trouble. If Screech did not exist, would those dukes stand with the Amos family? If Screech did not exist, would Steen help the Amos family? If Screech did not exist, the president was still angry and dug out his private treasury, ready to subsidize the good seedlings of various magic academies. By the end of this year, he must get the school certificate from Screech. Achoo. Siashichan rubbed his nose. He didn't know why he was in poor health recently and always sneezed easily. Xiaoxiao couldn't help but ask him when she heard him attribute it correctly. Isn't it really because you have been too much recently? Siashichan blinked and waited for the condemnation leisurely. Where did I go too much? Am I not leading the team normally? Xiaoxiao gave him an example. It's only been 3 weeks. And your Miao Miao have become frightened birds. How can I not scold you? Let's not talk about the distant past, but the recent past. After Lucius heard that his father's manuscript was successfully accepted and would be published in the newspaper soon, he was under a dark cloud for almost a week and has not recovered yet. If we talk about the distant past, it would be too much to describe. Dare to imagine it? Chris, who is most particular about aristocratic style, was forced to wear Vera's tutu. Fortunately, it was in the wilderness. The tutu was loose, and Chris was thin. Otherwise, he would be like Oris, dressed like a King Kong Barbie. Siashichan felt that this was not his problem. It's just that their mentality is not right. Why should they care about the difficulties that may or may not appear? Studying abroad is to improve yourself in all aspects. He sighed in a fake way. I really don't want the students to have to retake the language arts when I come back. That would be very difficult for me. Xiaoxiao choked. Speaking of this, it's even more outrageous. It's been almost a month, and these little guys haven't got a positive score in the language arts subject. The most terrifying thing is that Bo Rui, who talks a lot of nonsense. has already scored minus 40 points. If the little guys hadn't been bickering hard every day, Xiao Xiao would have suspected that they had given up early. After teasing Xiao Xiao, Xie Shichen was in a good mood and began to give dates. Don't worry. I know you care about me, and are afraid that my little guys will give up. Xiao Xiao nodded constantly. It's still a little too much. There's nothing we can do. Their training time is almost over. Xie Shichen casually calculated the time for him. The total training is less than 9 weeks. And including the time they came back. That's 8 weeks. 3 weeks have passed now. There will be more tests after they come back. And they have to study again. At least they will need 3 weeks of study time. And the time allocated for the study tour is only 2 weeks at most. Shouldn't they remember it more? Xie Shichen's words made sense. But Xiao Xiao always felt that something was wrong. But Xie Shichen had already begun to summarize. So I have to hurry up and let them experience life outside of school in these 2 weeks. After that, I won't make trouble. Let them review peacefully and get a good score when they come back. There will be less pressure. Which is great. Xiao Xiao felt that what Xie Shichen said was right. And it easily turned to its host. Xie Shichen took a list of teachers who had been screened and started his work today. Through Gore Zhou's very honest audition, Xie Shichen got a list of nearly 100 people. Not all of whom were Marim's. He had already gone through all of Marim's teachers and selected 20 from about 60 of them. These 20 people were teachers who he felt taught well, were very compatible with his students, and could be very helpful to the little ones who would enroll in the future. As for the second round of fine screening, Gore Zhou will take this Muggle to visit and see what the personality and character of these teachers are like. If they all meet Xie Shichen's needs, then they can directly proceed to the next step and poach them. This step is more difficult. As a handsome, gentlemanly and polite gardener, Xie Shichen is also well known in Malim. This is specifically reflected in the fact that when students pass by the small garden and don't see him, if they are not in a hurry, they will sit in the small garden for a while, waiting to see if they can meet him today and say hello. Of course, as a Muggle, a servant of the academy, most students would not be very polite to him. They just admired his beauty and thought he was pleasing to the eye. This also led to the fact that if Xie Shichen left his territory for too long, he would easily attract the attention of the academy staff because of absenteeism. His corner had not been dug up yet, which was a very taboo thing, and Xie Shichen had to be very careful. Fortunately, Gore Zhou was a very smart great magician. Every time, he could find different excuses to pick up Xie Shichen to chat in his office, which naturally forced Xie Shichen, the Muggle gardener, to be absent from work and lose today's salary. The college steward who paid the salary felt pity for this Muggle servant. But what could they do? That was the great tutor Gore, a teacher who even the dean had to give a little more face to. They dared not offend him, let alone stand up for a Muggle. Today was the same. Gore Zhou invited Xie Shichen to read this issue of the Stern Entertainment News with him. Xie Shichen threw the magic broom in the garden helplessly and followed Gore Zhou's steps. Thank you for your generosity, Master. I haven't paid attention to Stern Entertainment News for a long time. Xie Shichen praised Gore. Gore Zhou was very excited. Then you must read it carefully. The content of this issue is very substantial and interesting. Stern wrote it very well. The structure is compact, and the content is substantial. My heart is boiling after reading it. Xie Shichen opened his mouth, but he held back the sentence. I wrote half of it. Forget it. It's rare for a love-brained person to be happy, so he won't make her sad. He took the newspaper with interest and said eagerly, then I have to take a good look. This issue of Stern Entertainment News was as expected. It was sold out in less than a day after it was delivered to the newsstand. Because Stern Entertainment News now not only broadcasts news about Screech, but also broadcasts the latest major events, the developments of the Wizarding Society that everyone is very concerned about. Stern lives up to its reputation as a journal. It tells stories in an orderly and well-documented way. It first sorts out the event lines based on the information it has, and gives evidence and probability to each guess. Finally, it calls on everyone to actively provide clues. And Stern will continue to report, clear and concise. Everyone not only reads the cause and effect of the recent gossip, but also knows a lot of big things. The Wizard Association failed to secretly shoot, and the management broke up with Winknife. The management committed suicide out of fear of crime. Winknife reorganized the Wizard Association, established the Wizard Association, expelled the traitor wizard, and opened the prelude to the wizard real name system. Wow! This is so exciting. Everyone is beginning to wonder what the reactions of those self-proclaimed mysterious wizards are. The Wizards Association gave strong evidence. After the Amos family refuted the evidence, the 3 dukes of the empire all supported Amos and the Iron Rose mercenary group. The final doubts may point to the Magic Association and the mysterious wizard? What? The Magic Association is involved? This is too exciting, isn't it? However, the Amos family is really lucky to get the support of the 3 dukes. The Queen of the Elf tribe sent a message to King Fickle, saying that she would wait until the evidence is conclusive and fight the culprit to the death, hoping to get a real result. Isn't this a clear statement that the elves' disbelief is the fault of Iron Rose? Not surprisingly, everyone heard the subtext. And while they were curious about the reasons why the elves did this, they also began to be curious about the final outcome of the whole thing. Stern said he would continue to track? Then you must continue to buy. This issue of the newspaper was sold out. And there were even many people anxiously waiting for Stern to publish the next issue of the entertainment newspaper. And they were still complaining why he couldn't publish a small progress entertainment newspaper every day like he did for Screech. Shichen only provided the news he sorted out. This was the first time I saw the full version. I have to say that Fanny is really good at catching people's attention. It was obviously all the news he provided to Fanny. After reading it himself, he began to guess which company would be suspected in the end. Is this issue an interactive newspaper? Shichen was surprised. Yes. Fanny is really amazing. Gorjo praised without hesitation. Although only students and high-level magicians can participate in the discussion and voting. This idea is very exciting. I want to analyze it carefully and submit it to Stern. Don't. Shichen stopped Gorjo without thinking. You are Screech's teacher. You should always avoid suspicion. Oh. Yes. I should avoid suspicion. Gorjo nodded fiercely, and couldn't help laughing. I really should avoid suspicion. He really loved Screech. Why did he like every word he said so much? Avoid suspicion. He liked this word. Shichen fooled Gorjo and prevented Screech and Screech's students from entering this muddy water again. He was very satisfied. What happens next is Fanny's business, and has little to do with him and his Meow Meow. Shichen put away the newspaper and mentioned today's schedule. Which tutors are we going to see today? Shichen told Gorjo about the time of departure. He would have to go back to Screech to prepare in 2 or 3 weeks at the latest. Gorjo also realized the urgency of time and arranged a very tight schedule for him to meet. 5 teachers. They all have no classes. You can meet them separately or together. I have made appointments. Gore mentioned the names of 5 teachers and answered obediently. I only said that I wanted to discuss this issue of Stern's newspaper with them. Don't worry. They don't know our purpose. Shichen was curious. Are they willing to discuss Stern's newspaper with you? Gorjo was silent for a while and explained softly. This is my only hobby. They are friends with me and are always willing to chat with me. He has listened to so many gossips and complaints from those teachers, and has accompanied those teachers so many times. No matter how reluctant and uninterested they are, those teachers have to pretend to be very interested to show their support. Gorjo knew all about it, but he just wouldn't change. His friends were used to it, and many of them even developed the habit of reading newspapers. They are very kind principals. I'm not lying to you, Gorjo assured Shichen. Shichen didn't see the real person, and it was hard to say whether he believed it or not. Anyway, he was very polite and waited for Gorjo to lead the way. He was taken all the way to Gorjo's teacher villa in the college. And surprisingly, he met these 5 teachers directly. They had already set up a grill in the front yard of Gorjo's house, and were processing the monster meat. When they saw Gorjo and Shichen coming over, they all greeted Gorjo without any prior agreement. Among them, a slightly fat curly-haired man with a mustache asked Gore in a friendly manner, Gore, this is... Gorjo took the initiative to introduce Shichen. This is my new friend. And Chun. And Chin. This is Hater. He teaches students combat skills. He is a very powerful teacher. Hater narrowed his eyes, looked at Shichen calmly, then laughed and patted Gore on the shoulder. Your mouth is still as sweet as ever. If I hadn't gotten used to it, I would have fallen in love with you. Gorjo paused, as if he took it seriously. Ah? Then I have to stay away from you. But you have a first love. Everyone knows that. Come and sit down and chat. Inside, a lazy neutral voice spoke, waving to the 3 standing people. Come and sit down. We have bought all the newspapers. Yes. Anshin. Right? Come on. Come sit with us. Hader winked, as if he didn't realize Xieshichin was the odd one out here, and walked in with one arm around each of them. Did Gore let you read the newspaper first? I knew he couldn't help it. Xieshichin smiled slightly, and didn't act pretentious, and helplessly spread his hands to Hader. Yes. He told me that this issue of the entertainment newspaper has a compact structure and is very fascinating. Fascinating? Had paused, thought for a while, and laughed out loud again. As expected, he is a good friend of Gore, and he is as good at talking as Gore. Xieshichin smiled and did not answer much. He knew that this group of people were very close to him mainly for Gore Joe's sake. But he was able to get enthusiastic with others so quickly and not be offensive. This hat is not bad. Isn't it said that he is very strict and students don't like him? Xieshichin thought of the news that he heard from students complaining that day, and the combat course he observed later, and couldn't help but take a closer look at Had, who was very easygoing. Quite a contrast. Had was very sensitive. When Xieshichin was about to withdraw his gaze, his sharp eyes swept over. Although he quickly regained his composure, it still made people a little scared. Seeing that Xieshichin was normal, Had also became curious and approached Xieshichin to chat. Anshin? Is there something to tell me? Xieshichin pretended to be silent, then laughed and said, I happened to listen to your class with Gore. Now I am a little surprised to see you in private. He joked seriously. After all, he is a weak muggle who has never seen the world. Hader was amused by Xieshichin's neither humble nor arrogant attitude. He didn't care whether he was a muggle or not. What was more important was the rapport. Xieshichin's move undoubtedly surprised him. Ha ha ha. My students are also surprised. Hader imitated a student's complaint. I wish Mr. Hart's attitude in Get Out of Class could change. I really don't want to meet him in class next time. As he was learning, he made himself laugh again. What a pity. I have to be responsible in class, and I don't want to have a stern face. Gore had been watching them all the time, and seeing that Xieshichin was adapting well, he slowly breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, the neutral voice came closer and asked Gore curiously, You pay a lot of attention to him? Is he? Gore was stunned for a moment, and it took him a while to understand what the other party meant. His face flushed instantly. No, it's not him. He's just a new friend. A good friend. I didn't say we're not friends. The man muttered, thought for a moment, smacked his lips. Could he know your first love? You never took the initiative to introduce us to someone. After all, in a sense, Gore is also a Sea King, and everyone is his friend. So naturally, he won't be so special as to introduce someone to certain friends. Now, Gore, who has no experience in lying, fell silent. Ah, how should I cover up the lie? Chapter 77. Gore Joe involuntarily moved his gaze to Xieshichin, and it was a very erratic gaze. He knew that Xieshichin could not save him. But when people are helpless, they will subconsciously look at the person they think can save them. Gore Joe is like this. He is very helpless, and very eager to get help. Fortunately, Xieshichin is a reliable person. Most of the time, he blinked and took over the topic with a smile. No. I met the great tutor when I was eavesdropping on the class of the great tutor Gore. Neutral voice looked over with interest. Xieshichin described the process of their meeting. There seemed to be some helplessness in his tone. When Professor Gore saw me writing the manuscript submitted by Stern in class, he was very angry. Later, he found that I wrote well and became friends with me. As for whether it was because he wrote well, it is hard to say. Neutral voice was very surprised when he heard this. You actually submitted to Stern? No wonder Gore hit it off with you at first sight. He likes the Stern Journal the most. Xieshichin smiled and said nothing. Gore Joe breathed a sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Yes. 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 I just thought he wrote well. So I stopped him to chat. We walked together and became friends. After a pause, Gore Joe added, the last issue of the Stern Special Summary Report was his contribution. Anshin is really amazing. Hader looked unbelievable and patted Xieshichin on the shoulder. Well done. You are worthy of being brought here by Gore. You are amazing. Xieshichin continued chatting with Hader with a smile, and the neutral voice beside him glanced at Xieshichin with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Xieshichin also saw the other party's inquiring eyes, but he did not make any more reactions. Just stopped at that. There are more than 50 teachers waiting for him to poach. Xieshichin can't show up now and let Malam's people notice something is wrong. He is like a special muggle who has just entered the magic world. He is full of curiosity about everything. And he is very smart. Most of the time, he understands everything at a glance, which makes Hader feel that he has met him too late when chatting with him. However, compared to Hart's extroversion, the other 4 teachers were much more shy. Apart from occasionally agreeing with Gore, they basically didn't say much, which made it much more difficult for Xie Shichen to collect information. It seems that I have to think of a better topic. During the chat, the skewers grilled by the magicians themselves also exuded bursts of fragrance. Xie Shichen took this as a topic and cast a hook. This barbecue is really delicious. If those students who went out could also eat such barbecue, I'm afraid they would not want to go back to school. Ha ha ha. Even if there is no barbecue, they are unwilling to go back to school. Hader shrugged. They are still much freer outside. At least no one is in charge. Right? Xie Shichen said casually. Isn't it a good thing to be disciplined? They really don't know how to appreciate their blessings. After Xie Shichen finished speaking, a neutral voice continued, not necessarily. Every student has different characteristics. Some students are more suitable for systematic planning, and some students are more suitable for free development. They have their own independence and autonomy. I think it is better not to kill the nature of students casually. He didn't know if he noticed something, but he followed Xie Shichen's words and started to bring up topics related to education. Mostly about how the students he taught were, what kind of teaching he liked, and what the students' evaluations were. Xie Shichen gradually stopped talking and listened carefully to the neutral voice sharing his experience. The neutral voice was chattering, but it didn't seem to be talking a lot. It felt like a casual chat, as if it was just telling some interesting stories. Hader became more and more puzzled as he listened. And finally he looked at the neutral voice in confusion. That's not right. Didn't you say last time that the student was as stupid as a pig? And you didn't want to see such a student again in your life? Neutral voice being exposed, He gritted his teeth and said through gritted teeth, yeah. A fool who can't even distinguish the most basic magic plants. I am just wasting my time teaching him. Are you satisfied? Hader touched his head and whispered, then you still say he is cutely stupid. Xie Shichen couldn't help but smiled with his fist against his lips, seeing neutral voice grinding his teeth angrily. Gore whispered to Xie Shichen, Mance is a black wizard who has turned over a new leaf and is now the head tutor of Merrim College. He has a bit of a bad temper, but he is still very kind. Without even turning his head, Mance pinpointed Gore. Gore, I've said it many times. Don't describe me as kind. Xie Shichen was very curious. Dark wizard? Merrim's teaching is really rich. It seems that my trip was worthwhile. After he finished speaking, Mance retorted with a look of disgust. How is it possible? I rely on my mental power to disguise myself as a gold magician to teach at the academy. Merrim is a running dog of the Magic Association. How dare she accept a dark wizard openly? Xie Shichen was surprised. Could this be said to someone he was not familiar with? Sure enough, when Mance finished speaking, Hader's face changed, and he subconsciously looked at Gore. Gore didn't notice anything wrong. First of all, Screech was the person chosen by Fanny, and he believed in Fanny. Secondly, he had obtained Screech's qualifications by relying on his outstanding ability, carefulness and hard work. He not only knew that Screech had an alchemist and a black wizard, but also knew that there was a necromancer among Screech's students. So, it can be said that Gore also had some thoughts in this first meeting. Screech needed a teacher who could teach the necromancer. It happened that Mance was very knowledgeable in this area, together with Hader, who was targeted in Malum. These two could be said to be the best candidates. As long as Xie Shichen liked them, he could help swing the hoe. And then, he could successfully pick up 2 teachers for the first time. Wouldn't Screech think that he had a good eye? Gore's calculations were crackling. Hader saw that Gore didn't respond, and his heart sank. He was thinking about what to say to make up for it. But Xie Shichen had already smiled and moved the topic forward. It seems that Master Mance has a very profound attainment in spiritual power. I was fortunate enough to meet a water magician with my employer. Her understanding of magic is very profound, but she is not very proficient in spiritual mechanics. Since Mance was willing to reveal his identity in order to test his identity, Xie Shichen also gave him a little more trust and told Mance that he knew a water magician. Who are the people who can be called His Majesty? On the entire continent, only legendary magicians are qualified to be called His Majesty, which is a supreme honor. Mance obviously heard the unfinished meaning. He looked at Xie Shichen with complicated eyes and guessed the other party's identity. So, What was the reason for the other party to come here? Compared with man's sharpness, other teachers did not seem to think of this level. A female teacher even hurriedly joined the topic to smooth things over. She thought Xie Shichen had said the wrong thing by mistake, and was worried about being caught in the mistake. So she gave Xie Shichen a way out. Maybe Yan Chen is not very familiar with the magic world? In the magic world, only legendary wizards can be called His Majesty. She covered her mouth and smiled. Then blinked. Don't use the wrong words again. Those big shots are very particular about these things. Xie Shichen thanked the other party gratefully, and started a new topic. Other mentors who didn't talk much had to join the topic. For some reason, Mans, who used to talk a lot, suddenly stopped talking and listened to their conversation in silence. Next to him, Hader pulled Gore to a distance and whispered something, and was not on the scene. In order to avoid a dull moment, they could only chat with Xie Shichen more. This also gave Xie Shichen more opportunities to understand them. I am very interested in magic. Although I don't have a talent for magic, I always dream of learning magic. Finally, after saving enough money, I came to Merim. When asked why he gave up his position as a housekeeper and came here to be a gardener, Xie Shichen replied, "The teachers at Merim are so strong. I listen more. What if I get the hang of it?" The three instructors also laughed. They knew Xie Shichen was joking. Of course, they also knew that Xie Shichen could no longer learn magic. There was no need for them to point it out at this time. They could just ignore it. But unexpectedly, Man spoke up at this time. "I heard that Screech claimed that he could let students without talent learn magic. Why don't you go to Screech School of Magic?" As soon as these words came out, it was like picking a quarrel. The three instructors who were frantically warming up were stunned and looked at Xie Shichen awkwardly. Anshan. Xie Shichen didn't feel offended, but blinked. "I'm already very old. Right? Compared to going to Screech, it's better for me to come to Merium to see the world." Mans was blocked by this airtight excuse, and didn't know what kind of answer he wanted. He poked the fire in the same place, and didn't speak. Xie Shichen would not let the scene cool down. He knew that this was the most embarrassing moment. As long as he could bring up the topic, these teachers would follow up without any hesitation. So he deliberately looked at the three mentors with a very curious look and asked, "Can I ask a more offensive question?" "Of course. If you feel it is offensive, you can ignore me." His overly polite words made the mentors subconsciously move closer. "What is the question?" Xie Shichen thought about it and organized his words. "Why do you want to be a mentor in Malim?" When he asked the question, Hader had already returned with Gore. Gore, who could not lie, and Hader, who was a digger, had a better answer in the end. He also knew Xie Shichen's identity and purpose. When he heard this question, he immediately thought of Xie Shichen's purpose, and his eyes became more complicated. The other teachers hadn't noticed yet. Seeing that this was just an ordinary question, they answered it directly. "I did it because of the request of the principal of Merim College. I owed a favor to someone in the past, and it's not good not to repay it." "Okay. This can't be Doug." Xie Shichen passed up a golden corner with regret. "Me? It's mainly because of the lack of money. Merim College charges by class hours, and there is a very complete training room. The treatment is very good among several magic colleges. Well, this one can't be dug out either. Xie Shichen has no money, and even if he has money, he can't offer such a high price as Merim now. It's not that he can't bear to part with it, but for him, the teacher system is different at present. There are cross-world teachers dug from the system, and there are teachers from this world. The principal value of cross-world teachers is a hidden benefit, and he can't reveal it. But if the difference in benefits between teachers is too big, it's still not good. Moreover, the most important thing is that Xie Shichen is not arrogant enough to hire with a high salary. Nor is he at the point where he needs to hire with a high salary. He is only 20 or so." Xie Shichen had to look at the last instructor, the female instructor who helped him out. This instructor lowered her head in embarrassment. "I came here because of Merim's library. As you know, my magic talent is prophecy. When I practice, I need to read a lot of magic books. Only Merim can meet my needs." "Huh?" Xie Shichen's eyes lit up, and he chose to develop a further relationship with the instructor without hesitation. "Prophecy? I heard that this magic talent is very rare. And it is rare to see a magician with the prophecy system?" The magician of the prophecy system pursed his lips and smiled with two dimples. "I am a family inheritance. But there are not so many books for me to read at home, so I can only go out and find them myself. The cultivation of magicians of the prophecy system is different from that of other magicians. They are divided into two stages: prophet and wise man. In the prophet stage, they can rely on divination and some other means to get fragments of the answers that others want. But they are very vague, and the range is also very wide. At the wise stage, as long as they are asked, they can use magic to give an answer, even if they don't know the answer at first. Of course, the answer requires a price. Every prophet can sense how much the question he needs to answer costs, and then choose whether to answer it, and how to explore the answer to reduce losses. Therefore, it is extremely difficult to train a magician of the prophecy department. Their scarcity is because there is uncertainty from talent to growth. He is a good teacher, and is perfect for Skriki. Xieshichen's hoe was ready to move. He planned to get closer to this shy teacher first, so that he could ask for an invitation. But what he didn't expect was that before Xieshichen got close, Mans next to him looked at Xieshichen with a very difficult expression, as if he was looking at a cheating husband. In a faint tone, "Anshin, why don't you ask me how I got here?" Xieshichen choked up and said, "Why did Master Mans come to Merim?" Mans snorted, then lowered his voice suddenly, and explained in a storytelling tone, "Because I am a necromancer with nowhere to go, and I have offended the Wizard Association. Only by surrendering to Malam can I avoid being held accountable." As he spoke, his eyes were fixed on Xieshichen, as if he was waiting for Xieshichen to give him a response. Since he guessed Xieshichen's identity, Mans looked at several colleagues around him, and had a strange premonition in his heart. He guessed that the principal had come all the way from Screech without any trouble, probably to purchase goods. Mans was actually happy to see this kind of thing. He liked to see these self-proclaimed righteous, kind and upright principals doing all they could to do some dark and dirty things. But later, Screech's response to the untalented student becoming a magician was recognition, and his response to the dark wizard was Gore's unavoidable response. In addition, after the provocation of the Wizard Association this time, the Stern Journal responded strongly, and many powerful people supported the parents of Screech's students. Mans suddenly realized that, perhaps, compared to Malam, who stood on the side of the Magic Association, Screech was more suitable for him. The premise is that the principal of Screech has the courage to accept him. He thought about it step by step, and finally when he saw Xieshichen wanted to accept the harmless prophecy teacher, he couldn't help but speak out to test Xieshichen's attitude. As long as Screech dares, he dares to follow Screech now. To be honest, Mans's self-explosion was a great surprise to Xieshichen. Why? Because Amelia is a talent in the undead system. At first, he just thought that Mans was a substitute black wizard who was similar to Eugene. And even his alchemy was not as good as Eugene. If the other party was willing, it was not impossible to apply for the job. Their academy already has a black wizard, and Xieshichen doesn't have a very good impression of wizards now. Of course, he understands that not all wizards are so hateful. Can he still hate Amelia, who is destined to become an evil force in the future? It's just that the wizards are too unscrupulous, and it seems that there are many calculations behind them. He doesn't plan to have too much contact with people involved with the wizards, who knew that this person was a necromancer. He doesn't need to continue opening boxes to get a new necromancer. And it seems that the other party also seems to be interested? He hadn't thought it through yet. And Hart, who was sitting restlessly beside him, gritted his teeth and tried to make amends for Mans. "What nonsense are you talking about? Mans? You are so talented. And it's the people from the Wizards Association who are targeting you." Alas, he understood that this old friend was eager to leave this academy. But he couldn't just reveal his cards right away. What he didn't expect was that Xieshichen hesitated for a moment and actually followed Mans. "Can I ask, Grand Master, why did you have a conflict with the Wizards Association?" He added obediently, "Of course. If it's inconvenient, you don't have to say it. I offended you. Nothing is hidden." Malam's mentors all knew about Mans' previous experiences. But because Malam did not recruit evil wizards for their future, no one told anyone about Mans' identity. Malam explained the conflict between him and the Wizards Association. "I was the manager who founded the Wizards Association. We wizards are not very good at getting along with businessmen. In order to develop the Wizards Association, they found a new manager and kicked me out of the Wizards Association." Hard coughed lightly and beautified Mans a little. The previous Wizard Association was just a gathering of wizards, and Mans only played the role of maintaining order. Later, the Wizard Association introduced many new systems. Mans made trouble a few times, And then? Man snorted coldly. We black wizards have a bad reputation. And they are doing these weird things. Isn't it ruining our reputation? The prophecy teacher whispered. Then you can't show your displeasure to Winifred openly. Winifred is so much stronger than you. You are asking for trouble. Mans, He gritted his teeth. Say it again. That was before. Now I am better than her. Gore said blankly. Then why are you hiding? Mans, Siashichin tried to hold back his laughter. This Mans is better than Winifred. Siashichin still believes it. He had seen the wizard named Winifred through the doll's eyes at the auction. And he felt that she was strong on the outside but weak on the inside. But Siashichin guessed that this Mans must have offended the old wizard who came to the auction of the Wizard Association. So he needed to hide. But it doesn't matter. It can be seen that Mans also has a negative attitude towards the secret filming of the Wizards Association. He doesn't need his teachers to be righteous and kind. But they still have to have a bottom line. After all, they are teaching and educating people. And they can't be too villainous. Siashichin, like a smart person, pulled them to talk about other topics. And didn't seem to react to this answer. Mans couldn't help but get a little nervous. He saw Siashichin talking freely and constantly approaching the prophecy teacher. In the end, he snorted coldly and turned his head to talk to Gore. This damn cowardly Screech. Missing him is a lifetime loss. Mans poked the fire indignantly, which made Gore even more confused. Does he want to be poached or not? Eating barbecue for nearly a whole morning. The speed was still a bit slow. But Siashichin was quite satisfied with the fact that he had gained 3 teachers at once. His basic requirement was to recruit as many as 10 teachers as possible. Siashichin had calculated that if he wanted to successfully carry out one-on-one teaching, he would need a total of 21 teachers. Now, including Aurora and Gore, the academy has a total of 6 teachers, plus the 5 system teachers promised by the school. That's 11. So now he only needs to recruit 10 teachers from different departments to meet this year's recruitment target. Of course, it would be better if he could match the attributes of his students as much as possible. If not, it would be better if he could have a special department or a rare department teacher. For example, today, he got 2 special departments at once. And one of them was a necromancer who was very suitable for the students. Siashichin was very satisfied. Even if it took a whole day today, it was worth it. What? You said these teachers haven't agreed yet? The conditions have been laid out. How far is it from kidnapping? If it doesn't work, doesn't this still have Gore? I believe he will definitely work hard to solve various problems for his first love. Siashichin calculated the gains. And when many tutors were about to leave, he asked Gore to help keep the teacher from the prophecy department. Gore twitched his lips, but still hesitantly walked forward, trying to find a reason to keep the other party. Hey, for Fanny. Everything is worth it. Worth it, Gore encouraged himself. Siashichin fumbled in his ring and took out 2 cards with complicated patterns and a thick envelope. He took advantage of the other 2 mentors not noticing and secretly put the cards into the palms of Hart and Mans. He winked at the 2 of them playfully. The 2 of them came to their senses with a guilty conscience and subconsciously put the things into the storage. Then put down their hands as if nothing had happened. But the movement seemed a little stiff. Siashichin would not just give them business cards. He knew that if these people were really poached, the other mentors would definitely guess something after a little recollection. And then, they would have more or less negative emotions. So Siashichin took very good care of them. In front of all the teachers, he took out 5 small black cards, with a smile, and distributed them to all the teachers one by one. I'm sorry for hiding my identity. Let me introduce myself again. I'm Anshin Screech, the principal of Screech School of Magic, Siashichin said, smiling in the shocked eyes of the remaining 3 teachers. The students of the school are all out for study tours. I took the opportunity to come to Merim to learn more. I am very grateful to the great teachers for their careful guidance. If you are free, you are welcome to visit Screech. The prophecy teacher covered his mouth in shock, and even stopped talking. He turned his head to look at Siashichin. You are that Screech? Siashichin raised his eyebrows without changing his expression. Which Screech? The prophecy teacher was excited, the one who said that students without talent could also learn magic. Siashichin deliberately thought for a while before saying, if you are interested, can we chat? The prophecy tutor held her skirt tightly, and agreed without hesitation. After lobbying for a long time, Gore touched his nose and sighed. The prophecy tutor turned back subconsciously, and looked at Gore with apology. Sorry, Gore. It's okay. Vivian. I understand. It's just a small matter. You guys go and do it first, Gore said, and added, Scritch is leaving soon. This opportunity is rare. Vivian was very moved, and hurriedly lifted her skirt to find Sieshichin to chat. Sieshichin walked away with a lady who suddenly became lively. The 5 remaining mentors looked at each other, their eyes full of disbelief. Whether real or fake. A mentor suddenly realized something and looked at Mans. Mans, do you want to go to Screech? Mans then realized what Sieshichin meant by deliberately giving them business cards first, and then everyone else. However, since he was also going to change jobs, he did not expose her, but nodded nonchalantly. Screech is now in conflict with the Wizarding Society. There is no reason for him to treat me harshly. Right? It must be much easier to go there than in Miriam. The tutor who asked the question hesitated and finally sighed. Yes. Miriam is very good to me. But it's different for you. They didn't realize that this poaching was initiated by Sieshichin. And they were still thinking about Sieshichin's character. Oh my god. I thought a housekeeper couldn't have such temperament. It turned out to be the principal of Screech. Another tutor sighed. He really cares about students. And he came to Miriam to ask for advice on how to teach students. Gore thought that he was not only concerned about the students, but also came to Miriam to poach teachers. However, he did not dare to say it out loud, but found something more important to emphasize. I hope everyone can keep it a secret for me. If they knew that Screech came to Miriam, the principal of Miriam would be afraid. Several tutors said that they understood. And the tutor who was favored by the principal of Miriam even complained, we all understand. He is really petty. I am worried that he will fire me in the future. Hader took the opportunity to say, I'm different. I resign on my own initiative. Anyway, there's nothing to miss about Miriam. I might as well go out and look for opportunities. The instructors didn't hear anything wrong and nodded, thinking that Hader should go out too. He was too strict. And Miriam's students were basically nobles and highly talented civilians. They were all arrogant. So how could they be willing to teach so strictly? Hader was indeed not suitable for Miriam. The instructors chatted with each other again. And finally, under Gore's summary, they said goodbye to each other and left. To be precise, it was the other 2 mentors, who could not be poached, who left. Mans and had deliberately walked a few steps slower, and when they could no longer see their compatriots, they could not wait to take out the things Sieshichin had given them. A hard card and a thick envelope. The hard card mainly contained a concise recruitment invitation. Screech. Create a legend. Are you willing to work at Screech? And in the other thick envelope was the college information prepared by Sieshichin. There are 5 hard stone pieces in total, which are considered as one-time photostones. You only need to activate them to see the image data stored in them. However, each image is not long, and most of the time it is used to store key things. Mance will definitely go to Screech, so he is full of curiosity about this information. The first hard stone piece is the college facilities and welfare that most people are very concerned about. After Mance activated it, he first saw a very fast bird's-eye view of Screech, and then focused on the meditation room, laboratory, teacher dormitory, and warehouse welfare convenience. The rest would have to wait until we met face-to-face to discuss. The second hard stone tablet was the current teachers of Screech. This one was even more interesting to Mance, who also wanted to know who the Screech teachers who claimed to have created miracles were. He stared at the image without blinking, and the first to appear were Fanny, the editor-in-chief of Stern, who raised her hand and built a wood forest. Next to them, the magic wand very attentively swept out a line of cursive characters. Wood magician Fanny Stern. Next was Emo Shuzi, who was fighting with Aurora. The magic wand shamelessly wrote the names of Emo Shuzi and Aurora. Behind him was Eugene, the dark wizard of alchemy and corrosion, and Sieshichin, who was talking freely in the classroom. Sieshichin did not highlight himself. He did not know magic, and his current moves were not as domineering as Emo Shuzi's. He just kept a low profile. But Sieshichin did not know that this hard stone piece had already aroused Man's desire to resign immediately. Screech had a dark wizard. He was a strong black wizard who was proficient in alchemy. Screech and the legendary wizard. Mance didn't even look at the others behind him. He grabbed Gore's hand without saying anything and asked incoherently, "You know that, right? You must know that you brought Screech here." Gore was frightened. "What?" "Mance, calm down. Calm down." "How can I calm down? This is simply heaven. Mance's tone was very exaggerated. Gore. Good Gore. Please tell me. When can I start work? I can quit now. Gore, eh? He shook off Mance expressionlessly and said aggrievedly, I haven't started working yet. How can I know if you ask me? Oh. It turns out that Gore is also going to change jobs. As soon as this equation flashed through his mind, had shouted in surprise, What? Gore? You are leaving too? Then I will go too. I took a look. The students in this school are much easier to lead. He was talking about the third and fourth hard stone tablets, which recorded videos of students learning theory and practice in the college. And the fifth one was found by C.S. Shichin, which was about the future planning of the college. But obviously, the first four alone were enough to impress these two teachers, who were unappreciated. They had decided to go to this screech. At the same time, Vivian and C.S. Shichin walked further and further away. When they were sure that there was no one around, she asked C.S. Shichin excitedly, Really? Untalented students can. Seeing is believing. Why don't you go and take a look? Master Vivian? C.S. Shichin said in a seductive tone. Our screech is also an old magic school. Although we lack many teachers and students, there are still many ancient books and magic notes that have been passed down to this day. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sworn that I could train a magician. Right? C.S. Shichin deliberately concealed a little bit of the truth and turned to Vivian's needs. You also said that your magic practice is different from ordinary ones and requires a lot of books. When you mentioned this, a hint of surprise flashed through my heart. It's such a fate. I never thought that I could meet a teacher who is so compatible with Screech. Vivian hesitated. I'm not sure. Although Screech does have a lot of books. Miriam also has a lot of books. She hasn't finished reading them yet. So she doesn't lack books. This is not a necessity. C.S. Shichin was not in a hurry. Don't be nervous. Dear, you can think about it first. I just think that if we don't seize this opportunity, it would be a pity. Right? He shrugged. Now I'm begging you. We Screech really lack teachers. If you can come, it will be a great help to me. Vivian chuckled and shook her head with her eyes curved. Without me, Screech will be better. C.S. Shichin did not comment. He chatted with Vivian for a few more words and told Vivian the contact information on the way back. If you change your mind, you can contact Gore. I may leave Miriam in another week, and my students should also go back. C.S. Shichin actually had to hurry up to recruit people from other colleges. He would return to school in 2 weeks at the latest to prepare, and he could not delay any longer. Vivian didn't know. She felt that C.S. Shichin was so dedicated that she couldn't help but have a better impression of Screech. This is a teacher who really cares about his students. Vivian was also a little hesitant, since it's almost the same everywhere. Should she change jobs? Although Vivian didn't give C.S. Shichin a definite answer, C.S. Shichin was relatively confident. In the following days, C.S. Shichin didn't observe and chat with the selected tutors one by one according to the list. This would be too wide, and it would be easy for someone with ulterior motives to find out. He selected many teachers who did not have relevant magic talents in the academy, and would not be recruited from other small worlds, and observed these teachers in a targeted manner. At the same time, C.S. Shichin also found some words to teach Gore, and let Gore start the topic on his behalf, and talk about some issues that he could quickly understand about these mentors. After the selection was complete, C.S. Shichin handed Gore a lot of information prepared for poaching, and then gave detailed instructions. I only need to find 10 teachers. Too many is a waste of teachers. Although I am also very tempted by the 8 teachers who have submitted their invitations. It will take some time to consider whether they are willing to come to Screech. Gore, I trouble you during this period. Gore was entrusted with an important task and was very happy. No problem. I guarantee to complete the task. As he said that, he suddenly thought of Mance and Hard, and asked, when can they go to Screech? C.S. Shichin, anytime. As long as they are willing. They can go to Screech first. Of course, it is better to arrive within a month. Fanny will make arrangements. Although the students haven't come back yet, they can't teach right away. They have to adapt to Screech first. Right? Really? Gore was a little discouraged. Why was it Fanny who entertained him? He wanted to go to Screech right now. C.S. Shichin comforted him very skillfully. Fanny will publish a special issue later. If possible. I need your help to say more good things, and don't let the wind lead you astray. Okay. For Fanny. He has to stay strong. Gore is resurrected with full blood. JPG. CS Shichen pulled the corner of his mouth and rubbed his eyebrows. He was almost used to it. He finally reminded her of a more important thing. By the way, it is better for Screech to develop quietly now. If there are tutors willing to come to Screech, I hope they will not leave at the same time, and do not mention Screech. I also need your help to persuade them. Screech absolutely welcomes and respects every tutor. However, before the qualification of running a school is retained, I still hope that they can keep a low profile and bear more responsibility for Screech. CS Shichen pretended to be lonely. Hey, Fanny also told me that the Magic Association seems to have made some moves recently, planning to raise the review standards for colleges and universities. But we don't know what the standards are yet. This has to bring up what happened after Fanny pointed out that the magician was very important. The Magic Association immediately pushed the magician out, and solemnly stated that the association would rectify itself, make more changes, and show the absolute neutrality of their Magic Association and the freedom and autonomy of magicians. Simply put, they pushed the blame away. But they still lost face, and their credibility was reduced. Fanny knew there would be some tricks. Sure enough, not long after, Fanny received a little gossip that the Magic Association had been looking for the principals of various colleges and universities to pass on the message and request a change in the end-of-year college review standards. Fanny knew it was aimed at them as soon as she heard it, and gave CS Shichen a shot of defense in advance. CS Shichen also used Fanny's name and the previous conflict to slightly point out Gore. Of course, Gore could understand the filthiness of this. When it comes to his goddess, he is very sensitive. Gore muttered in a low voice, he is really stingy, and he is comparable to Principal Malum. But he still promised CS Shichen that he would do these protective work carefully and meticulously, just like protecting his past relationship with Fanny. CS Shichen was relieved to hear this promise. If these 8 teachers can give him accurate answers, then he needs to find 2 more teachers. CS Shichen looked at the remaining magic academies, hesitated, and chose an academy with relatively more talents he needed. It's a bit far, but you can get there with a teleportation scroll. However, the disadvantage is also obvious. If these 8 teachers are not all willing to come to Screech, he will have to spend more time recruiting the remaining vacancies. But it's not a big problem. There is still a lot of time. His students have only been training for less than half of the time. Yes, CS Shichen remembered it. During this period, he was busy poaching students, and the students were not in any danger. So CS Shichen forgot to check on the students' training. It's really not doing his job. CS Shichen condemned himself in his heart, took out the observation device, and thought, Ophelia team, Lucia's team, and the little guys scattered in all directions. Who should he look at first? CS Shichen's deep eyes slowly fell on the first team. Hope team. Members, Ophelia, Freya, Valentina, Genevieve, Fry. Current situation, 1 A-level commission has been completed, 2 B-level commissions, and in progress, A-level commission. A very strong team that makes a fortune quietly. CS Shichen smiled and clicked on Furui's observation perspective. Then you guys. The teacher can't be partial to one over the other. Ophelia team is very happy now. When CS Shichen was tripping up Bo Rui and the others, the team had worked together to find loopholes, and completed a not particularly difficult A-level commission. When CS Shichen was tripping up Lucius, and was busy poaching people afterwards, the team leader made a prompt decision, and chose a sparse and ordinary commission, and then quietly completed 2 B-level commissions in a hurry. This peaceful day did not attract the attention of the outside world and CS Shichen at all. Theoretically, this result has achieved the goal of studying abroad. They are particularly outstanding when the little guys are scattered, and the progress of the task is still at 1 or 2. Now is the time to raise the level. Seeing that things are going well, Ophelia took the team to choose another pseudo-level commission called A-level without hesitation, which can actually be regarded as B-level. Ophelia did not intend to raise the level too high. It would be good if the results were not too low and not too ugly, and it could serve as a training role. She analyzed it carefully to the team members. After completing this pseudo-level commission, our 2 A-level and 2 B-level commissions will be outstanding enough. If we have time, we can get another safe C-level commission. If we don't have enough time, we will return to the royal city. Ophelia's eyes curved gently, and she smiled beautifully. When the time comes, we will find a manner to prepare for the exam quietly. The scores for the study tour are almost enough, and we must not lose the scores for the theoretical exam when we return to school. Ophelia's plan was very tight. Step by step. She even left time for Screech to make trouble and deal with the situation. Although her group did not cause any big trouble, it was definitely the most stable. Especially since it has been so long and Screech has not come to disturb them. Ophelia is very lucky. Whenever she mentions these peaceful days of study, she will sigh with emotion. It seems that other students are too active and have stopped Screech from moving. Oh my god. We are so lucky. Freya also nodded. Think about it. Bori, Vera, Herbert. Which one of them is not a headache for Screech? Your Highness, you are so wise. At the beginning, they quietly chose a difficult one. And in the middle, they chose 2 more general transitions for fear of causing a big commotion. Now they have steadily completed the target. If nothing unexpected happens, their grades will be very good when they return to school this time. They have set aside more than a month to review. Ophelia smiled slightly, but did not relax her vigilance. But she was still much more relaxed. Come on, sisters. We are very close to success. They all stretched out their hands, cheered each other up, and were very glad that they followed Ophelia. A beautiful tomorrow is not far away. After seeing the little guys finish cheering, Sieshichan immediately arranged the follow-up process in an orderly manner without any delay. He was very appreciative and took out the commissions they registered. Since it is a pseudo-A level, there are many things that can be done. Such a powerful team should also have some appearance. Chapter 78. The commission that Ophelia and her friends accepted this time was to find a statue. The address given by the client was very clear, and there was also a general description of the statue's appearance. It was said that when the client left, he forgot to take the statue away. Now thinking back, he found that he was not doing things well, and guessed that it was because he did not take the lucky statue away. So he found the Mercenary Association to post the commission. This was originally only sea level, but the mercenaries who accepted the mission repeatedly returned the order. Moreover, not long ago, a war between magic saints broke out here, making this place even more secretive. Since no one accepted it for a long time, the commission level was naturally raised to a level. Then the commission became awkward. Its commission fee did not increase, nor was it actually a level difficult. There was also a buff of repeated cancellations. Many mercenary teams that could accept it were unwilling to accept it. Occasionally, someone accepted it at a low level, but it still came back to cancel the order after a short time. Ophelia was also hesitant at first. Such a commission was really a bit strange. But after hesitating for a long time, she still accepted it. This mission is not difficult. They also have a life-saving trump card, and even Screech is backing them up. With safety guaranteed, it is okay to take a look. The worst-case scenario is to cancel the order, like the previous mercenaries. Of course, if there is no other way, they will not take this worst case. In order to ensure the smooth progress of the mission, they also collected a lot of information. Hillary Town is a town that was abandoned early. It became a victim of war about 20 years ago. The original townspeople either died or left. Later, due to the disappearance of the lord of the town, it was officially abandoned. Ophelia whispered to her companions, theoretically, this place does not belong to the Ace Empire. The situation is a bit complicated, but the town is now considered a no-man's land. So don't worry too much. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a magic saint who would make an appointment to fight in this place. To be honest, Ophelia didn't find it strange. In order to show their kindness, many magicians would always go to some safe, but deserted places to make appointments for battles. Then, the winner would make a big report on how powerful and awesome they are. And the loser would also be less embarrassed. They just needed to deny it. And no one could see it. Of course, there may be such a reason. So there are many abandoned towns on the border of the Ace Empire. Not only in the Ace Empire, but also in other empires. Everyone has long since classified these places that are difficult to build and can give magicians some reasons to stay as unowned land. Anyway, their territory is large, so there is no need to worry about insufficient land. For Ophelia, this piece of land will be taken back by the Empire if there is a chance. After all, whether the land is sufficient or not is only for those nobles. Ophelia hid her inner thoughts and continued to tell her companions about precautions. I have inquired, and no wizards have challenged this place recently. We are still very safe. We just need to find the specific place. Pack up the statue and bring it out, and we can leave. Is it that simple? For I knew that what Ophelia said was reasonable. But an A level. Isn't it a bit too easy? She is not like the other three girls, who unconditionally believe in Ophelia. Fry feels that if there is no relatively rational self in the team, Ophelia herself may be led into a ditch sometimes, and no one will notice. Ophelia shook her head slightly. Of course not. If it was so simple, I would not have taken this commission directly. After all, it is an A-level mission, even if the initial rating is very low. If it is not close to A-level, the Mercenary Association will not get such a high rating. Right? Ophelia said in a deep voice. The next thing to talk about is the more important place. Due to years of abandonment, this place is also known as the Gathering Place of Darkness. Simply put, we may encounter some crazy people from the Dark Church here, so we still have to be careful. The Dark Church does not refer to a church, but a group of people who do not know what evil gods they believe in and act crazy. Some of them may be excluded because of their evil attributes, and some are real fanatics. It is difficult to distinguish them. No one can guarantee what they will encounter here, except for those magicians who think they are powerful. Most people would rather avoid these places. Ophelia is the same. But there is someone to cover for her. She coughed lightly. Everyone, prepare the teleportation scrolls, and send them away immediately if you see something wrong. The mission is not important. Genevieve thought, this place is actually quite informative. Right? I'm looking forward to it. Fry was helpless. Genevieve, aren't you afraid that Screech won't be able to notice us right away? Valentina touched her chin. No way? Our principal is quite reliable. Maybe he's watching us right now. What if he's watching another team? Freya was actually a little worried. Your Highness, why don't we? Of course. She fully supported the princess. But she was more worried about her safety. You know, it takes time to tear up the teleportation scroll and leave. If you encounter a high-level magician, or even a higher magician, it is impossible to give them time to tear up the scroll. Yes, magicians need to chant spells to launch attacks. But powerful magicians naturally have various methods to trap their mission targets and give themselves enough time to chant spells. Otherwise, how can magicians be more respected than swordsmen? Ophelia knows Freya's worries. She is not the kind of autocratic captain, and will definitely listen to everyone's opinions. Now, excluding her, the votes have formed a 2-2 number. She herself also wants to go and see. So out of private messages, Ophelia still chooses to persuade Fry and Freya. Yes, there is this risk. Ophelia did not deny. We have a total of 20 students, and Screech has his own things to do. We can't just assume that Screech will always watch us. But Freya, I think we can give it a try. Ophelia touched the doll on her shoulder. We have a doll that can block a fatal blow, a teleportation scroll, and Screech who may appear. I think there is no need to worry too much about safety. Freya frowned, but Freya's expression changed slightly. Then let's go. As we agreed at the beginning. 3-2? Fry subconsciously looked at Fry. Fry, why are you also? Fry was silent for 2 seconds, and asked instead, Ophelia and I will find the way, and you three will get the news. Okay. Fry was stunned, and Valentina next to her had already started to protest. No. No. Why can't I go with the princess? Fry was ruthless, because among the four of us, I am the only one who doesn't stick to the princess. This is the fairest. Valentina, woo. Genevieve pouted. Okay. Then you have to be careful. The atmosphere here is very chaotic. Don't let people find out that you are easy to bully. They agreed on their affiliation in a few words. Freya was shocked, and subconsciously looked at Ophelia. Your Highness. Ophelia blinked helplessly. Freya, the two little guys are going to rely on you. To be honest, you are the most reliable among us. Don't let them lead you into the ditch. Freya was easily persuaded. Well, she was always bad at rejecting princesses. Ophelia had no objection to this grouping. She was just curious why Freya suddenly changed her mind. The 5 of them put on black hoods, wrapping themselves in darkness, and even wore masks for fear of being discovered. Soon, Genevieve, who was good at talking, followed her sixth sense and quickly found a place to collect information, and left with Freya and the others. Ophelia stood quietly beside Fry. Seeing that Fry did not move, she tilted her head slightly. Fry? Fry lowered his voice and told Ophelia his thoughts. I still think this mission is not right. So the 2 of us will go to find the way first. If possible, we will complete the mission. When the time comes, we will get together with them and walk around here, which can also help broaden our horizons. Reason. Ophelia frowned slightly, not quite agreeing. Reason for not letting them participate? Fry. We are a team. I have a spatial talent. Fry was silent for 2 seconds, and continued. I don't feel very good here. Especially that. Fry pointed to the direction not far away, which was exactly the destination where they needed to get the statue, as mentioned on the map they got. Ophelia's face changed drastically. Related to spatial changes? Then why don't you convince me? Ophelia was very upset, and felt deeply ashamed of her selfishness. She almost brought her teammates, friends, and classmates to the commission where accidents were most likely to happen. Ophelia now has no intention of doing this mission at all. You know, once it involves special words such as space, time, undead, darkness and light. It can't be an ordinary matter. And it can't be something they can get involved in now. Darkness can still find the Church of Light. But space and time are so scarce that they can't even ask for help. What's more terrifying is that once there is a problem with the space here, their teleportation scrolls are likely to fail. This is definitely not what Ophelia wants to see. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. Fry hurriedly stopped the anxious Ophelia and pointed at his doll helplessly. You also said that you believe in Screech. After a pause, Frey's face was gloomy, and he spoke reluctantly. I was easily convinced by you. But the doll didn't let me appeal or deduct points. Ophelia, don't you think this is a bit strange? This has never happened before. Ophelia was stunned for a moment, and her beautiful eyes slowly blinked, as if she understood something. She asked tentatively, could it be broken? Fry also deliberately asked, maybe I talked too much before? I just wanted to try the rules of the doll. So it's not durable. Shichen rubbed his eyebrows and had to say, I understand you want to trick me out. But children, please don't question the things that Screech sent out. It will never break. It will only disappear after protecting you. Fry and Ophelia, Screech? Shichen sighed. I didn't do a good job of research. I thought that little Fry must rarely talk to the doll. Fry said coldly with a blank expression. That mean doll? Of course I don't want to. But you said that the doll should be counted. What can I do? Fry, the silent and transparent Screech at first, became an old score slave gloriously under the persecution of teacher Eugene. You can call her stupid as a pig, and say that she has no talent. But you must never harm her by a single contribution point, or even 0.1 of a point. Oh, and when making alchemical potions, Fry can be said to not care about the time cost, but he must care about the cost of his own materials. Because if he uses too much or too little materials, Eugene will nag him. This is getting off topic. Fry ignored Screech, who suddenly appeared and turned to Ophelia and said, it's still quite dangerous there. The more people there are, the harder it is to control. We are weak and can't play the role of strength in numbers. What's more, with Screech here, we won't get into trouble. Why don't we go together and have a big game? Naturally, Fry had his own considerations. Ophelia was an all-round player, so she would not be at a disadvantage anywhere. If they went together, it would not be a big problem even if the mission failed. But if any of the 3 teammates came with them, once something unexpected happened, they would definitely think of protecting Ophelia first, which would easily slow down their mission progress. Fry still wanted a share of this A-level commission. After thinking carefully, Ophelia guessed Frey's concerns, and she nodded helplessly. Okay. Then I will still be in charge from now on? Fry nodded indifferently. Okay. I follow your instructions. Ophelia curved her eyebrows, not displeased by Frey's overthinking. She even reflected on herself and indeed found the disadvantages of this team formation. When they are not strong enough, these so-called worries and protections are actually a burden that is not conducive to progress. When she speaks out her ideas, her teammates will only agree with her unconditionally, or worry about her, but will not have other ideas. When she is in danger, her teammates will pay attention to her and help her at the first time, but they are likely to ignore themselves or other teammates. Perhaps from the beginning, she should have disbanded this team. They are not strong enough now, either mentally or physically. Ophelia followed Fury and walked forward, thinking about various problems in her heart, and finally sighed softly. She is still too immature. On the other side of the doll, because of not paying enough attention, this lurking was still unsuccessful. Shichen also seriously reflected on himself and felt that he should not make the mistake of empiricism again in the future. As for Ophelia and Frey's worries, Shichen heard them and was very relieved, and also looked forward to seeing the children's transformation. In fact, At the beginning, Xieshichan planned to draw lots to separate them, so that they could cultivate mutual trust and tacit understanding as quickly as possible, and grow as quickly as possible. But considering that it was the first time for the little guys to go out, Xieshichan still let them go out of his heart. And there was still a long time in the future. He thought about it, opened a perspective in another team, and focused on watching the little guys, and still didn't plan to make trouble for the time being. I send some small gifts when there's no danger, Xieshichan thought to himself, and flipped through the system mall to see if there was anything suitable. It's better to be prepared. Fury and Ophelia walked quickly towards the destination one after the other. They wore hoods, and were dressed like the mysterious people who occasionally appeared in the town. In addition, they walked very low-key, so basically no one paid attention to them. Occasionally, someone noticed the direction they were heading, but they just watched the show secretly, as if they also understood that there was something there. In terms of fighting power, neither of them is particularly strong, although Ophelia can use more magic. As a junior magician, she also needs to chant spells, and her role is very limited. And Fury is even worse. Although she can now use a space transfer magic, it can only be limited to one person. The maximum distance is less than 5 meters. And it also requires a long magic spell, which is actually very useless. With this skill, she can run 5 meters by herself. Free kept complaining about this useless talent. No wonder there are so few people. But the movements are not slow. At this time, they are extremely grateful for everything Screech taught them. Otherwise, they would not even be qualified to explore. We're here. Ophelia looked at the dilapidated manor in front of her with a serious look. The big iron gate was hanging in tatters, as if it had a very long history. She hesitated for a moment and analyzed uncertainly. It doesn't look like the effect of being abandoned for 20 years. Will there be any time effect here? If there is, it would be more serious. Probably not. Fury shook her head. She just felt that this space was not right. But she didn't have that feeling of another time and space. Go in and take a look? Ophelia pondered for a moment and nodded. Be careful. By the way, teacher, if the space inside is unstable, can you teleport us away? Ophelia asked one more question with some reassurance. Xieshichan seemed to be checking with someone, and after a few seconds, he spoke very confidently. Yes. Bori and the others can move away even if the space is blocked. Don't worry. They are not in the same system and will not hinder you. In theory, it is a dimensionality reduction attack by a higher level civilization on a lower civilization. After all, it is an item produced by the main god world that governs thousands of small worlds. So it is very safe. Ophelia and Fry couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She even noticed a point that was easily overlooked. Bori. Xieshichan smiled. Yes. It's just that the location of the teleportation scroll is relatively random. Hey, I don't know if the little guys are gathered now. He has to pay attention to it when he has time. Ophelia was silent for 2 seconds, and looked at Fry as if nothing had happened. Let's go. This place is strange. We can go slowly, but we should not go separately. I'm really afraid that I'd be teleported away by Screech if I'm not careful. Fry nodded, and walked into the overgrown manor, with Ophelia almost back to back. The manor was large and desolate. They compared the track on the map, and found a relatively safe road. They put away the map and walked towards their destination while observing the surroundings. Rustle. Rustle. Ophelia heard a noise, and she subconsciously grabbed Fry and looked at the bush, where the sound came from with a vigilant look. Rustle. Rustle. The grass seemed to be struggling, rubbing the surrounding plants with a series of noises. But nothing appeared. Ophelia didn't even ask if there was anyone, or to pull apart the grass to see what it was. She held Fori's hand tightly, and said very quickly, Run. After the words fell, Fori followed Ophelia without dragging his feet. The two didn't even have time to look back, and kept running towards the destination with their heads down. Xieshichan manipulated the doll, and turned his head with difficulty. He could only see a bright red creature slowly crawling out of the bushes. The creature seemed to be covered with chains, and looked at the backs of the two girls, with a very gloomy look. What on earth is this? Xieshichan felt a little uneasy. Could it be that the mercenaries, who had received the commission, saw these strange things and left immediately? No. It shouldn't be like this. It's impossible for all mercenaries to be so timid. Moreover, mercenaries live a life of licking blood on the edge of a knife. They will not hesitate to move forward because of a special creature. Even Ophelia and the others would not give up and move towards the destination. There were also many mercenaries with hidden cards, who would not give up so easily. We could only continue to pay more attention. Ophelia and Fry ran quickly into the small house with the statue, and closed the door without saying a word. Then, they realized that this place was not safe, and nervously checked around this new place. This was a relatively normal small house, with only one floor, very empty and large inside, with only a very luxurious table in the middle, and a not-so-small statue on the table. It was a person holding a magic wand, surrounded by circles of eyes. His face and gender could not be seen clearly. The top of his wand was a little dented, as if something was missing. Is this the statue we are supposed to take away? Ophelia walked forward curiously, and circled around the statue. Why do we feel that it is going so smoothly? Except for the unknown creature at the door that scared them. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. Fry did not have so many feelings. She reached out to take the statue without hesitation. No matter what it was, she took it away first. Ophelia had a vague premonition in her heart. When she saw Fu Rui's finger, her face changed. Fui? Wait. Before she finished speaking, the statue in front of her suddenly emitted a turbid white light, and Fu Rui fell in front of the statue. Fui! Ophelia subconsciously hugged Fu Rui, her eyes full of panic. Teacher. Don't worry. Xie Shichen entered the location coordinates, and used the teleportation array without saying a word. Wait. The teacher will come over soon. Ophelia bit her lower lip and nodded. Okay. Teacher. She wanted to say something to calm herself down. But before Xie Shichen entered this space, she seemed to be touched by something, and suddenly lost consciousness. When Xie Shichen arrived across the region, he could only see 2 students lying on the ground, and a statue whose expression could not be seen clearly. Xie Shichen's face sank. Xiao. Keep an eye on them. I go in. Host. Calm down first. You can't get in. Xiao hurriedly stopped him, speaking very quickly. This is the dilemma of the gods. They can only see one timeline of their future. Just get through it. Really? Xiao didn't know if it was true or not. She stared at Xie Shichen, who sat cross-legged on the ground without moving, and couldn't help but fall silent. Shishia's face was full of shock. No. Didn't she bring Xie Shichen from another small world? Can she go in too? Xiao was like an ant on a hot pot, anxiously turning around. Hey. I hope nothing goes wrong. But in fact, things are not as bad as Xiao imagined. This is indeed a dilemma of a god, but not a complete dilemma of a god. It is more like a dilemma of a clone, or a god who has fallen and has little power left. Generally speaking, the dilemma of a god is more like a generosity given to the gods by the law. Simply put, every god who becomes a god is also likely to die. But except for the fall due to the replacement of the old god by the new god, other deaths may allow the gods to be reborn. The gods who get a chance to be reborn will be trapped in a place. Perhaps an ordinary statue, a small house, or a book. These things as media, when touched by people, will trigger a small dilemma and send the triggerer to the gods. If the gods don't like this person, then the gods need to pay a little price and give the other party a little gift, most of which are related to the identity of the gods. For example, a magic learning, such as a small magic infusion. But if the gods take a liking to the shell, they can give a greater favor. After the other party accepts the favor, they will automatically sign a contract, and the gods will have the opportunity to revive from this human. Of course, it is not completely without cost. The gods may lose their memories, their perception of magic, and may even become human food because they fail to snatch the human. The last situation is very rare. In general, if it is a complete dilemma of the gods, then Xie Shichen may be fine. The probability of a muggle like him being favored is too small. However, there is still a certain probability that Fori of the special department and Ophelia of the whole department will be replaced by the gods. But in a calculation of the school, the probability is not very high. After all, it is a god who controls time. It doesn't match. And if this is a dilemma of an incomplete god, the power is not strong, and it is not even certain that you can meet a god. Then it will be safer. This is also the case. This place makes Xie Shichen feel that he has a good start but a bad end, and he has wasted his principal value. For example, now, Xie Shichen found that this so-called dilemma is more like watching a movie. He was watching a possible future trajectory of his students. A future trajectory that was most likely to be realized. And his students were standing beside him blankly, watching the evolution of the images in front of him. Somewhat confused, Ophelia looked at herself in the picture, already leaving Screech with Freya in a dejected manner. And the confusion in her eyes became more real. What is this? Fry was silent for 2 seconds, and also shook his head. A voice told me that this is our future. But Shichen was silent for 2 seconds, worried that the children would be immersed in it. So he explained, probably. The teacher couldn't resist the temptation and sold the family business, which led to a series of chain reactions in the future. Hey. The flattering and frightened look of Screech in the picture made him unable to bear it. He knew that his students were confused about his knowledge of so many things, but they were very considerate and didn't delve into it. But this divine dilemma directly exposed his horse in front of the students. Shichen was silent. Of course, he could deny it, but he didn't want to admit that the original owner was him. He wanted to save face. Perhaps everything came too suddenly. Shichen didn't expect that there was a way to deceive students that everything was fake. He admitted that he was special. But Fry and Ophelia were not much better. Unlike Lucius, who had a godfather, under his father's more or less hints, he felt that Screech was not right and could match the number by accident. Knowing that Screech was not from this small world, they just thought that Screech was very powerful, had a rich family background, and was very mysterious. He might not be the legendary Screech in their impression, but they didn't think that this Screech was not the original Screech, but a Screech from another world. At most, they suspected that Screech had some great adventures, such as going to the mysterious East and getting a name called Shichen and some muggle magic learning skills. Then they dared to put forward the bold theory that students without talent could also learn magic. Now that I have seen a completely different Screech, my worldview has completely collapsed. How come it doesn't look like the same person? This is too ridiculous. Do we have to believe it? Fry couldn't help but complain. It's not you at first glance. Even the temperament is different. After a pause, Fred was shocked. No way? Is it really not the same person? Ophelia defended. Don't be like this, Fred. This may be an illusion. All fake things. Shichen held his forehead. Just treat it as fake. And find a way out first? Frey's face became even weirder. Ophelia explained in a low voice, Teacher, we were given some information in our minds, saying that we can leave after seeing our future. Shichen, Yes. It's targeting him. Right? Then why let him in? Shichen felt that sometimes he should listen to Shishia's opinions. But if he really wanted to wait outside without worrying, he couldn't do it. He was so generous and fat that he followed the little guys to watch a movie based on the original novel, which he had to buy with 10,000 principals points. Ophelia took Fry to a place to sit cross-legged, and saw that Screech in front of her was killed by a figure who appeared out of nowhere after transferring the academy. And she couldn't help but get angry. It must be the Magic Association. They are too domineering. Fry nodded. That's right. The Magic Association in my hometown. The president is just an intermediate magician. And he doesn't look as good as Chris. His eyes are really big. Ophelia snorted. But she didn't expect the scene to change and become her appearance. She was wearing ragged old clothes. Her face was splattered with blood, and she was kneeling on one knee on the grass, with a black dragon lying in front of her. The dragon's horns had not yet developed, and the scales on its body were all covered with blood from the wounds of weapons. But it still curled up into a circle and wrapped her well in its body. Ophelia was stunned. It's Valentina, she murmured in a low voice, looking at this silent image. And for some reason, tears suddenly fell from the corners of her eyes, and a huge sadness surged into her heart. She seemed to have lost many people, relatives, friends, companions. She seemed to have made many mistakes, bringing endless disasters to her relatives, friends, companions. She seemed to have done many incompetent mistakes. Then, quite sarcastically, under the enemy's stinky face, she left with self-blame and regret. Before leaving, she was still questioning herself in confusion. Why? Why was she so proud? Why did she have to climb to that position? Why did she still unconvincedly grab the power when she knew she had no ability? Isn't all this because of her arrogance? If her parents had given up on her. Ophelia. Shiichen's slightly cold hand rested on Ophelia's shoulder, tightened slightly, and transmitted strength. This is not a real child. Don't forget. You still have to go back to school with your teacher. Ophelia stretched out her hand stiffly and wiped the tears from her cheeks. She seemed to be a little confused. Really? It was like the child who couldn't bear the truth was asking. And it was also like the child who had lost all the important people and things was asking. She seemed to have no confidence. But she still stubbornly wanted to get a little bit of affirmation. She had received very few affirmations in her life. But the disasters she brought were too numerous to mention. You are in Screech. You are Screech's treasure. And you have infinite possibilities. Shichen answered seriously and asked softly. Why is it not true? Everything in Screech exists for you. Even the teacher is tailor-made for you. Ophelia. If your future, Valentina's future, is really so bad, it must be the teacher's problem. It is the teacher who did not bring you a better future and delayed your unlimited development. No. Ophelia shook her head, red-eyed and madly denied. No. There is no problem with the teacher. The teacher is very good. If it were not for the teacher, I would not have learned magic one day. Shichen chuckled, then come out. Tell that Ophelia that what she is worried about will never happen. Because you don't allow it. Screech doesn't allow it. And the teacher doesn't allow it to happen. Ophelia seemed to have gained the power of resistance from these three simple parallelisms. She got rid of the huge sadness and self-loathing, wiped the tears from her face, straightened her back, restrained and trembling, and said goodbye to Ophelia, who had been unable to close her eyes for a long time in a very light voice. Goodbye. Yes. She would not allow such a terrible thing to happen. She would become extremely powerful, becoming a disaster in the mouths of the enemies, and a new life in the mouths of her own people. Congratulations to the principal for completing the achievement task. Ophelia's thoughts. Please actively complete the task and light up more achievement points. Chapter 79. Shichen heard the system announcement only after he brought the two little guys out. I don't know if it's because Shichen is a native of this world, but he can get through the places that Xiao can't enter without any obstacles. And he can bring his students out smoothly. Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. In this fragmented scene, Ophelia was the most deeply trapped. But Fury didn't seem to change at all. She was not curious about her future, nor worried, as if she really just watched the ending. Shichen was still worried when he was in the field, and he checked whether there were any achievement tasks similar to Furui's concerns as soon as he came out. But there were none. She really didn't care about her own results. This made Ophelia look at Furui with an unusually complicated look, and even with some admiration that she didn't even notice. Furui whispered to Ophelia, "It's a lie to say that I'm not affected. It seems that I can't simply look at my own ending once like Screech, and the mood of my future self is directly projected into my heart. But I also understand that this ending is possible if I don't stay in Screech." In the last scene, Fury lies in a cramped basement, surrounded by all kinds of potions. She is full of resentment and disappointment, and even a little jealousy that she can hardly detect. She is thinking, why should she, who is born a commoner, have such a high alchemical talent? Since she is an ordinary person, she should just live an ordinary life. Why should she become a victim of the noble's fame? Or, since she was given such a high talent, why not give her a little more? Even if it was just a small status of a downtrodden noble, maybe she wouldn't fall into the state of being shameful. Right? But now, Fury clearly understood that what her future self hated and wanted but couldn't get, she now had it in Screech. She had a teacher who spurred her on, Eugene who cherished her talent, Screech who was her backer, and classmates who would stand up for her and worry about her. Her classmates included nobles, commoners, humans, and other races. They all had their own little thoughts, but they would trust her unconditionally and help her. She couldn't possibly fall into this future. So although she was affected, she didn't immerse herself in it, nor was she as scared as Ophelia. Of course, maybe there were some reasons why she didn't get close to other classmates. Anyway, Furui felt very good now. Shichen made sure that the little guys had rested well and had no hidden trauma, and started the next step. He used the system mall to buy a stone with a similar material to the statue, and began to imitate the statue in front of the two students. The tool he used was also very cheap. A teaching stick. Ophelia was stunned. "Teacher, what are you doing?" Although it is somewhat useful, it is also a disaster. The teacher is going to recycle it, Shichen explained to the students. But his hands were not slow at all. "Don't you still need a statue to complete the commission? I can only make one at random." Ophelia choked. She opened her mouth, wanting to ask if there was anything else that Screech didn't know. But she felt it was strange to ask so. So she simply kept silent, took out the diary she carried with her, and began to record some things that happened today for reflection and review. Fry saw that Xie Shichen would also need some time. So she simply took out the magic plant to make medicine. And she could earn a little bit. Now when she saw Xie Shichen appear, an equation automatically popped up. And her contribution points were gone. It turns out that this equation is correct. Returning empty-handed is a blow to Xie Shichen, blowing the powder off the statue. Xie Shichen looked at this perfect fake, feeling that the skills he had learned under the pressure of life were still useful. Xiao Xiao didn't understand. You can spend 10 more principal points. I will give you a fake one directly. Why waste time making it yourself? Waste time? No. I have a lot of time now. After Fanny and others helped with the daily teacher's work, Xie Shichen's principal value increased steadily. And he did have a lot of time. Xiao Xiao, shouldn't your system be the most cost-effective? How many teaching aids can one principal value buy? I only get 10 principal values for a class at most. And that's before I even deduct the cost of my lesson preparation. Statues are both stress-relieving and cheap. The most important thing is that they are as cheap as 0.1 principal value for 10 stones. Give me some time, and I can make a dozen. Xiao Xiao was numb. Okay. It knew that the skill points of the host it was bound to were lit up a lot, and it would make more economical suggestions next time. Xie Shichen took out a wet handkerchief to wipe the statue clean, and handed it to Ophelia. Ophelia's eyes lit up. Thank you. You're welcome. Kid. One statue is 10 contribution points. When your group gathers, you can discuss whether to record it first or pay it back immediately. Xie Shichen replied politely. Ophelia was almost stunned while holding the statue. She hesitated for a moment, and asked Xie Shichen in confusion, but, we found the statue. You just want to replace it. Shouldn't we bear the cost of the work? If that's the case, shouldn't this weird statue also be given to them? Fry also thought so. Scritch. You can't just charge them randomly. Right? Do you still want the credibility of the academy? Xie Shichen smiled slightly. Child, you are wrong. I am a fair and just principal. I will never charge randomly. He raised his index finger and shook it. Have you forgotten? Little guys? This study tour does not allow for extra help. Every time I help you, I need to be paid. Fry and Ophelia, damn. It's still possible? Isn't that too cunning? Not only that, Xie Shichen also said that he was generous and saw that everyone's contribution points were not much left. So those who violated the rules and got help would only be deducted points, not contribution points. Of course, because study tours cannot be retaken. After comprehensive consideration, these deducted points will be evenly deducted in the subjects with practical exams in the future. This explanation made Ophelia and Fry numb. You are really good. Scricky. You might as well just deduct their contribution points. Xie Shichen smiled and shook his head. That can't be done. You don't have many contribution points. Deducting them again will be a debt. We can't set a precedent. Novice had no choice. Who knows if these little guys will learn from him and become a deadbeat? Xiao Xiao accurately heard the complaints in Xie Shichen's mind, and the internal data flow was stuck. Ha! It said. Xie Shichen definitely knows that he is an unprecedented deadbeat, and he still doesn't admit it. Unfortunately, the little ones had no idea that their respected principal had already pioneered the credit system. They were even wondering if there were any drawbacks to the credit system. Furuwei thought for a long time and got himself into trouble before he realized that something was wrong. She sneered. A makeup exam costs 50 contribution points. If you lose points in every subject, you have to make up every subject. The contribution points you get in the end are much more cost-effective than calculating them individually. Furuwei gritted his teeth. This is a really good plan. Of course, there is another one who is more careful. They have learned alchemy and can exchange potions for contribution points in the academy. It is not so difficult to obtain contribution points. If they only mark contribution points, it is indeed not painful for them. Or a little painful. But it is not unacceptable. Ophelia also thought of this level. Her good self-restraint prevented her from scolding. After holding it in for a long time, she could only helplessly say, You are like this. It is easy for everyone to target you. Xie Shichen blinked. Oh? Don't you think this is interesting? Everyone loves and hates me. They want to hit me but can't. They plot against me but can't win. What an interesting campus life. Ophelia hesitated. But it's still easy to fail like this. right? Anyway, Fu Rui took the initiative to ask for 10 contribution points. She is a big contributor and doesn't need this little money. After paying the bill, the little guy asked Xie Shichen very seriously and sincerely, as if he was spending money to avoid disaster, "Teacher, when are you going to leave?" Xie Shichen raised his eyebrows. "Throw it away after use? The students nowadays really don't care about their teachers." Frey's face turned green. Hee hee. You lose points for breaking the defense. Frey's doll suddenly appeared and gave Frey a bang of deductions, which made Frey so angry that her teeth itched. She squeezed the reagent tightly with a fake smile. "Of course not. I'm just worried that we might accidentally trouble you again." The voice seemed to be choked out from her throat. Frey swore that as she moved Screech again, and felt sorry for Screech, she would be poor and destitute for the rest of her life. Damn it. Why is this principal always so annoying? Xie Shichen stopped teasing the little girl, shrugged and held the teaching stick to open the door for them. "Let's go. I've opened the back door for you. I just sent you out of the manor," Xie Shichen said seriously. "The after-sales service of our Screech teachers is very good." "Thank you," Frey snorted, grabbed Ophelia's wrist and walked out first. "What? Danger? Then it's dangerous. If the skin is broken, it's all Screech's fault for after-sales service. Let him refund." Frey was so angry that his nose was crooked. Ophelia was speechless at first, but when she saw Freddy like this, she couldn't help but laugh silently for some reason. College life is really interesting. Xie Shichen was the last one to leave the small room. He looked back at the empty table, thought about it, and decided to go back and take this table that looked pretty good away. It's better to take some specialties away since you're here. He followed the two little guys leisurely, and his attention was always on the little guys. He remembered that he saw a red creature tied up with chains at the beginning. In case of accidents, it is better to deal with it now. Rustle, as if it was just a coincidence. When passing by a bush again, the rustling sound appeared again. This time, Frey was not afraid at all, and pulled Ophelia to join in the fun. While Xie Shichen was touched by the student's excessive trust in him, he was also a little helpless about the hatred he had caused. He raised the teaching stick and threw it without saying a word. He casually inserted the extended teaching stick into the source of the sound. The creature that was covered let out a long wail, which scared Fu Rui. "Don't be afraid. It can't move." Ophelia patted Fu Rui soothingly. Of course, she didn't care about it. Instead, she stood not far away in the bushes and stared at Xie Shichen with her bright eyes. "Teacher, what else can Xie Shichen do?" The little classmate acted like a spoiled child with him. He took out another teaching stick from somewhere and threw it over. This time, the teaching stick seemed to have consciousness and actively parted the grass, giving the two curious students a wide field of vision to watch this magical creature. Blood beast? Ophelia was more experienced after all. She reacted immediately when she saw the appearance of the magic beast. How could it be a blood beast? Frey was puzzled. What's wrong with the blood beast? Ophelia's expression became serious. The blood beast is also called the ritual beast. It is the only magic beast without magic. Its body is almost entirely made of blood and is not very aggressive. Many rituals that require blood will use it. There is another saying that because the god of light hates the major races in the lower world. But some large sacrificial altars have to have such scenes that require blood. The church changed the custom of bleeding slaves and changed it to offering blood beasts. Over time, blood beasts have become an indispensable sacrifice when communicating with gods. Ophelia is a little worried. Could it be that their mission actually involves the church? It's like this. The illusion you just saw is called the divine dilemma. Xie Shichen briefly explained the term, and then concluded, "The gods have fallen, and the statues are also here. Don't worry." Ophelia and Frey, well, it seems that they are not worried anymore. I don't know if Xie Shichen's words hit the blood beast's nerves. After Xie Shichen finished speaking, the blood beast suddenly struggled wildly, and the blood stains on its body splashed out desperately, almost staining Xie Shichen's clothes. Xie Shichen's eyebrows darkened. As a muggle who can't do magic, he either collects his clothes and sends them to the town to be washed, or washes them by hand. It can be said that Xie Shichen has the concept of cleanliness engraved in his bones. And for the sake of Screech's appearance, Xie Shichen has to wear those very difficult to wash and very gorgeous clothes. And without exception, he often wears white lining inside. Do you know how difficult it is to wash a white shirt stained with blood? The blood beast doesn't know. The blood beast is all red. Shichen snorted coldly. And under his control, he thrust the teaching stick that had been pulled through the grass into the blood beast's head. The blood beast howled a few times, and after a while of twitching, it became still. Shichen took out a handkerchief, calmly pulled out the teaching stick, and wiped it carefully. Okay. It's basically safe to get out of here. Your teammates should be waiting for you. Go. The teacher has to get ready to go back. 2. Ophelia and Fry couldn't help but swallow their saliva, looking at Shichen's careless look. Only when he really took action did they realize how unfathomable the principal in front of them was. He doesn't know magic, but he's as good as any magician who knows magic. The little classmate left the abandoned manor with mixed feelings. Shichen packed up his things, selected the teleportation scroll in the system mall, entered the address, and prepared to leave. Host. Fanny sent a message asking when you will be back. Xiao Xiao looked at the back of Fanny's message in confusion and was shocked. Your new Meow Mew seems to be in a bad state? What? Shichen's face changed, and he took out the school's easy pass and asked Fanny to send him the image of Novice. This was the first time he let Meow Meow buy on credit plus interest, so he couldn't let her die just like that. In a certain tiered classroom at Screech School of Magic, Novice was working hard to learn the basics of magic. The previous assessment was quite good. He successfully passed some not-so-difficult subjects and psychodynamics with 80 points, and many of them were directly up to 90 points. Basically no need to retake the exam. Now he is working hard on the basics of magic. This class was taught by Fanny, and because the auditors were taking a lunch break, Suzy and Eugene simply strolled over to watch. 3 teachers and 1 student. This arrangement is worth it for Novice. He couldn't even yawn. Otherwise, he would have to face the faces of 3 teachers who cared about him, which was very creepy. Novice took notes, seriously, and recited while listening very efficiently. In the months since he came to Screech, he lost a lot of weight. And of course his muscles became more obvious. And his lines were so smooth that Emoshiyuzi almost couldn't help but accept him as his disciple on the spot. The price was also very high. Novice didn't dare to think of anything else until his left eye suddenly twitched uncontrollably, as if it was pricked by a needle. He suddenly closed his left eye, put his hand over his eyes, pursed his lips, but still couldn't help but let his face turn pale. No. He couldn't be exposed at this time. He couldn't be discovered. Novice? Novice's left eye seemed to swell and ache, and the pain spread directly to his brain, as if another consciousness was desperately fighting with him for the ownership of his body. Why did he suddenly go crazy at this time? Novice heard Fanny's concerned voice outside, and he wanted to force a smile to tell them that he was fine and didn't need to worry. He was just a little tired and needed to rest. But the severe pain made him unable to say a word, and his heart was only filled with protecting his territory. His consciousness gradually became scattered, and he couldn't even hear whether the teachers continued to call him or whether he was in a mess. Novice? Fanny's face changed, and she raised her voice, raising her hand to chant a magic spell. Emoshiyuzi even teleported to Novice's side in one step. He forcefully pried Novice's hand apart, put his forehead together, and forcefully invaded Novice's spiritual sea. There is another consciousness inside. I will trap it first. Damn. How come there is such a stupid thing as taking over another's body in this world? Emoshiyuzi's face was solemn. He carefully used Novice's mental power to wrap up this consciousness. When the other party tried his best to fight for the ownership of the body, he quietly formed a solid huge cage, trying to trap this consciousness first. This is not easy. The most important thing is that Novice's body and mental sea can withstand this impact. Fortunately, the body training and oppression during this period were not in vain. He is still very strong. Eugene on the side lowered his eyes and opened them again. A string of small gray-white spells suddenly appeared in his dark eyes. The spells flowed like they had vitality and spontaneously penetrated into Novice's mind. Don't resist. Relax, kid. Eugene's low but serious voice barely made Novice regain some consciousness. Don't resist? Who is helping him again? He thought about the 2 questions in a trance, and Novice relaxed out of relative trust in the environment. Eugene worked hard, and the string of ominous spells was like a chain, tightly binding the cage formed by Suzy. It quickly turned into dense seals, surrounding the cage. Suzy immediately followed Eugene's thinking and compressed the cage desperately to reduce the opponent's living space. Ah! Novice and the consciousness cried out in pain at the same time, and Fanny's magic with a woody fragrance came along, relieving the dull pain in Novice's brain. But the consciousness was not so good. Its territory was compressed, and it had to abandon more to hold on to the most core things. In the end, it could only be sealed at a small sphere and cried out in helplessness. Huh? Emoshuzi wiped his sweat. It was a close call. Fortunately, Xieshichin had set it up so that special circumstances could restore our original strength. Otherwise, I really couldn't operate so delicately. Eugene hummed. He is always so stingy. If he was a little more generous, maybe we could unlock more power now. Emoshuzi was silent for a moment, then laughed. That's right. Only when you know how to spend money can you make money. He is just too stingy. Let him die of poverty. The two teachers didn't know that they got it by Xieshichin's soft and hard begging and credit. They thought Xieshichin had saved enough to summon the teacher. If they knew that Xieshichin was still getting it for free, they would probably feel sorry for this golden finger system. Fanny also breathed a sigh of relief. She went forward and helped the limp little guy sit on the chair, with a puzzled look on her face. What's going on? I don't know. Eugene shook his head and looked at Novice with a complicated expression. He is indeed a good seedling. But it's a pity that he is not a dark type. Emoshuzi was stunned. Huh? What are you talking about? With his muscles, it's obvious that he should follow our martial arts path. Isn't it better to be a self-protective genius than to be an alchemist who relies on others? Eugene's face was full of gloom. And he sneered, rely on someone else's alchemist? So are all the alchemists in your world so useless? In our world, magicians and swordsmen are nothing. Magicians are indeed nothing. But how can swordsmen be nothing? Emoshuzi was not convinced. Come on. I have to make it clear to you. Fanny, forget it. She should go ask Screech. How come all the teachers in the academy are so unreliable? As Fanny expected, Xieshichin, the principal, was the first to be unreliable. It is understandable that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. Xieshichin looked at the video, and then looked at the contribution points he had accumulated. He said to Fanny with a tired heart, It's okay. Nothing will happen in the short term. Wait until I come back for the long term. Although he didn't know which student was so bold as to take over his body. It was estimated that it would be difficult for anything to happen with the layers of blockades. It must be said that Novice was lucky. If it broke out outside, there wouldn't be so many professional bosses to help him seal it up without any damage. It's just that there are some expenses for the principal and the principal's private property. Xieshichin looked at his increasingly accumulated principal value with deep hatred and sighed. Xiao. I owe 5 figures now. You feel powerless watching it pile up. Right? Xiao nodded. Yes. Yes. Host, you have to hurry up and save the principal value. Otherwise it will be embarrassing for me to bargain for you. That's right. For the sake of both of us. Do you have any benefits? Xieshichin asked sincerely and softened his anger. Xiao was puzzled. What benefits? Xieshichin was silent for a few seconds, and gestured. Cut it down? Get the price down? Xiao, you are really scheming principal. Pooh. The principal's trick didn't work, and Xiao Xia was a little unhappy. He was unhappy, and it was very uncomfortable to see the students happy. He didn't cause any trouble in this team. He was really incompetent. Xiao Xia silently searched his storage space, and soon found a silver coin. His expression became happy. Studying abroad without running away is not what a good student should have. He crushed the silver coin in his hand, tore open the teleportation scroll, and then calmly opened the observation device to record the heroic appearance of the little guys when they escaped. These are all materials. It would be even better if they were wearing a study uniform that can highlight the culture of the college. The 5 members of Ophelia's team, who were targeted by Xieshichin, finally gathered together. The remaining 3 team members were very worried about Ophelia and the others. Valentina couldn't help but step forward and fired a barrage of bullets. Princess, we found out. Before she finished her words, Ophelia suddenly took the initiative to come forward and hugged her tightly. Smiling and full of joy, thank you, Valentina. Valentina raised her hands blankly and hugged back. Ah? Thank me? She was a little embarrassed. I didn't play any role. It was Freya and Genevieve who asked. Hey. A little ashamed? But the little dragon's invisible tail still stood up very proudly. The princess hugged her. So it doesn't mean they are not far from returning to Dragon Island. Ophelia let go of Valentina after a long time. She squinted her eyes, and didn't say why she was thanking her. Instead, She turned around and hugged Freya tightly. Freya was also a little at a loss. Although she and Ophelia grew up together, they were rarely so close. She didn't even know where to put her hands. Freya pursed her lips and asked in a low voice with red ears, "What's wrong, Your Highness?" Ophelia shook her head and didn't say much. She understood that Freya, who had grown up with her, would never abandon her. There was only one reason why she could not see Freya when she saw her own end. That was that Freya had sacrificed herself to protect her long before. This answer made Ophelia's heart ache a little bit. She could not imagine how bad her life would be after losing Freya. She could not even imagine what kind of situation would make it impossible for her to take Freya away. Fortunately, all this has not happened, and she has already got the opportunity to change. She is extremely grateful to Screech. Ophelia let go of her hand, smiled and hugged Genevieve back, and then explained, "I was worried about you. Sorry. I was a little excited." Genevieve was puzzled, worried about us. Freya helped Ophelia to smooth things over. "I met Screech, and I lost some points." Genevieve, Freya was helpless, Your Highness. Even if you bribed us with a hug, we will still investigate. Valentina nodded and approached curiously. "So why did you look for Screech?" Ophelia opened her mouth, but was too embarrassed to talk about what they had encountered. So she looked at Fry again. Fry was very proficient in the spring and autumn style of riding. "We ran into some trouble, and Screech came to us on his own initiative, saying that he helped us, and the deducted points will be taken from the practical test later." Genevieve grasped the key point again. "Deduct points? Why can't contribution points be deducted?" Fry looked at Genevieve quietly, without saying a word. Genevieve understood instantly, and was also angry. What is he doing? This kind of thing that pits students. He won't feel offended? In fact, Genevieve, Freya replied slowly, "when will you call our great principal Screech instead of teacher?" Genevieve choked. "When else? Of course. It's when Screech stops being a human being." Freya said sincerely, "Do you feel that compared to teacher, Screech is more comfortable for you to call?" Genevieve, Valentina complained in a low voice, "Really? You only know how to bully our honest dragons." Siashichan reminded them through some dull, "Children, please don't do things that are not cost-effective. Like now." I can still hear it. The 5 children fell silent at the same time. Good guy. I was so excited to scold Screech that I forgot there was a spy doll here. As expected, the doll was very fair and just and deducted points from them after Siashichan left. Little Valentina's face was puffed up with anger, and she almost got deducted points twice. Ophelia held her head with her hand and said, "Let's go and hand in the task first. It's a good thing our commission is completed." Roar! 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 Ah! Ah! Run! Run! Ophelia paused and looked over curiously. What happened? Valentina touched her head anxiously. "It seems it's a beast tide?" "What?" Fred was shocked. "How could a beast tide appear here? They are all level 1 or 2. But there are too many of them. Valentina is a dragon and can sense the breath of monsters. Because of this, she was very confused. Strange. My breath doesn't work. They seem to be attracted by something and keep running towards us." Fry repeated, "Towards us? Running?" Valentina nodded seriously. "Strange, isn't it? Did you bring them out?" Before she finished speaking, she was already pulled by Ophelia to run against the wind. Fry was not slow either. Almost at the moment she nodded, he followed Ophelia without looking back. Freya also pulled Genevieve forward, but she didn't know what was going on. "What are you doing? What happened?" She had to ask loudly, so that her companions in front could hear. Fry was running out of breath, and had no time to explain. Ophelia was still in good physical condition, so she took the time to explain to Freya and the others. "Screech paid special attention to us and dispersed Bori and the others, but he didn't show any reaction to us. Don't you think it's strange? What kind of beast tide could suddenly appear in this abandoned town, where no monsters have appeared for years, regardless of time and place? What kind of monster is not afraid of dragon breath and must chase them? What kind of monster chases them instead of others? Damn it. I knew Screech had bad intentions." The 5 girls fled in a panic, not even caring about their hoods falling off, just thinking about running farther and getting rid of these monsters. But this won't work. Ophelia almost couldn't breathe, looking at the monster that had not been thrown off, trying to review the situation and find the reason. Why is he chasing them so much? Is there anything on them that the monsters need? Or is there anything that Screech gave that can attract the monsters? Ophelia dared to swear that Screech was waiting for them to use the teleportation scroll so that he could teleport them to all parts of the world. Don't even think about it. She tried to recall all their things, excluding the things that Screech secretly hid. There were only things in the study tour gift bag. They had tried the advantages and disadvantages of most of the things in the gift bag. So there was only silver coins. Ophelia thought of the 10 silver coins that they could not use and dared not throw away. And she was so angry that her teeth itched. Find a way to destroy the silver coins. Take a look first. It might be silver coins. She really couldn't run anymore. But there was no way to destroy the silver coins. Ophelia simply gritted her teeth and found a place, commanding everyone to spread out and climb the tree to destroy the silver coins immediately. Throw the silver coins into the monster's mouth as much as possible. And if you don't have time, activate the teleportation scroll. After using up the last bit of time to finish speaking, Ophelia acted as a proofreader and threw a handful of silver coins directly into the mouth of a big-mouthed monster without any hesitation. The monster seemed to pause, chewing the silver coin in its mouth carefully, and then stopped moving. It worked. The other people also threw away the silver coins in a similar way, which not only solved the problem of silver coins, but also avoided the problem of others picking them up and forcing them to use them. Ophelia's doll added a few points to Ophelia's wit. But unfortunately Ophelia was too nervous to hear. She watched the monsters sniffing around in a daze, and then fighting each other, and hurriedly directed her companions to leave quickly, until they completely returned to the nearby town. She breathed a sigh of relief. It was so thrilling. Ophelia smiled bitterly. You really can't underestimate anything Screech gives you. There are pitfalls. The little guys looked at each other, and suddenly felt relieved for surviving the disaster, and giggled. But I have to say, it was really fun. Genevieve shrugged and laughed easily. It's like a lot of pressure was released instantly. Yes, it's like there's no pressure, and you only need to think about what to do tomorrow. Ophelia slowly got up. Hey, there's a mercenary association nearby. Let's hurry up and hand in the task first. After that, we will focus on reviewing. Even if Screech wants to play tricks on us, there's nothing he can do. Ophelia blinked and said playfully. In order not to be conspicuous, Ophelia went alone to hand in the task this time. After thinking about it, she decided to wear Screech's school uniform and knocked on the door of the Mercenary Association. After handing the things to the inspector, Ophelia politely asked, Hello, do you sell the Stern Magic Journal and Stern Student Entertainment newspaper here? Newspapers are not available everywhere, but there is one in every town of the Mercenary Association. Some places don't have newspapers, but there will be newspapers to read. The Mercenary Association will help sell newspapers. There are all kinds of people here, so selling newspapers is a job that doesn't lose money and is easy. There is no worry about not being able to sell. The receptionist behind the counter was stunned for a moment, then smiled politely. Of course. Do you want the current issue? Ophelia thought for a while. The latest academic journal on this topic and all entertainment newspapers. Receptionist, okay. I go get them for you right away. Please wait. Ophelia waited quietly. She hadn't paid attention to the journal since she entered the academy, and she also wanted to see what the previous journal of the Tower Battle was like. She hadn't even seen the shadow of the entertainment newspaper, so it was good to be able to finish it in one go. The receptionist came back quickly, and Ophelia took a large stack of newspapers, said goodbye to the receptionist politely, and left the Mercenary Association with a brisk pace. Whose student is this? So energetic. A bearded mercenary was attracted and looked at him for a few more times, looking at the school badge. It should be Screech? Another mercenary was very surprised. Oh my god! Are Screech's students going on a study tour now? Or are they going out for a walk? He speculated with some sarcasm. No one wanted to believe that Screech, a school that had already fallen into decline and recruited ordinary people without talent, could train students who were already capable of traveling on their own. But the reality still made them dumbfounded. Come on! They just submitted an A-level mission, the one to search for the statue. Another mercenary was not used to it and rolled his eyes. Don't talk about whether it is A-level or not. Do you dare to accept it? Can you complete it? The mercenaries, who were discussing it, rubbed their noses. They really didn't dare. This is because Ophelia and the others are not experienced in the world, so they don't understand. There is a reason why no one dared to accept it. And those who accepted it all cancelled the order. Most mercenaries have their own channels. They all know that the mercenaries who took on this mission were not simply returning orders. Rather, they were contaminated and possessed. It seemed that every mercenary team that took on the mission did not take back the statue. But they all became the most devout believers after returning the order. They were no longer like themselves. But isn't the statue okay? Why would they? The mercenaries couldn't explain it clearly. And some even felt very annoyed. Since the statue is fine now, if they go there instead, wouldn't they get a bargain? A bargain for those little brats. The little guys, who were envied by most of the mercenaries, found a hotel and gathered together to read newspapers. Most of the content in the journals was familiar, and they read it quickly. The entertainment newspapers were all gossips that they had never gotten over. For example, what did Chris's family do when they returned? For example, the Duke of Munster asked for a title for his daughter. For example, Wizard Vera? The announcement from the Amos family? Freya was shocked. Is this Vera Vera? It should be. Right? Did they make such a big fuss? Ophelia leaned over to take a look at the newspaper and made a guess. It might be them. The teacher said that he had Bori and the others teleported to all parts of the world. Maybe something went wrong. It looks very interesting, Ophelia concluded. However, the shock they received was more than just that. If the way Vera and Bori reported was still relatively obscure, then Lucius's reporting method was unlucky. After returning to the church from Screech, Lucius, the son of the Church of Light, insisted on living with his old lover, the wizard Amy, in the church despite the saint's obstruction. It is reported that not long after, Lucius picked up the wood elf in the dark jungle and took it back to the bedroom to heal his wounds. He said that the saint did not listen to his explanation and left the church in anger. The Cardinal Russell of the Church of Light said about his behavior, he did not discipline him strictly and would make up for it. The next step is to meet with the Queen of the Forest of Elves on a chosen day for negotiation. The 5-member team. This? Is it true or not? Genevieve was shocked. Lucius doesn't look like that kind of person. If he was, I would have taken action long ago. For the siren, Lucius is a prince, but his personality is as cold and hard as black bread, which is hard to chew. Ahem. Freya tried to make amends. It should be false. Look here. The wizards just announced that the elves were lost, and Lucius picked them up. He must be saving people. Even if he was saving people, why would he make Anna angry and leave? So strange. Ophelia said calmly. It should be fake. Wizard Amy? It may be Amelia. Maybe Screech and Teacher Fanny have their own considerations. I still believe in Lucius, Fry said softly, but... Ophelia changed the subject, but... Such an important matter may be a major event for the entire school. It just so happens that we are not far from the dark jungle. If we go over to visit, Lucius' father should also welcome it. Right? Of course. Valentina nodded. He can even welcome Amelia. Amelia is a necromancer. We can do it too. Genevieve looked at her teammates around her, then at the newspaper, and couldn't help but relax her eyebrows. Then let's go. I can't wait to see Lucius's show. Oh no. I can't wait to help my classmates solve their problems. I agree. I think so too. All we have left is review. And we can review anywhere. Maybe everyone wants to go, so we won't be a nuisance. Even if they don't go, it doesn't matter to us. Lucius has so many ex-lovers. So it doesn't matter if we go. The 5 little girls looked at each other and saw the deep interest in each other's eyes. They really weren't just joining in the fun. They just wanted to watch the meeting between the elves and the archbishop. Really. At the same time, many small groups of 2 or 3 people who had finally gathered together also developed the habit of reading entertainment newspapers. At first, I just wanted to see how they ended up after the trouble. Later, Villa put away the newspaper and said seriously, I think I need to meet my sister and make a pair of sisters. What do you think? Bori? Bori, holding Chloe in his arms, was even more righteous. You are right. Vera, I also want to see how the Wizard Association wants to target our Amos family. The two hit it off at first sight, and they generously decided on the next journey. Chris and Oris finally put on their clothes, and they still felt very depressed when they looked at the newspaper. Let's go and see what the elves we saved with so much effort look like. Oris nodded awkwardly. NASA held the depressed Julian, who had finally found his body, and suggested eagerly, "Let's go and see. We are in the town near the dark jungle. So close." Arabe and Asato pondered for a moment. "Let's wait for more people. Lucius should not want to see us now." Lucius's team was reading the newspaper on the other side of the town, looking at each other. "Anna, you ran away in anger?" Herbert was at a loss. Anna was even more confused. "No. My brother must have his own intentions. Right?" She thought uncertainly. "Did something happen?" "Not sure." Isabella shook her head. "I really want to meet this fellow tribesman. Since the Queen came to negotiate in person, his status should be not low. Right?" Anna hesitated for a moment and whispered, Then I will take you there to see?" "Don't worry." Darren yawned. "Not interested. Skrieg said that the law cannot punish the masses. At this time, it is safer to find a few more people to follow," he said firmly. "The elves have been taken away by Lucius. I don't believe that other guys won't be tempted." They looked at each other and nodded. "Okay. Then wait a little longer. It's not good to be alone." Isabella shrugged and spread her hands. "Actually, it doesn't matter if we really go there. Lucius hasn't come to see us for a long time." "TSK?" Anna thought about it and nodded heavily. "Yes. Let's go now. No need to wait." She mustered up her courage. "I'm here. Brother won't scold you. She still cares a lot." "What happened? Why did brother want to tarnish his reputation like this?" "If it's because of her." Anna pursed her lips, not very reassured. For Anna, the team decided to go to the Church of Light now. Of course, if Anna knew that the cause of all this was just that their old father couldn't help but show off his love for his son, she would never go back even if she died. She's afraid she can't handle this. Chapter 80. Ha ha ha. So, they really all went to the Church of Light. Fanny heard the little gossip that Sieshichan passed on to her, and was so happy that she immediately sent a cooing pigeon over to have a good chat with Sieshichan. Sieshichan was helpless. "Fanny, don't be too gloating. The students will blame me if they know." God knows he didn't want to say this at first. When they first chatted, Sieshichan mainly talked to Fanny about the next special journal, which was about to be published. Fanny felt that it was still not perfect, so she talked to Sieshichan about her troubles. Sieshichan said casually at the time, "It's simple. Just let them take the exam. And the real certificate is not afraid of being questioned. They are all going to get together soon. And the Magic Association can't just cheat." Fanny thought this idea was very good at the time. After almost a month of wandering around, the little guy's magic skills have become more and more mature, and it is still possible to take the Junior Magician certificate. But her attention was obviously not on it. Fanny asked curiously, "What are they doing together? Scold you?" Sieshichan was not convinced. "Fanny, you can't say that. Aren't we all equally hateful to the little guys?" When he said this, he smiled playfully. "Besides, I just caused them some troubles during the study tour. They got together because of you. And it has nothing to do with me." Because of her? Fanny thought blankly about what she had done recently to get the Myomayos together. She was already in charge of the auditor's affairs, so she had nothing to do with the children. It seemed that there was really something to do with them. Fanny was still very confused at the time. Is it Lucius's entertainment newspaper? But that's Lucius's family affair. Why are they joining in the fun? The study tour is so stressful. They shouldn't waste their time. Right? Sieshichan tactfully reminded. The study tour is so stressful. And there are so many small troubles. They have to have some entertainment. Find some entertainment projects. So that they can relax. Right? Fanny, Oh! So Fanny couldn't stop laughing. And even kept asking if there was really a video for her to see. Sieshichan now had to think twice before even using the doll's eyes. So how could he possibly give her another video? He had to interrupt Fanny's beautiful fantasy. Wake up. Even I only look at it from time to time. The students have become smarter. And I can't watch so easily. How should I put it? At present, every team, no matter how many people are left, will call the doll from time to time when they get together to chat, practice, or study. Then he started to argue with the doll. Even Chloe, who was very taciturn, had to call her doll every once in a while under the request of Bori, the community leader. If Bori noticed that Chloe was silent for too long, he would get very close to her, put his arm around Chloe's shoulder, get close to her doll's ear, open his big curious eyes, and keep teasing her doll. Little Chloe, why don't you talk? Is it because Chloe doesn't like chatting with you? Answer me? Chloe. Chloe. Why is your doll silent? Is Screech here? Shichen, Without saying anything, he retreated. Chloe was very upset and called out little Chloe. After getting a response, she was going to end it. But this self-defeating strategy was not so easy. After Chloe ignored the doll began to feel sad. Chloe. Why are you ignoring me? Why don't you talk to me? Is it because I am too boring and I am not worthy of you who is noble? How can you do this to me? Is it that little green tea girl Bori who said bad things about me again? Chloe gritted her teeth and stammered, No. No. Are you stuttering? Are you feeling guilty? Speak. Chloe. What else can Chloe do? If you ignore her, she will be said to have given up and lose points. God knows why only his doll is like this. Look at Vera. Her doll mouth is super sweet. And she always says that her sister is super beautiful and her sister is the best in everything. Which makes Vera so happy that even losing points seems so reasonable. Look at Bori again. That kid is so perfunctory that he has it all in his bones. No. Right. 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 You have to prove it to me. Although Bori is often deducted points. Chloe likes this kind of perfunctory attitude. Why? He is only 14 years old this year. He really doesn't want to have a chatterbox. Chloe frowned and stammered a few words to the kid. After being severely deducted a large amount of points. She was so angry that she started fighting with Bori. This has been their daily routine recently. Vera sighed and continued to study hard. This kind of leisurely life is one day less. Back to Shichen. What else can Shichen do? Isn't it that he can only take a look from time to time and sneak away before being noticed? It's not that he can't directly admit his existence. But it may be that every time he appeared before, it brought some bad influence. Now when students hear his voice, they always feel that he will lose points, which is very detrimental to the study tour. Shichen can only regretfully give up this tempting choice of always watching them. He told Fanny about his troubles. And Fanny laughed very unlovingly. Look, what you've tortured the little guys into. Shichen was helpless. It's just a routine operation. Or they have too little experience. Let's go out every year in the future. Shichen's words made the little guys in the future. Oh no. All the students of Screech, or all the students of the magic school, have to go out every year to sweep the continent. Like locusts passing through. It's very interesting. While talking, Shichen also walked to the door of Merim Magic School. It was not difficult for Shichen to find the remaining 2 teachers. And he completed his goal in just 3 days. Thinking that he had found a lot of good helpers in Merim, Shichen decided to formally visit Merim's principal. At least in the future. When Merim's principal knew that his teachers all went to Screech, he would not be offended by his failure to meet them. Shichen briefly explained his purpose to Merim's guard, showed the Screech school badge, and waited at the guardhouse for the guard to help him contact Merim's principal. Fanny was amused. You are so quiet. Shichen remained calm. It's my duty. He is a polite principal, and would not do such a thing as barging in. When the principal of Merim heard the news of Shichen's visit, he felt a little guilty. They had just supported the Magic Association's proposal to improve the review qualifications and receive the resources sent to them by the Magic Association. Why did the principal of Screech suddenly come? No, that's not right. He has the people of the Starin family behind him. Thinking about it this way, it is normal for him to rush over. Malin's principal couldn't help but get anxious. Oh my god. Should I meet him or not? John Malin was so anxious that he was walking around the office. If I meet him, I won't be able to answer his questions, and I won't be able to explain to the Magic Association. What if the Magic Association thinks they tipped off Screech? What if the Magic Association thinks they betrayed them? But it must be said that John Malin is not a particularly qualified principal. But he is a very fence-sitter. Of course. For him. He thinks he is cunning. He will only follow the current wind direction. But that doesn't mean he will offend those who go against the wind. For example, although he is the most famous magic school under the management of the Magic Association, he is always the first to respond to the proposals given by the Magic Association. But he is also the one who is most hypocritical. He will take in wizards who can cover up themselves, such as Mance, and is willing to be friends with the principal of Screech. No matter how the sales of each magic journal in his school are, he will always get the same amount of money. He is very fair. After all, no one knows who will win in the future. He doesn't want to win. He just wants his academy to run well. Just like now. Screech is marching forward with great momentum. But the Magic Association is a behemoth. He is unwilling to support Screech Magic Academy at this time. But he has to admit that Screech does have potential. So he doesn't want to offend him. This is troublesome. No. I still can't meet him. I just exchanged letters with the president of the association. I can't explain it clearly. John Merrim gritted his teeth and made a choice. Principal. Why don't you meet him first? His secretary had a different opinion. I think Anshin Screech obviously understands the current situation. If he is a smart man, he will not force you to help him. After all, our relationship has not reached that point yet. The secretary sorted out his thoughts and said in an orderly manner, if he doesn't seek help, it means he has other things. We have an appointment in a place where everyone can see us, which shows that we have no ulterior motives. The Magic Association will definitely not cause trouble for us. Besides, if we don't see Principal Screech, it would not only be impolite, but also make us look very impolite. John Merrim certainly understood. But he was not very reassured. What if he really came to us for help? The secretary shrugged and spread his hands. That proves that he is not a smart person. And it is even more impossible for him to go against the Magic Association. If he offends him, then so be it. That's right. John Merrim made up his mind and asked someone to take Sieshichin to a leisure and entertainment area where students often rest, and found an empty hall for this interview. Of course, in order to ensure that they would not be disturbed, they arranged guards around them. The Magic Association could hear Screech's intentions, and Screech would not make excessive demands under such circumstances. If he is not stupid, John Merrim thought with some peace of mind. In order to show his attention, he arrived early to wait for Sieshichin. The moment he saw Sieshichin, he stood up, spread a decent smile, shook hands with Sieshichin, and invited Sieshichin to sit down. Sieshichin looked at the principal carefully. He was a skinny old man, but his blue eyes were not cloudy and full of cleverness. He was obviously a sly guy. Sly guys are good. Sly guys won't bother him after knowing the truth. Sieshichin sat opposite Principal Merrim with a clear conscience and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry to bother you during the beginning of the school term. I offer you my most sincere apologies. Haha. The busy time at the beginning of the school term has long passed. And I'm not particularly busy now. We still have time to meet. Principal Merrim smiled awkwardly and poured tea for Sieshichin himself. Sieshichin didn't take it. He knew that it was awkward for them to meet here now. Maybe he didn't feel it. But Principal Merriam's face was almost stiff. He didn't have the tact to just leave after meeting. There was no need to drink tea. Sieshichin stated his obvious purpose. I think the school spirit of Merriam College is very admirable. And you, the principal, have rich experience in managing the college. But I am just a novice who has just become the principal. So, while the children are out studying, I want to come to Merriam to learn some management experience. At this point, he paused, and when Principal Merrim was sweating and thinking about how to refuse, he changed the subject. I hope you can forgive me for coming here uninvited before. Principal Merrim subconsciously said, our college is still a bit busy recently. Before? Sieshichin lowered his head embarrassedly. I was lucky enough to apply for the position of gardener in your school for nearly a month. I haven't been able to be honest with you. I hope you don't mind. Principal Merrim, Oh, the feelings have already come. Scare him. To be honest, Sieshichin's answer was much better than John Merrim had imagined. As a gardener, even if he came to Merrim, he couldn't learn anything core. Even if he did, the teacher was from Merrim. Screech could only sigh at the strength of Merrim Academy. John Merrim was not worried. On the contrary, he was very happy. It turned out that Screech came to him just for this matter. Isn't that a good thing? He didn't need to think about how to reject Screech without offending him. Principal Merrim said on the spot that she didn't mind, and even welcomed Sieshichin to come over often when he was free. Sieshichin also took the opportunity to climb. You are so generous. I wonder if you are interested in an exchange student study exchange with Screech in the future? He blinked his eyes. Full of sincerity, we Screech don't have enough foundation now, so we can't play the role of mutual exchange. But I think in the future, Screech can also do things that we dare not imagine now. But, Principal Merriam's heartbeat quickened. Just what? Sieshichin sighed. It's just that Merriam is indeed the leading magic school. When Screech grows up, I'm not sure if I can arrange this exchange with you. I just want to convince you now, with a thick face. Okay. 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 Principal Miriam wanted to send Sieshichin away without offending anyone. For something like this that doesn't know the time and doesn't have much loss. Just agree if you can. After all, Screech is also an old school. At most, we can just select some students with poor grades to go there. John Mallam agreed to this request for mutual progress without hesitation. Screech used to be a friendly school with Mallam. Now we are just keeping in closer contact. When you are ready, just contact me. Just send the pigeon to Mallam College. And someone from the college will deliver it to me. John Mallam was very easy to talk to. To be honest, if it hadn't happened to be a special time period, Sieshichin's request would not have been so easy. Sieshichin was not polite and accepted it with a smile. He didn't necessarily think that Miriam's teaching was suitable for his students. But the most important thing for exchange students was to learn from each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. He was also very satisfied to get Miriam's promise. It could be seen that Principal Miriam was already a little restless. So Sieshichin simply prepared to resign. But someone was more arrogant than him and interrupted their conversation. Principal Hard and I are ready to resign. How do you think it would be convenient to tear up the contract? It was Mans. Mans heard that Principal Miriam appeared in this leisure and entertainment area. So he simply didn't take that step further and pulled Hader to come over to talk about resignation. He brought the contract with him and only needed both parties to confirm and tear up the contract. Anyway, there was no time limit and no punishment. As luck would have it, Mans and Hader immediately met the eyes of Sieshichin, who was about to stand up. At this moment, Sieshichin was very embarrassed. What could be more embarrassing than successfully poaching someone and then asking for resignation in front of the person involved? No more. Right? Even though Sieshichin was so thick-skinned, he couldn't help but look away. Then Principal Miriam also stood up awkwardly. Haha. There are a lot of things going on in the academy recently. I may not be able to treat you well. Screech. What could be more embarrassing than meeting with the headmaster of the other school, and meeting that the headmaster of the other school was about to leave? No more. Right? John Miriam now wanted to bite Mance, the dark wizard with no sense of tact, to death. But he still had to face Screech. And he had to keep smiling. This is in public. Does John Mallam have no shame? Sieshichin pretended not to see it, and said, My school students have something to do, so I won't bother you anymore. Goodbye first? Mans looked at Sieshichin, then at Mallam, thought for a while, and said directly, Then how about you wait for Principal Screech? I'm leaving soon. Are you interested in listening to my job application statement? Sieshichin, ? Mallam, ? Sieshichin thought for a moment, and realized that Mans was trying to avoid creating a bigger gap between him and Mallam in the future. He might as well just say that it was his idea, and that he was the one who asked for a job at Screech on the spot. It couldn't be considered that Screech took the initiative. Right? That is. Sieshichin looked at Principal Mallam with a strange expression, somewhat curious about how the principal would respond. John Mallam's smile gradually became forced. Mans? Stop joking. I understand that you are under a lot of pressure in the academy. But this is not a reason for you to joke with Screech. How can you be joking? Mance looked at John Marin with a very disgusted look. Scree is now being targeted by the Magic Association. Who else doesn't know? No one. It just so happens that the Magic Association doesn't like me either. So why don't I stick together with Scree? Don't you think so? Had didn't have such a thick skin. He laughed and said, I can understand that. The principal must be very tired after talking for so long. Why don't you? Mance continued. Why don't you quickly approve my and Hat's resignation? So that we can leave quickly, and you can also take a rest. Principal Miriam, He snatched Mance's resignation approval contract, and signed his name on it in a flamboyant manner. When the next one came, he realized it. He looked at Hader in confusion and suspicion. Why are you leaving too? Mance said confidently. He is my good friend. Of course he wants to go with me. Principal Miriam. The principal has nothing to say. Two great mentors. Let alone Mance. He is a time bomb. He was recruited just to keep him company. But Hader is a real great mage. How could he not feel heartbroken? He felt extremely heartbroken. However, this was in front of Screech. If he said too many words to retain her, and failed to retain her in the end, he would really lose face. John Mallam couldn't afford to lose face like this. He criticized the two great mage with a dark face. And fatigue was visibly spreading. It was a pity that the two rebellious sons didn't see it. Mance was even more excited to grab Sieshichin, and said in a rhythmic tone, "Principal, let's talk." Sieshichin subconsciously looked at Principal Miriam, then "Dear Principal Miriam, I will leave now." John Miriam waved goodbye with a dark face. "You are too bold. If Miriam finds out something is wrong, I, a muggle, may not be able to leave the gate of Miriam College safely." Sieshichin was amused and said deliberately. Mance adjusted his hair and shrugged calmly. "No. He wants to save face very much. It is impossible for him to stay at this time. And he will not find out anything. Or rather, he didn't believe that Sieshichin could really poach his tutor. At most, he thought that Mance was mad at him. And maybe he would come back to ask him to take him in sooner or later. It was a pity that this muggle headmaster, who was underestimated by everyone, used facts and emotions to convince a group of tutors, who were unappreciated and almost poached all of Miriam's students. Fanny listened from beginning to end, and only when she was sure that Sieshichin was away from the venue did she sigh with gloating. "Screech, you are really a bad person. I don't know if Headmaster Miriam will faint when he finds out that his beloved tutors have been transferred to the rival company." Sieshichin was used to arguing. "You can't say that. He is not as good as a student. So how can he ask the teacher to stay?" He was very confident, and didn't feel guilty at all. Mance looked at the pigeon curiously. "Is this my future colleague?" Fanny greeted Mance very cheerfully. "Hello. My name is Fanny Stern. I am the department tutor of the college. Welcome to join Screech." Hard was surprised. "Editor-in-Chief Stern? Oh my god. I actually met Editor-in-Chief Stern at this time." Fanny laughed. "Just call me Fanny. Maybe we will have classes together in the future." They talked back and forth, and Sieshichin did not interrupt. Maybe they will cooperate frequently in the future. It is better to communicate well and build a good relationship now to be prepared. "By the way, Fanny," when they finished talking about a topic, Sieshichin suddenly joined in and asked Fanny, "How is the auditor? I think I saw Ike here?" He was not sure. Although Sieshichin claimed that he had a photographic memory, he would not remember clearly about people who might not have the opportunity to cooperate or meet in the future. Ike was on his death list from the beginning. His students can be cunning and bad, but they can't put their cunning on improper things, and can't put it on classmates and friends. This is the most basic requirement for Screech's admissions. However, people's hearts are unpredictable, and there will always be people who grow up crooked. When it comes to this, Sieshichin can only persuade them to quit. I hope there will be fewer such times." Fanny carefully recalled who Ike was, and then answered with sudden enlightenment, I remember. It seems that the Magic Association sent him." "Right. At first, he kept meeting me by chance, and it seemed that he wanted me to help him write articles for the Stern Journal." Speaking of this, Fanny sneered. "Many auditors think that the content of the journal is written by us, and they are plotting against me. Of course, I can't let them off easily." Sieshichin asked, "What happened next?" "What happened next?" Fanny chuckled. "I can't do anything about it. They know that you won't be back to school in the short term, and the later the report time for Miriam, the higher the requirements. They were eliminated in the 2-week assessment. Really, if they can really hold on for 3 months, maybe Fanny will look at them with a higher regard. They can't even wait, and they still want to get something for nothing?" Sieshichin heard the displeasure in Fanny's tone, and he smiled. "Then they may regret it soon, when the next issue of the Stern Journal appears." Fanny quickly cheered up. "Yes. Screech, my manuscript is ready. You should hurry up too." Mance listened to their frank words and curiously followed the progress. "So, what is the topic of the next issue?" "It's related to Screech." Fanny smiled mysteriously. "Master Mance, please pay more attention to it. Maybe you will be surprised." Mance raised his eyebrows. "Okay. I hope I can see the newspaper first. What is it that is worth Editor-in-Chief Stern to keep so secret, and at the same time make the principal of Screech believe that these auditors who left will regret it?" Mance is now extremely curious about Screech School of Magic. Sieshichin took out the control panel, issued relevant tasks to the students' task panel, then put away his things, and said to Mance and had with a smile, "You wait here for me. I will tell Gore, and we can return to school." He took out a few teleportation scrolls and generously gave one to Hard and Mance. "Of course, you can go first. Fanny will treat you well." After a pause, Sieshichin thought for a moment and added, "Recently, The academy is full of auditors. And the professionalism is not enough. When the students come back, it will be more interesting. Fanny smiled and replied, yes. Of course. If Master Mans and Master Hart are bored, they can come to a few classes. The second assessment will start soon. And the auditors who stay will probably be very obedient. That's right. In these short 4 weeks, those who were disobedient and couldn't stand it left early. Those who stayed, even if they were not as hardworking and patient as Mew Mew, were definitely the ones who could persist. Even if they couldn't persist in the end and went to other magic academies, they would gradually become different from other students. Mans and Hater took the teleportation scroll. It's our honor. Wow. They really couldn't wait. The 2 teachers who hadn't signed the contract left in advance with the scroll. Xieshichen's identity was exposed, so it was not good for him to stay any longer. Instead, he secretly met with Gore, gave Gore some encouraging words, and tore up the teleportation talisman and left Malim. Before leaving, Xieshichen also opened up the perspectives of all students equally. According to the time, they should have seen the task. But I don't know how the little guys reacted. What reaction? As a member of Screech, when they received the news, their first reaction was real and unified. Damn Screech! Ah! Does he have no heart? Vera gnashed his teeth and looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar words on the task board, wishing he could bite Screech. Bo-Ray! Bo-Ray! I want to go to the Church of Light. I don't want to go to the Magicians' Association. She leaned against the carriage with despair on her face. Studying Adventure Mission. Go to the Magicians' Association to take a professional magician assessment within 3 days. You are required to wear the Screech study uniform and school badge, and successfully obtain the Junior Magician A certificate. In fact, this mission is not difficult for Vera. Before coming to Screech, she was already a magic apprentice. In the past few months, she has been learning magic faster and faster. She has already become a junior magician. It can be said that it will take a short time for her to become an intermediate magician. But the biggest problem now is that there are very few magicians' associations. Basically, except for the town where the Magic Academy is located, some prosperous towns, and the royal city and the church. There are no branches of the Magicians' Association. They have emphasized their preciousness from the beginning, and are unwilling to appear in remote areas. Nor are they willing to serve magic apprentices with little talent. And Vera and his friends were anxious to see Lucius. So they chose a small road that did not require a detour. If a magic beast is used to pull a car here, it can reach the Church of Light in at most 3 days. But if we have to go to the magician certification first, it will be slow, and it will take about 4 or 5 days. What will they watch then? Bori thought for a while. Why don't we use the carriage and ride the magic beast directly? It will take at most 2 days to reach the vicinity of the Church of Light. Then we can take the test on the same day. And after the test, we can go to Lucius if we have no place to stay. Villa paused, and suddenly got up. Good idea. Good, Bori. You are really smart. Bori chuckled. I learned it from Screech. How about it? Chloe. Can you accept it? Chloe nodded indifferently. Carry me with you. He didn't want to blow the wind. Bori immediately bowed exaggeratedly. Okay. Your Highness. I will serve you in the sedan chair. Chloe, although it's not a big problem to call him Your Highness. Why do I always feel that Bori's words are sarcastic? Chloe frowned and her face fell. Don't call me Your Highness. Okay. Okay. Whatever you say is what I want. Bori has been bickering with Wawa a lot recently, and his words have become a little irritating unconsciously. It is obvious that when Xieshichen leaves, Chloe will probably be deducted points again. At the same time, Chris and Oris are not so happy, mainly because of worry. Oris frowned. I am a summoner. How can I be evaluated as a junior magician? Will the Magic Association really not block me? I have to wear a school uniform and a school badge. Why didn't Screech let him go face to face with the president of the Magic Association? Chris's face didn't look much better. I always thought that Screech was just a little off key. But he was actually very reliable. Now? Why did he think I could pass the intermediate magician assessment? Yes. Chris's task requirements are quite special. He is not a primary magician, but an intermediate magician. And the evaluation level must be at least 8+. The Magician Association's assessment of magician levels is divided into 3 sections. One is talent assessment, one is current level assessment, and one is current level strength assessment. Just like they are all intermediate magicians. Some have stronger magic power. Some stutter when reciting spells. Some can shorten the spell casting time. And some have rich combat experience. All these combined can be regarded as a person's level strength measurement. The higher the level, the more proficient the control of magic. But this kind of thing is very subjective. If Chris didn't wear the school uniform and school badge, he would be praised by the association and given an S level in a minute. But now, is there anyone who doesn't know the conflict between Screech and the Magic Association? Is there anyone who doesn't understand that the Magic Association would never allow Screech to have students above the junior magician level? Besides, Chris was a junior magician before he entered the school. So theoretically, he couldn't be considered a rated student trained by Screech. But if he breaks through to the intermediate magician, or even the senior magician in the academy, then he would be considered a rated student trained by Screech. He's 1 against 3. In this case, the Magic Association, unless they are stupid, would not let him pass easily, let alone get an A+ rating. If he wants to punish him and deduct his points, just say it directly. Why beat around the bush? Chris's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go to the church first. Maybe we can meet other students. I don't believe that I am the only one who has cheated." Aureus hesitated. "Will we be late?" "What are you afraid of?" "Red a monster and increase the speed." "We can catch up," Chris said, and calmly suggested, "If we are fast, we can have a good rest in the church for a night, and go to the rating with full energy. We need a hot bath and a good rest." Aureus agreed very excitedly. This was also forced, hoping that Lucius could be more generous. There were quite a few students who were given special tasks by Xieshichin. For example, Ophelia. She was required to apply for the magic assessment of all departments, and each department had to get an A rating. For example, Amelia. She was required to take the assessment together with the other department and the undead department. After all, the undead department Magic Association might not give a rating alone. For example, Lucius. He also required an A+ rating for an intermediate magician. Unlike Chris, Lucius was extremely excited. The first thing he did when he received the news was to run to his father's prayer room. He pulled his father up immediately, regardless of his father still praying, and said to Russell excitedly, "Father, I'm going to the Magic Association for evaluation." The usually calm cardinal, when he saw his usually calm son's excitement, almost thought that there was really an old lover of his son in the Magic Association. He reflected on his gradually distorted thinking and gently asked the child, "Isn't the church's evaluation also effective? Does he have to stay in the church and be watched by people like a circus clown?" Lucius almost asked back, but fortunately, he held it back. He took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress the excitement on his face, and explained reservedly, "It was Screech's request. You know, Screech is always so serious sometimes." And even made a strong request for the location. Russer said, "When? It's late today. Why not go tomorrow?" No. It's too late to wait any longer." Lucius was not willing to stay in the church any longer. He wished he could sneak out and never come back. "I leave now. And I can still go find Anna." Before he finished speaking, a knight of light knocked on the door of the prayer room. As if he had something to report, Russell stopped Lucius from speaking and asked him to wait for a while. He asked the knight to finish his words first. If there was nothing serious, these knights would not come to the prayer room to find him casually. The knight was silent for a few seconds. Hesitating, Archbishop Russell. A group of people came outside. They have. The knight recalled the appearance of the group of people and said in awe, "A pair of proud twin elves. A very cute dwarf boy. A beautiful noble lady. And a sunny boy. And Her Highness Anna." Lasser didn't understand. "Are they here to see me? I don't know them. If they are Anna's friends, just bring them in directly. Anna is still very reassuring." Lucius thought it was not good. "Wait. The knight closed his eyes and said, "They said they are good friends who can wear pants with His Highness the Son of God, and came to His Highness the Son of God to ask for shelter for a while." In the past, they would have been skeptical. But now, even Her Highness Anna followed. So isn't she here to settle accounts with His Highness the Son of God? Besides, the Knight of Light has to admit that each of these people has their own characteristics and looks pretty good. Even the ordinary-looking necromancer Amy's eyes seem to be able to attract people. Very beautiful. This adds a lot of credibility to the Stern Entertainment news. Anyway, when the night was reporting, he kept glancing at Lucius from time to time, while keeping an eye on him and observing his heart. Russell was silent for a long time. And then he looked at Lucius meaningfully. Lucius, don't tell me that this is why you want to leave in a hurry. Lucius gritted his teeth. My dear father, is the power of Stern Entertainment so great that even you are deceived by yourself? They are my classmates. Classmates? Damn. Did these people make an appointment? Look at what shit they are talking about. Come here. And wear the same pants? When did he wear the same pants as them? Russell knew. Of course. But he had never encountered such a situation. Could his son, who was arrogant and sharp-tongued, really have so many good classmates? Curious, Russell invited all the little classmates in, regardless of the child's gloomy face. For Lucius's face, he explained the classmate theory in public. But whether everyone could accept it was not something Russell could guarantee. Well, what Screech said was quite right. Russell thought with satisfaction that a serious person like Lucius needed to be teased more to let him relieve the pressure in his heart.